Hello, and hopefully this is working, and hopefully this is working on both Twitch and YouTube. Hello everyone. So, welcome to the Historiophon. I have the questions channel open to receive questions, and questions are live. And basically the first 3 hours are going to be about questions, but I'm also, if they don't mind, going to introduce you to some people who are going to be running things behind the scenes, because whilst I can do a lot, I really can't do it all without the assistance of the very nice people behind me. And these people include people like Runon, who is running the chat, running the bots and supporting the bots. Dragon, who is doing, along with Steve, are setting up the World of Warships games for later, and everyone getting involved in that. And Melanie, who's going to be doing all sorts of things in the background, basically making sure the chat's all running nicely everywhere. And I think also Foxo's going to be doing that as well, and a few others. Leslie, there are going to be so many people who are my admin team, and whether they're flotilla leaders, master at arms, Stafford, the lot of them are all going to be doing great things behind and making this possible. And what I have to say about all of them is they're all fantastic, they're all lovely, they're all doing this out of the kindness of their hearts, and so thank you. Also, the same rules that apply normally in terms of my little cousins watch my channel. If they learn new words, I get in trouble. So please keep it PG-13. And that'd be that'd be lovely. Thank you very much, because I don't want to get beaten up by the mass horde of cousins. I have removed the offending light bulb, which tends to cause flashing, but that does mean I can have the bigger screen, so we can talk more freely and we can wander around more freely. But it does also mean that you're going to see that light bulb. So I apologise, but you've not got any flashing light anymore. And just thank you, everyone. I hope you're going to enjoy it. I hope it's going to work well. Powder Monkey should be working correctly, he says. If it's not, I'm not sure why. I think the wrong Powder Monkey might have engaged itself.
Yeah.
If it has,
okay.
we'll sort it out.
Oh.
And hopefully that is Powder Monkey 10 is now working.
That certainly looks like it.
Okay.
Yep, correct. Powder Monkey is now working.
Okay.
And that's, by the way, the voices you can hear behind you are, you can possibly hear are Runon and Steve, who are already watching things and getting things over. So hello everyone, welcome to this. This is hopefully going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to be cool. And it's still saying the version running is 9.12.
Hang on. Let me check myself here.
Alex, I'm going to go on mute because
okay, all right.
Otherwise,
we'll get this all working. It's going to be 36 hours of fun, and as I predicted, yeah, things will be interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess just triple check that your that the commands are correctly active.
Well,
and I can see that parts of .10 are up. I can see that.
Should be open, should be working now. Let's go have a conversation with that.
The command. Did I change something?
Ah, lovely. Commands being commands.
Yeah, I think that's a default setting, and unfortunately I didn't catch it before I packaged it up and sent it to you.
Don't worry. I think it's now working. Hopefully. Hopefully.
Give it a second to populate. I'm going to send you a screen cap. I guess let me pull up the old YouTube so I can get that in my face as well. Oh, I just saw
computer's
archive
on.
one pop up.
Computer's on.
Yep. Interesting typo you got there, Steve.
There is 2 new roles, Special VC1 and Special VC2. I am linking them to Lobby 1 and Lobby 2, respectively.
Excellent. Thank you,
Okay.
Melanie. All the best live streams have technical difficulties. Yeah, they do. It was a fun thing. I don't know if anyone saw. Fleet made his Armchair Admirals debut yesterday. Did really, really well. Really cool. And it was a lot of fun having him there with me. It was a lot of fun chatting away. And what can I say? I was sitting there looking at it and chatting away with him and thinking, that's interesting. That's doing well. That's going well. And he had a lot of fun. I think. I hope he did, because it was a lot of fun having him there. But what I will say, and this was the fun thing from my perspective, there were technical difficulties even then, and Armchair Admirals has been running for so long. And actually, the technical difficulties have resulted in possibly, people from the lovely support team I have here are possibly going to be poached by World of Warships at this rate. Who knows?
No. 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 No.
Yeah.
Steve, that's just a tremendous amount of paperwork. All I see is just a tremendous amount of paperwork. If that, no, just no, please. I like my hair. I don't want to be tearing it out. But yes, we got.
All right.
Dr. Clarke, I've sent you 2 screen caps for what should be the correct configuration, and we'll see if that works.
Okay. Are they the ones which?
And
where have they come through on? Just checking.
Bot dev thread. And in Dr.
Okay.
Clarke's defense, loyal viewers, I did just put this together between 8 p.m. and 0300 Eastern Standard, and Fastball Special sent it to him rapidly. And so any faults are my own, but it does seem like we've got stuff picking up well. Let me try the old command here. And hopefully it all works out well. And if not, I will attempt to patch it. And the mods have been alerted to the various commands and what they can and cannot do. So good luck, and I'll be lurking in the background.
It does appear to all be working correctly, it's, as far as I can see. The only thing that isn't is Powder Monkey 0.9 has it deleted from my system for some reason. Should I just delete that manually?
Is that a question?
Yeah, basically. Just checking what you because it hasn't deleted for some reason.
Yeah.
When I set it to auto overwrite and it didn't overwrite it, it's just put it to one side. Turned it all off. It's all red.
Yeah, that's
so it's
because
all off.
I put it into a different header. So I would just, if you have Powder Monkey .09,
This is how quickly
just
Powder
delete
Monkey
that
has
whole-
evolved. We have now gone through all the dot zeros, and we're now on to 1. That's gone.
Yeah, we've gone back around again.
I think that was.
But the
I think Steve Clarke. I think that was the wrong one. Because he did T. Yeah, you just did T. Ren. Okay. Start off with a nice, easy question from Foxo here. Considering I haven't played those in a while, but I'll look up their stats. Because I'm still rebuilding my account. But I'm tier 17, so we can do. Thanks to World of Warships, I was tier 16, and they've promoted me up because I hadn't got the level yet. They've basically gone Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fine. We'll make you up to 17 so you can do team battles. And do those things. Have the fun
Ghost
things.
Fox, are you here?
Yeah.
Ghost Fox is not here.
No. It was. Don't worry, it's muted now, Melanie. Thank you, Colin Cameron, for that. Thank you. So, what... well... Let's have a look at Hawk. Let's see if I can find a decent picture of her that I can use without people getting upset at me. Ooh. Well... Actually... No, if I open that as well at this point when I'm doing all the diagnostic stuff I'm doing, that I will kill even my computer. I will kill even my computer at that level. Right then, where can I find a decent picture of Hawk? A decent picture of Hawk. Oh, this is annoying. Right. Well, it's part of their... It's part of their British tech It's a tier 7 battleship, isn't it? Can I find a decent picture of Hawk? Okay, I'm going to have to be naughty. So we're going to hope this works and this doesn't crash my machine. Because I'm going to add something else to going on here. And we'll see if that works. Right. Let's see. Thankfully, they haven't done an update. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick flick over. So that's Windows Capture. And if I just do an appropriate thing, because basically I'm just going into the tech tree on World of Warships game. That's what this is how I'm cheating on this one. It's because I can't find a decent picture any other way, and hopefully YouTube doesn't mind it. But let's have a look at it. Let's see what's going on, and let's see what we can talk about. Today's going to be a fun day. Oh. Now, if we go to Tech Tree and we look up, we've got Hawk and we've got Rook. There you go. Let's start off with Rook because she's a tier 7 one. And let's preview the ship. And if I can do this, it's coming out as a massive thing in the corner, hasn't it? But if I can take you to this, and I can do this, stick it up above my head so I can point things out. How's that sound? So this is the Hawk. Now, it's following a pretty standard layout for battleships and battle cruisers for capital ships in this period. It looks a pretty nice ship to me. It's artillery, 16-inch guns, Mark 1 Vickers mount. So it's their nail rod guns. pretty nice system. Presume twin sixes, four fives from their from their what they look like on the top. Yeah, they're 4 5s. It's a capable looking ship. Let's see, what's the speed, maneuverability, maximum speed 30.5 knots. Isn't this is a battleship? I'm sure it's in the battle cruiser tech tree, but yeah, okay. It looks more like a battle cruiser from the way its hull's flared, but yeah, I suppose. Fast battleship, 30 knots. It's a decent enough ship. It could be interesting, and the tier 7 and tier 8, and the British battle cruisers in particular. Well, as a whole, the British battle cruisers in the tech tree are fairly decent. I myself currently have Queen Mary, trying to get Tiger in. My whole account, I hadn't played in so long, it ended up somehow getting blank, so I've had to rebuild it. But yeah, Hawk and Rook look pretty darn fairly cool to me, and fairly capable. This one looks a little built up for what I imagine a battlecruiser design would be. It looks like you're trying to add a lot of instability. Normally, you wouldn't want this sort of flaring out like this sort of area. That's going to lead to a lot of weight being high up in the ship and being spread out. When you're talking about your metacentric height, you want the metacentric height to be on the center line, and you want it to be as low down as possible to reduce the instability of your ship. And naturally, in a battleship or any capital ship or any aircraft carrier especially, the instability can go very high. With an aircraft carrier, you'd be sort of looking at a flight deck, which is probably about this level up here. And that means there's going to be all the hangar weight and everything down below, and the metacentric height can be quite problematic for a ship and can introduce a lot of instability. It's also one of the reasons why in damage control, aircraft carriers are very different than capital ships in that, and that's one of the reasons it causes trouble with, especially with the Royal Navy, with loss of Courageous and Glorious early on, because they lose a lot of the people who had been training up and going through the systems who were carrier specialists in damage control. And carriers are the only ships where you basically start counter-flooding the moment you get any problems. You basically start counter-flooding a carrier the moment you go, we've got a half-a-degree list, counter-flood is what you have to do with a carrier, because a carrier's its metacentric point of metacentric height is so high, it can really tip over quite quickly. You don't want that. You don't want to be in that kind of situation. So you want to have a situation where you can have a lower metacentric height as possible. Yeah. And so you want to put the weight down low, which is why, again, with capital ships, they don't tend to like having things like 6-inch guns higher up. For example, if I would have said more likely would have been the 6-inch guns would have been, this would have been slightly further back, 6-inch guns down here, and these would be maximum the 4 5s at this height. For weight reasons, rather than sticking one down there. Also, you've got to think about what you've got in here underneath this to support it, and how that's going to affect your line and curvature, because this hull's not weight bearing. It's the ribs inside the keel which is taking the weight and the strain. And if you consider that's quite a narrow area of flaring, whereas this has got more space. If you pushed it slightly further back, you'd have had more space, and pushed it slightly further back along. But yeah, it's still nice. It's still a nice design. It's got some definite British flares to it. Right, so if I get rid of Windows Capture 2, and I go ESC on that, and I then make my computer's life just that little easier by exiting game, and go to the next question. Karen, do you think part of the reason the Royal Navy have been willing to risk the carriers sub-hunting was because a large portion of the Admiralty viewed them in the cruiser class and not as capital ship? you have to consider it a different way. The Royal Navy are trying to start off the war by doing their hunting groups, going out and hunting submarines. And in exercises, they've found those hunting groups led by carriers have been absolutely amazing because of the ability of the aircraft to search the area and either force submarines to dive or attack them on the surface. It's allowed your sub-hunting to be far, far more effective. It is a real force multiplier. So you have to consider it's in war. It's always a balance of risks, and the fact is, the Royal Navy did have the cruiser carrier role in mind for doing that job. But the thing is, they didn't have enough cruiser carriers. This is the thing where I say, if the tonnage differential for the Royal Navy, under the Washington Treaty, had been 12,000 tons, or rather than 10,000 tons, had been anything over that 10,500 tons, I think you would have seen a whole slew of Hermes style carriers built under the terms of the Washington Treaty, because they're 10,500 tons, which they would have then churned out. They would have been the cruiser carrier role because they wouldn't have been restricted by treaty, and they'd probably built them alongside the county class. They'd probably done for every 4 of the counties that have been one of these cruiser carriers built, because for anti-submarine warfare, they are the bee's knees. They are brilliant. Hermes and Argus developed real skills and real trust from the Royal Navy in their ASW capability. And it's because they have so few of those carriers around, and they've been basically able to make the case for getting fleet carriers. And if you've got limited cumulative tonnage and includes even the ships below that, you have to get the best carrier you have, because let's be honest, a fleet carrier can do the ASW role. It can also do all the other roles, whereas a cruiser carrier can literally do the scouting and the ASW role. You buy the fleet carrier. And so you end up having to use a fleet carrier to do a cruiser carrier role, because you know how useful that is. And because, let's be honest, when you've got the initial start of the war, what are the carriers going to be doing? Italy doesn't get involved until the war goes on for longer. So the most useful thing the carriers can do at that point is the ASW. It's the sad fact of life in that situation that the Royal Navy had a very good, very advanced doctrine for its naval aviation, for its carriers and for these things to do, but it didn't have enough of them. It didn't have enough of them to do all the things it needed to do. Which was sad for it, really. Definitely sad for it. Alright, I'm going to take this off. And I'll hear if anyone comes through with panic. But it's easier for me to talk for a while with it off my head. So yeah, it's one of the problems of life. The Royal Navy had these plans, they had these great ideas, and it didn't work out. Hi, Jacob. And yeah, so is Dragon 2000 the same name as Discord? Yes, they are. As is, Steve Clarke is pretty much the same as well on Discord, and they are sorting out the groups. And thank you very much, everyone who's supporting the channel and everyone who's doing super chats and things today, because that's really nice of you. As said, I expect most of the money. I am. How do I put this? There are people who keep saying there's going to be huge amounts of money raised. I don't think so. I think, but I'm hopeful of getting enough money to fund the research and fund the pictures for the books to come out. So if I press the Q release again, Senator Canary, you get to replace any ship in history with a Higgins boat. Where do you change the history and most, and why is it the white ship? If I can put a Higgins boat anywhere, I'm putting in Dardanelles. I'm putting in Dardanelles completely. I am literally putting in Dardanelles because that is the best place for it. And if I could get the Higgins boat for Gallipoli operations, then you could change the history of World War One, because the speed and pace of the troops going ashore, the maneuverability Higgins boats would offer. You know, if you've got Higgins boats at Gallipoli, I've done that as a scenario. I've taken World War II level landing craft to Gallipoli, and you can completely change the entire history. It's fun. Mr. Stanley, was the Mosquito, which needed mods, ever considered for carry use? Both takeoff and landing. It was considered for carry use. There are problems, though. Considering the Mosquito's construction, they did try and use it, and eventually you've got the Hornet and various things which actually come from its similar line development. But because of the way the Mosquito was built, it was quite difficult for carrier operations. It was easy to fix and maintain afterwards, and it was quite good at rough strip landings. So they did think it would be useful for carriers. But A, it was making a folded wing variant. B, that could fit on the lifts. B, it comes to making that folded wing variant fit in the hangars. And C, this was most important, it's the fact that a Mosquito, when you are repairing it, when you're fixing it, it requires a lot of work and requires a lot of space. And the trouble is the Royal Navy already had one aircraft which was pretty durable for the role. The Mosquito, the skill, the thing, the ending judgment is basically, by the time they've got carriers which have big enough lifts and which have big enough hangars, other than HMS Eagle, because HMS Eagle has a massive hangar, and the basic that could have been a role for Eagle actually as a Mosquito carrier, if Mosquitoes had been able to make small enough, and they could have done something useful in them. But it basically, yeah, in the end, it was the amount of compromises you had to make to design, the amount of compromises you had to make in everything else, meant it wasn't really a practical thing to push for during wartime. It just wasn't. But it was interesting. Dragon 2000, you've been put in charge of development of the Dido class cruiser and have modern knowledge. What do you change, and what can you actually change about designs? Well, pretty much we're building everything on an Arafuser class hull, but I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to make it a little bit broader beamed. I'm going to make them broad beam Leanders. And I'm going to what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the 5.25s in the sort of their in their mounts, but I'm going to have 4. And I'm going to instead use the higher positions, especially the forward ones, but also around side, for a lot more 40mm. So they're going to come out with a lot of 40mm and 40mm built in. In fact, I might even try and see if I can make a 40mm Gatling. I'm always happy to answer JC Stanley. It's always happy to answer them. And, you know, the Mosquito would have been an interesting aircraft to have. It's just in the end, it's a case of as much as the Navy would have liked it, it wasn't enough to justify the compromises. The compromises you make in the Mosquito to make it work just also degrade the ability of the Mosquito to beat a Mosquito. But yeah, the Didos, if I was going to fix them, I'm adding in more 5.25s. In terms of their stability, I'm still keeping the 5.25s. I'd love the 4 twins would do it, but this is the 40mm, and if I can get a lot of those. Also, I have to say I would be tempted by the idea of seeing if I could make something. And this is going to sound sacrilege for me, but if I could make something which has both the 5.25s. The other option is if I take the 4.5s, especially the capital ship variants of the guns, and I stick 2 pair forward, 2 pair aft, and 1 on each wing, whether that offers me a better all-round fire protection, because basically I'm building an AA cruiser. But I think the 5.25s work, and I think going for 4 twins and building it slightly broader beam so it's got more stability and more space overall, but not much bigger. But, you know, if you make it about a meter beamier, it's not going to cause you many issues in terms of the dry docks and things you can use, but it is going to give you a lot of capability in terms of stability. And it's going to give you a lot more space internally, and you can start adding things in. Okay, there's a Foxo. It is often claimed and disputed that the Tribals and Didos had a common ancestor. How true is this? It is true. I did that in my book. They do have a common ancestor. The common ancestor is the same design study. And it's quite common. Basically, the Royal Navy was looking at a similar thing of, well, what's a gun destroyer, what's a gun cruiser look like, what are we sort of doing at the smallest end, and there's a third offspring. There's the daring class, which really are, when you look at the daring class post World War II, they really are a case of, oh, yeah, you are a cruiser-built destroyer that can definitely do the cruiser role for many circumstances, as well as being a very good destroyer. And as I've often said, the Didos are destroyer-built cruisers. Every inch is crammed with guns and weaponry. And the Tribals are cruiser-built destroyers, where they're built around their guns. They are this design study is the common ancestor. It's where they come from, and it's what's in them. And it's good stuff for them. It is good stuff for them. It's good stuff for everyone else, really, when you start looking at it, because it works for the Royal Navy. Ah. You meant one singular Higgins boat in that Seneca Nero. One singular Higgins boat. One singular Higgins boat. The whole point of the Higgins boats is they work by being a mass volume. If you want to make one singular Higgins boat helpful at any point in history, you're looking for a ray conducted in one boat. And I don't know. Maybe send it to General Washington as he was at the point when he's crossing the Delaware. That might help him. Fall of Constantinople. That would the singular Higgins boat would be kind of useful to someone. Douglas EOT, in your Japan joins the Allies, how many capital ships, carriers, and battleships do you think each major navy would most likely attempt to keep during and after the Cold War? Oh. That's an interesting one, because they're going to be building things up differently. In that scenario, the capital ship hasn't been completely replaced. I think what you end up probably is navies like the Royal Navy, the US Navy, end up moving to a 2-for-1 ratio, where you have roughly a couple of carriers for every capital ship. I think the French might go for a 1-for-1 ratio, and I think the Japanese might try for a 2-for-1 ratio. Because the carriers are going to be very useful, but everyone's still going to know how powerful the capital ships are, and it's not going to be as obvious that their day might have come yet, especially if you're not going to have... One of the things you're not going to have with that scenario is the big carrier battles. That's the thing. You won't have the big carrier battles. You have the carriers taking out fleets in harbour. And as they're getting better, you're going to know they can take out fleets at sea as well. But are you going to be sure? It's the classic thing with defence spending. Can you be 100% sure that no one's going to develop something which works? Because the lesson of the June of Coal was that, yes, you can put everything into torpedo boats, but then we just festoon our ships with quick-firing guns and bye-bye your torpedo boats long before they ever launch a torpedo. This is the trouble with new technology. You go, wow, this is going to work. This is going to be amazing. This is going to solve all our problems. And it might do. But it also might find itself coming a cropper of another piece of technology very quickly. It's like people are putting a lot of money into drones at the moment, and that's useful. But the things I would think about already about taking out drones is take out target communications networks. That's going to be Achilles' heel for drones. Okay, so make them more and more autonomous. You know, getting closer and closer to battle droids. Let alone, and don't want to get into close to AI. We've all seen the Terminator movies. We do not need to have an actual run for that. Well, the problem you have with that, with making them automated, is again, then you're pushing into other things of what's their likely threat going to be. I would say the reason you're seeing, and I've seen navies for the last 20 years, pushing more onto lasers is because, yeah, those communication systems, those key systems within an aircraft, especially in a drone, are even more vital because of the command and controls coming through them. You fry those bits with your laser, that drone is mission killed. Oh, so you want to harden the drone? Well, that's going to make the drone bigger. And then you start being a race of the drone becoming bigger as you harden it against lasers, and then you suddenly your drone is into the category where it's now expensive enough that, frankly, using a missile on it works. And suddenly no one's going, well, you're using a this many £1 million missile to shoot down this drone. And you sort of go, well, the value of the drone's not important. The value of what the drone was targeting is what matters. If you're saving that much money in terms of infrastructure, in terms of merchant shipping from that drone hitting it, and causing that much less damage to your economy, then frankly the missile's worth it. The cost of the missile is not about the cost of the thing it's targeting. It never has been. The nicest way, look at when people have been plotting to use Cessnas loaded with bombs to go fly in to targets, etc., and those things. Again, the cost of the system doesn't matter. What matters is the cost of the target. So when people start going, "Oh, this drone costs this much money. You're destroying this much money missiles. It's pointless. This is too expensive." They're missing the thing. The cost of the drone is not the thing that matters in that equation. The cost of the thing the drone's targeting versus the cost of what you're doing to defend it. Yeah, apparently it's giving me the times in my local time. So, yeah. And yes, if you have a missile to hand, it's already been paid for. Megascrow. Have seen the Didos class get a lot of criticism. As such, I've decided to sacrifice the class in the altar of the Critical York class. Better or worse? Look, the York class is the reason I call them the cut price counties. And they're not even cut price. They're almost as expensive as a county class cruiser. For not much more money, you get a full fat county. Not much more crew, you get a full fat county. And the problem I have with the York class is they are predicated on the idea that you will get a volume of them in order to offset the fact that they're individually less capable. And you end up only getting 2, and due to treaties, they don't matter much. And the thing is, as good as Exeter and York are, as good as they are lovely ships, they are hard-working crews, they do great jobs. They'd have been so much better as a full fat county. You know, Exeter River Plate with an extra twin 18-inch turret is going to be a far more useful asset. She's going to be faster. She's going to be slightly that much better equipped. That's the problem. Edinburgh would have had that much more survivability, being that much larger when she's attacked. This is the reality you're dealing with. In order to save money and justify to save money, you need to build a quantity of them. They worked out you could get 6 for the price of 4 was the idea. Well, if you got 6, then it would have made sense. Because that allows you to be in 2 more places, for ships to be in 2 more functions than you would with the 4. And then it would make sense. But they didn't. They got 2. And they end up costing so much that you could have got 2 Surrey class for pretty much for the price. Which would be the next generation of full fat counties. And then you have to ask the question of, which would I prefer? 2 Surreys or York and Exeter? I prefer the Surreys. If my choice is between 4 Surreys and 6 Yorks, then it becomes a harder question. But the history as it pans out, no. The York class are ultimately not worth it from a strategic, tactical, or economic point of view. Whereas the Didos, they at least do make some sense. Hendrik, if you add a exclamation mark Q&A or exclamation mark questions before at the beginning of it, then it will go into the queue, and I'll be able to pick it up when I get to it. Okay, Hendrik, because otherwise it gets lost in all the miles. Okay. Colin Cameron, was it the 70, 74, or 76 gun Warspite that fired its own guns? Okay. Two of them did it at one point, and only one of them didn't. You have some images from Megascrow. It's not allowing me to display the images at the moment. Let me go and try and hunt them down. Yeah, the images aren't. They've come through. Okay, now they've turned up. Well, yes. The thing is, about 2 Warspites in history have a habit, were in a battle, and before the order went to fire, and even their captains, before they'd given an order to fire, had fired their own, literally started firing, and all their guns fired off. I think it was... I have a feeling it was the 76 and the 74 which fired their own guns, and I think the 76 was the one instance I've referred to on stream. And basically, the captain, no one gave orders, the guns started firing. One gun went off, and this is quite not, and then the rest of the guns, basically all the gun crews presumed the order must have given and started firing their guns, is the description which we often describe it. But literally, it fired its own gun. And hit the target! They hit the target! This is the thing that really causes fun for people. They actually did slam into the enemy when they fired their guns, and when Warspite fired her guns, very quickly other ships resumed, so no admiral, the battle began with no admiral, no captain, no one giving an order. It was Warspite fired her own guns. She started a battle. So this is another reason why I am absolutely, as much as I have great respect for Warspite as a name, and I believe it's a lauded historical name which should be used by the Royal Navy, I am absolutely petrified of the fact that they've decided to name a ballistic missile submarine HMS Warspite. My car is named Warsprite in honour of the first ship to carry the name in the first original spelling, which was Warsprite, not Warspite, Warsprite. I still would not name an SSBN Warspite. I just wouldn't. No, and definitely no AI to Warspite, Jacob. No one pick up on that idea. No AI on any ship named Warspite. I still maintain that if there's a Warspite going around in the Federation to keep for the Dominion Wars of last of the time it did, they must have kept it on the other side of the Federation, far away under lock and key, with all instructions of this ship is not to be allowed out. It will commit acts which are not within the Federation's keeping. Fib Susan, thank you. Thank you for being the guy you are, and I enjoy your channel a lot, and I hope your Historiophon will be great success. I hope it will too. Thanks a lot for being yourself. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say that, and thank you for the euros. Thank you. No, it's gone Dreadnought, and it's the second of the classes being Warspite, and it's yeah. We don't know what to go there. All right. So, Steve, is the question? What's the question to do with the pictures? Just gonna ask. If you've got it, put it in and I'll ask it. So I'll just, before I press the question release button and add another question, I'll just see if Steve adds the question which goes with these pictures. Otherwise, I'm gonna presume I am being asked to evaluate them. Wow. Type 83 should be called Warspite. Yes, it should, Lions. The ships are merged. You have merged... What? This is a modern heavy cruiser. It's got 9 point... Okay, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do Windows Capture again. And I'm going to do... Hopefully that's the right one. Yes, it's the right one. There we go. We have got a very cool... This is a heavy cruiser. And it's... with 8-inch 50s. Des Moines styles. 9? Oh, 6 8-inch 50s. Okay. 8 5-inch 45s. Pitch 70%, roll 74.5%. Yeah, that's a ship where you probably need to reduce the bulkheads and increase the deck armor to make it work. UAD. That's why we're doing a UAD design thing tomorrow, where I'm literally going to be designing ships to the suggestions of all of you. So, Lord, I have no idea what's going to be coming in on that one. That could be fun. I might, if Fleet's awake and available, I will have him on as well, chatting away while we're doing that. It's cool. Let's look line. Yeah, it's just... That's a ship and a half, definitely. That's a ship and a half, definitely. I'd say just to release it again. That I love the way the gun, the R5-inch gun is pointing forward, because quite literally that is what they would do in that position because of where everything else is. But this is one of the things I do sometimes find with UAD. I wish I could flip parts around more easily. Sometimes they really don't like it and they will claim that it doesn't work. But I would have. You can sometimes get it so that it flips around, and I would flip that around. I have the 5-inch looking aft. Oh no, there's so many ideas coming into the chat about what their plans are for the UAD. Oh good lord, I should be scared, shouldn't I? I should be scared. And tool that off. And yeah. Dragon 2000. How excited, tormented do you think Fu would be if he was teleported through time to his favourite time period of French, Hoche and Spanish ships, but they are all Azur Lane? Okay, truly, I usually say Azur Lane questions, save them for Fu on Random Ramblings, because I know how much he loves Azur Lane. But I would say he would be tormented, especially by Hoche, because for him that would be his perfect partner. As we have discussed many times, the Fu's relationship with Hoche is possibly not sensible, or even, but love rarely is. It's pure. I'm not sure if Hoche would return his affections, but I'm absolutely sure he would try his best. It'll be fun. It will be fun. Henry Buffer, if Britain built one multi-class... If Britain built one multi-class carrier, what I'm guessing is going to be what happens from Hendrik Buffer. I'm guessing, because that seems to be... Let me see if another question came through, which is the thing. No. So, if Britain built one multi-class, if Britain had completed HMS Malta... A, she'd probably be renamed HMS Ark Royal, because she'd be the largest carrier. And honestly, her and the Audaciouses would probably be the cornerstone of the Royal Navy running into the 1970s, 80s. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Audacious carriers are sacrificed first and they keep her around, because she's going to be a very useful asset. You have to remember that the size differential between Audacious and a Malta might not look big, but the differential in them in terms of their construction plans and the overall equivalent size means that the Maltas are like the Midways, but in many ways they are actually better for improvement than the Midways because of where they are structured in, where their armour, where everything is layered into their hull. There are subtle differences in the design between a Malta and a Midway, which means whilst a Midway has greater aircraft capacity, a Malta actually has better capacity for long-term adaptation, conversion to jets and those things because of the way she's structured. So a Malta could very easily be viable right up into the 1990s. And the thing is, when you have that as a capability in certain periods, I could see the actual scenario being that instead of it being Fearless and Intrepid, which people think are going, it could be Malta is going, and so the Argentinians invade the Falklands, and then Malta goes down there and does her duty, whomps them, and when she's on her way back, basically the British government decide the British are going to keep in the carrier design business. The other interesting thing would be you probably have later formed Bristols in that command, that Type 82s. And some of the ideas for the 82s included they were going to get Seawolf added on. So they would have had Sea Dart, Seawolf, and Ikra, as well as their guns. So whilst they're not designed to have a hangar for helicopters, let's be honest, if you have a couple, 2 or 3 or even 4 of those in service for the Falklands War, that makes a huge difference again, because you've got your 42-22 combo in one ship. And you've got a ship which is also large enough and has the SATCOM spread out enough that when the SATCOMs are on, it doesn't affect your radar. Brilliant, as they say. Absolutely brilliant for that one. Sorry, someone sort of just stuck his leg up in the air going, I want to be patted for a bit. Thank you, Michael Cooch. Oh, the Princess Bride fun. The fact that so many of you are so keen on the idea of me watching The Princess Bride worries me. It worries me greatly. We'll leave it to one side, though, but it does worry me greatly. Terminus 82. How would the French Navy have looked like in the end of the 19th century if they decided to go 1-to-1 ratio to the RN before the end of the century? Bankrupt. No, literally, because whilst the French would like to go 1-to-1 before the end of the 19th century, if you consider the Franco-Prussian War and the other things they get involved in Europe, they have a huge land empire. The whole reason why the French can never afford to spend as much on Navy, and the same the Germans can't afford to spend as much on Navy as the Royal Navy, Britain can, is because Britain's an island and they are continental powers. Pretty much Britain, and this is going to be terrible, and please note I do not advise this as a sensible idea at all, if it was purely acting in its own interests, could afford to have an entirely reservist army and that was focused entirely on UK defence and being mobilised slowly in the event of wartime, and put all its money into its Navy and its Air Force. That's not a sensible route to go on. That's not something I would advise, but Britain, because of its nature, can do that. The French could never do that. The French couldn't do that at any point because of their land empire, land borders, and because of their empire, but also because of their land borders in Europe and because of the powers they have shared borders with. So if the French tried to 1-to-1 match the Royal Navy, A, that leads to a naval race, which quickly exceeds what the Germans could ever afford. Germans could afford in this period and could have done. But B, basically, if the French try to 1-to-1 the Navy, Royal Navy, as well as to defend themselves on land, they're going bankrupt. And you've got the fall of the Second French Empire, and probably the Republic as well that comes after it. It's just going to be dangerous for them. It's a It's a reality when it comes to these things. If Britain built one multi-class carrier instead of Vanguard, how much better position would they have been in post-war? If they built it instead of Vanguard, then probably the other interesting thing you get is if you have Malta instead of Vanguard, Hendrik Bofa. They do have a better position post-war, but also you probably have more of an argument to finish off the remaining Maltas rather than the Audaciouses, because then you're going to have class commonality. And without Vanguard, you're probably going to see the KGVs last a bit longer in service. Because, especially with the Sveldovs and things coming into service, you're probably going to see Anson and Howe last that little bit longer. Because you haven't got anything else to last in that time. And, as me and Drac have discussed, if you've got 3 to 4 Maltas finished off, you don't do the Victorious modifications, you don't do anything like that, because that's going to be a cost of money that you just don't want to spend, and you don't need to spend in that scenario. So yeah, that you probably save a lot of money and have a better navy for it, far more flexible navy. But also you have some issues coming up in terms of what they will find going on in terms of what am I saying? In terms of when you have that sort of commitment, you've made a significant change. So you get issues in terms of trying to predict how those changes are going to work out. You know, me and Drac, when we're talking this through in the two historians, we're having a lot of fun with it. But one of the things we do realise is you've changed history significantly enough in that scenario that you are now talking about your logical, so your logic pushing it on. It's not, there's no touch points, or very limited touch points, because again, if the Royal Navy's got such a carrier strength, if the Royal Navy has a Malta-class carrier instead of Vanguard and does have more Maltas built, then the Royal Navy's going to be the carrier force in the North Atlantic at the front, and that's going to change the cost variables for the Americans. They might well be happy to concentrate elsewhere in the world and leave the North Atlantic to the UK. And that might change the cost scenario for Vietnam, because again, it might be the British go, well look, in the nicest way, you can save money by orientating your carriers towards Vietnam and for that support operation there. You don't have to worry about North Atlantic, we'll take lead in it. And it changes relationships with Britain, with France, with Europe, all these things, because Britain will be the major carrier power. The major carrier power. I also wouldn't be surprised if Clemenceau and Foch are very, very different. They're probably going to have to be bigger in that scenario, because the French will be worried about how much small their ships are compared to the British. And I'm not saying that's their ego coming in, but yeah, their ego will come in. James Morrison, would it have been practical for the Royal Navy of the Victorian period to build a type of marine landing ship? Probably not a dock-down ship, but they could have built something with sufficient winches, etc., on to offload and unload boats a lot quicker. They did actually look at it, but honestly, they realised that liners often had such things as part of their build, and frankly, they would just prefer to use them. It was cheaper to take them up from trade when needed them. But yeah, an actual specific amphibious ship would be sensible. Lions, thank you. As I've said before, the money. This is today's video, and I am very grateful for all the donations I do receive. I'm very grateful for all the support I do receive in that way, but I'm also, these videos, they're about me being able to chat with all of you. That's the big thing on them. That is the really big thing on them. It's fun. It's what I wanted to do for a while. Okay. Cough, cough. Okay, good boy. You're being a very quiet papa. Good boy. Good boy. Okay, you want more belly rubs. Sorry, I've got a poodle demanding belly rubs. He's literally gone. He's literally spread his legs down there, going, "Hello, rub my belly." So, But they could have built something if they'd really wanted to. Drones that... I do know there's another question coming which has more than that in it, so I'll wait till we get to that question in the KVG. 36hr, if the RAF did not form on the 1st of April 1918, and the Army Air Corps operated the light, medium, and heavy bomber, wouldn't that mean the Army Air Corps would get caught in the fallacy of strategic bombing wins wars? More than likely, but as the Army Air Corps, they would also get caught in the trouble of our bosses are very concerned about, are you actually going to be supporting the troops? So actually, they might end up not being caught in it as much as the Royal Air Force ends up being captured. But also, you have to remember, it's not a capture of the Royal Air Force; it's a capture of the Air Ministry, a section of the Royal Air Force, and it's the fact that those officers managed to dominate the Air Ministry positions at a critical time in its scenario, and that's what brings about the issues you have with the Royal Air Force in terms of getting fighters into service, in terms of getting funding for fleet, in terms of getting sensible procurement for the Royal Navy's fleet aviation. All those things come about because of that, because those officers do not see anything like that as being important. Because it's only really with the development of radar, and despite it coming into service in the early being developed in the early 1930s, it's an issue. In term, that it's only with that radar coming into service that they start to think, well, fighters and maybe the bombers won't always get through, and it takes a while for that to be the case, for them to really work through it and be happy with that as a case. It's life. The Air Ministry is an interesting organisation, and as said, it's the fact that it's ignoring not only the people often consider it as a Royal Air Force versus Navy thing, and really it's not. It's a faction of the Royal Air Force which is dominating the Air Ministry versus everyone else thing, because they are not funding fighters, they are not funding anything, they're not fighting air defences. There's the legacy of them. It's one of the reasons why you still to this day have trouble trying to get the Royal Air Force to have decent air defence missiles attached to the Royal Air Force Regiment. The RAF Regiment, there are many who I've spoken to and worked with over the years who would love to have something equivalent to Patriot system, and thought when the Navy was getting, because of the relationship they built up with the F-35B program and the carrier program and the things approachment going on there, thought it might be possible that they might get something else. They might get the Sea Viper system. They might get the land version of it, and that would be useful for them to set up bases. They haven't. Britain has, barring Land Scepter, which is the land-based version of the Sea Scepter system, we have no surface-to-air missiles which are land-based in the UK's armed forces. None at all. This is why I laugh when someone goes, "Oh yeah, they're going to cut the Type 45s." I go, "So what's your ballistic missile defence for the UK?" They're looking at, I go, Type 45s. The Royal Navy destroyers, they are the defences for the carriers, they're defences of Britain. And one of the big problems we now have currently with the idea for the carriers is that the problem is we only built 6 Type 45s, and they've realised there might be threats to the UK, and they're the only things which can have even a chance to defend against those threats. And the thing is, the Aster missiles we have, the Sea Vipers, are not necessarily the best systems for what is in effect point defence against ballistic missiles, but they're the only system we actually have which is our own. Only system we have which actually belongs to Britain. So yeah. Thank you, Vision. Oh, sorry, Dan. Dan, perhaps you'll be able to join in the World of Warships thing tonight. Hello, the garden chair. Oh. Questions work on Twitch too. Yes, the question system works on both Twitch. The question system, these questions, they can come from Twitch or from YouTube. It doesn't matter which you're in. The same system works on both. So it's connected both up, which is why I've got the question stream running. The trouble is, the synthesized chat, which I have in front of me, which allows me to see the chat from both YouTube and Twitch, that won't display on the corner of the screen on this side. So that's why I don't have chat on this side. Otherwise, I just have YouTube chat running up on this side. But yeah. Nice to hear everyone. If the Army Air Corps operated light, medium, and heavy bombers, would the Army Air Force still want to get free heavy bombers like the Short, Sterling, Handy Page, Halifax, and Naval Lancaster? Probably. Probably, because they'd still like the idea of strategic bombing, but the strategic bombing would probably be orientated on things like taking out railways and those things, which is what strategic bombing was actually pretty good at. And fuel targets. The British Army as a whole, I don't think would necessarily like the idea of bombarding cities en masse. But trying to do a version that the Americans were doing, this is the interesting thing, is the other question is if it was an Army Air Corps, would they have favoured daylight bombing for precision strikes against things like factories and railways, or would they prefer night bombing against large, wide area targets? And I think that's the difference between an Army Air Corps and an Air Force in that time period with how it develops heavy bombing, because to generals who are from the land side, who are going to be higher up in the commands chain, one is more palatable than the other. Yeah, guys, drones. Read the Lancet Area 120 category drones already have the capability to attack helicopters. Improving logarithm to chase Garand-sized drones is the next step, if not all taken. Yeah, there will be drone versus drone warfare soon. And honestly, at a certain point, you're just going to have the different size. The ships are going to be the different size of drones they operate. There's going to be the frigates and destroyers are probably going to operate anti-submarine warfare crewed helicopters supported by rotary drones which are doing ASW support, as well as probably doing gunnery targeting and those sort of things. You're going to have the carriers operating a long-range strike drones, as well as the fighter aircraft, which are going to be involved in air defense, etc. And the reason why you're going to have fighter aircraft still crewed for air defense is there is a simple scenario. Until we can be absolutely certain that we are seeing a long-range maritime patrol aircraft rather than the airliner which it's converted from, we are not going to go to the system of having the drones doing the intercepts. Because whilst in wartime it's a fairly easy justification, okay, target came into this region, we blew it away, it was not supposed to be there, we're sorry. In peacetime, when you have the grey effect, you want someone to be able to fly up and check it out. And that's literally what the Harrier was almost justified on. The Harrier for the Royal Navy was justified as much by the grey zone prior to war as it was the actual war fighting, an actual war zone operation, because you need to have that check. You need to have someone go up and check before you launch these missiles or you engage it yourself as a Harrier go up. You need to have someone go up and check if that's an airliner or if that's a maritime patrol aircraft that has the similar characteristics as an airliner. Runon is a magician, confirmed. We have been saying this for a while. We have been saying Runon's a magician for a while. Nice to get everyone. If the RAF did not form on April 1st, 1918, and the Army Air Corps was operating the bombers, what issues for Royal Navy would that cause in reality? Probably not much. Honestly, the Royal Navy's main problem is going to be if it's still got the treaties, adjusting to the treaty scenario. But the other problem it's going to have constant political battles with the Army over the fact that the Royal Navy is going to probably keep getting better aircraft than the Army, because the Army's the same trouble that attracts the Royal Flying Corps is going to keep plaguing the situation as they go on. Because the trouble with the Royal Flying Corps is they tried to order aircraft under the Army ordering system, and the Army ordering system didn't improve till they finally got tanks and motor transport mass organised post World War One. I mean, so. They're probably going to be dealing with a tremendous disadvantage when it comes to ordering aircraft till about the 1930s. And the Royal Navy is going to be absolutely lapping it up. The main problem for the Royal Navy is going to be when they realise that they really made the wrong decision with Courageous, Glorious and Furious rather than the Admiral class. And that's going to cause issues, even more issues for BT, probably longer term. Possibly that causes issues going into the First London Naval Treaty. It's going to be political issues rather than operational issues more than anything. You feel you deserve a biscuit for looking at everyone and saying hello. Are there PTs in the chat to justify you having a biscuit? Are there PTs in the chat? I can't see any at the moment. I'm sorry, I don't think anyone thinks you deserve a biscuit at the moment. There's a PR PT. Tematus has come to the poodle say. Yeah, but okay. There you go, you get two. Good boy. What's the time? It's 1 o'clock. Do you want me to put down half your food for your lunch? I'm just going to give him his lunch. You get half of this. And when you finished it, it'll be time for something outside. And if he starts woofing at any point, I should tell you all that the Morrison's van has just arrived, which is dropping off the mound of iron brew. Oh. Hendrik Buffer, what thickness of belt and deck armor would be considered against 8-inch guns? You're probably looking at about an 8-inch belt. If you the rule of thumb was if you want to be armored up to resisting your guns, it's kind of like the Queen Elizabeth class. They have a 13-inch belt wide because that's what's considered enough for stopping a 15-inch shell the first time. So roughly, once you get, and that's the differential once you got to 15 inches. It's now done 13 inches. If you consider 8 inches is down there, consider 18. If we take that up, we're probably dealing with 17 to 14 inches, and it's 14 something inches for the King George V to stop a 16-inch. So you're probably considering about 7 inches, a little bit over 7 inches of armor. Probably 8 inches if you want to guarantee it. And deck armor, you're probably looking at 2 to 3 inches. Has the food gone down the wrong tube, Fluff? Do I need to Heimlich you? Or have you just realised the Morrison's van is there? He's just noticed the Morrison's van. So, he's now eating with furiousness. I know, he's dropping off food. I do know this. I knew he was coming. It's okay, Raleigh. This is one of the trouble with feeding him now and him waking up now. It's just when the person's here. That's fun. So, next question. Steve Richards, can you do a slipper battleship on UAD? I can do one tomorrow. I have many designs. I'm happy to put one together. I will put one together tomorrow. Because that's what I'm doing. I've got a schedule. I have got a schedule actually on the website. It's in the community section of the Discord server. Yeah. So yeah, if I quickly do a Windows capture on that. Okay, put that up. That's helpful. Now, yeah, we've got questions today, and we've got fire class. Raleigh! I know. Your food's being delivered, and you aren't out there supervising it. It's all fine. It's all fine. All fine. I know that. Thank you for telling me. Okay. Then it's the flower class it's 12 to 3, it's questions. 3 till 6, it's the flower class Corvettes. 6 till 9, it's essay competitions. 9 till midnight, it's World of Warships collab stream. 100 hours to 300 hours, it's more questions. And I'll be answering questions the whole way through this, probably. The only times I won't probably be asking questions is when I'm making the presentation. And then the questions will just be stored in the system. And then it'll be U-class submarines between 0300 hours and 0600 hours. And then it'll be essay competition runners-up and Raleigh. Then it'll be the UAD one, which is 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m. to 1200 hours tomorrow. And then it's 1200 hours to 300 hours questions. 1500 hours to 1800 hours presentation free. Jellicoe's third Sea Lord. 1800 hours to 2100 hours questions and essay competition winners. And then it's going to be the World of Warships second collab to finish it off. Because by that point, I'll probably be wanting to answer questions, but also I'll be quite happy if I'm a small part of the screen rather than a big part of the screen, because I will probably be looking like so many questions. So many questions. Right. We finished. Good. Nice to go, everyone. Could HMS Vanguard take America's 5-inch 54 cal Mark 16 dual-purpose guns? If you're prepared to spend the money, probably. If you're prepared to spend the money, yes, of course. But why do you want to do that? Why do you need to do that? What's the cost justification for spending the money? When you're dealing with a ship the size of a capital ship, you have the space, you probably have the tonnage ability to do it. You probably need to organise the power generation. Raleigh! I realise there is food being delivered, and you're not surveying it, but you don't need to woof at the poor man. Thank you. If this does well this year, then we do another one next year. Please note, but within a very short period of time, that door is getting changed, and his whole view of the world is going to change. We're getting rid, because in the other night, if I just quickly make this disappear, yeah, that big door the other night, that big window door, was literally doing boom, 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 in the wind. And that's going pretty darn soon. One of the basically there's a very nice company coming in, and they are going to turn it into a normal front door, normal window, and some breeze block. And eventually my office is going to be there with me able to look out the window and move my desk over there. And then this section over here is going to be library. All books are going to be here. Which is going to be lovely, and that's going to be my sort of front door, and there's going to be space, and it's all going to be nice. Lots and lots of calyxes, lots and lots of calyxes. More space for even more books, yes. There's a fox. If the Royal Navy had them, and they were usable of the carriers of the time, how useful would the glorious naval tornado be? And watch out. Okay, so, Foxo, you keep bringing up the naval tornado. I had hoped that the fact that me and Drac discussed this for quite a long time in the Two Historians would have solved that issue. But let's put it this way. The tornado, if you are prepared to do all the work necessary to basically, you are ripping out the avionics, and that is pretty much all you're going to use. You're going to have to rebuild, put an entire new airframe, entire new design. You're going to end up with probably a fairly decent multi-purpose aircraft. But the question is going to be, why not use an F-18? Because at that work, you are basically building an entirely new aircraft. It's going to maybe have the same avionics, same radar suite, all those things, but it's going to be a completely different airframe shape. It's going to be a completely different landing gear layout. It's going to be completely different engine supports. You're going to need to have everything marinized. Everything is going to be having to work for, is going to be designed to have to deal with salt water, and the fact that you use salt water in firefighting still at that point. So all sorts of things are going to be a factor. So yes, it's going to be massive. I think you might have just encouraged her and made her more curious. Let's put it this way: if it's one of those things of, if you have something like the Midways, if you have the Maltas in service, and Britain is going a domestic route, then their options are the Jaguar or the Tornado. And if they go to Tornado for developing their own aircraft based off that, and to replace sort of Buccaneer strike role, I don't think it will get the air defense role. I think it would get the Buccaneer strike role, perhaps. There are options and there are ways to do it, but I think what you probably get is something like the F-35 project, where you have an F-35A, which is your land-based, and an F-35B, which is your Vistol, and F-35C, which is your Cadabar variant. And basically, you would end up with a Tornado, which was, there'd be the Tornado GR, the Tornado Air Defense, I forget what that one's called exactly at this point, and you'd have a Torpedo Naval. And basically the case of, yes, these have the same software and similar ideas behind them, but they also have massive differences. The F3, wasn't it, the air defense one? Tornadoes? Yeah, so it would be very different in many, many ways. Have you driven off the terrible food delivery man who's come to deliver you food? It's atrocious of him to come and deliver you food. Stuart Marmog, hello. Dr. Clarke, C-Power, no accommodation in the Missile Age. Have you looked into picking up a copy? Yes. Could you persuade Drac to foster some love for the Cold Warrior, your favourite Soviet ship? My favourite Soviet ship is a Sveldov class. I'm sorry, I have a soft spot for the Sveldovs, mainly because of the story behind them and the amount of effort the Soviets went into getting the information about them and compiling it, and the reality of what came out from it. It was really quite funny, and it was really quite a whole load of work for them to get it to work. But, and also, what's really funny is the Soviet reports that led to their whole concept behind the Sveldov class and those things. It ends up being given in British hands. You can find a copy of it. In fact, the best copy you can find of it is in the National Archives in the UK, where they have a version which literally has the Russian in Cyrillic down one side and the English down the other side, and you can read through it. But yeah, I want to do. Basically, I haven't picked up a copy yet, primarily because I'm doing this and preparing for this, and I knew that I didn't need any more distractions in getting this ready, because, you know, the thing is, it'd be very tempting to play the game. But the game will probably be appearing in my Twitch streams. It will probably be coming along very soon, because basically I'm going to be doing a whole load of recorded videos and some lives, which are going to be on both Twitch and YouTube over the Christmas period. But basically, if I get up again this, if I tick into another one of these pictures, this one, the Christmas season. Has it cut? Does it cut it? I thought I could display it all. Oh no, it's helpfully cut it. Okay, give me another second. Flower class, open that up. Oh, hang on. No. Oh, there it is. If I instead go to Clarke, thank you. This is the PowerPoint we've got coming up. Whenever I'm doing basically recorded videos that are coming out, which I don't need to do, which don't need to have me doing a doing a sort of premiere style approach, like the two historians videos, etc. I will probably try and do videos on Twitch. It's going to be a lot of guerrilla streams, basically. And, yeah. So I will probably fit in a whole load of Naval Combat Missile Age sea-power stuff going on there, and a whole lot of, maybe some more World of Warship streams, maybe some UAD streams, probably some Beaver streams. I do enjoy Timberborn as a way to relax, and maybe some other games as well. I'm always open to the idea of strategy games to put in. I keep looking at Crusader Kings 3 and thinking I should enjoy playing that, but for some reason I don't. I find, especially the family planning, and that's as the great Garrus the Brit puts it, it is not a it's a family planning game. Quite weird sometimes. It is quite weird sometimes. Mainly because, yeah, my own family is quite so massive. Make sure that's all saved, because those are going to need to be uploaded soon. Also, I would like to point out that of the PowerPoints, I am happy with 2 out of 3 of them. There is one PowerPoint which might get rewritten before even while I'm live. We'll see what happens. Stephen Richards. If Vanguard and Multiclass carry on knocking around in the early 80s, does the Falklands War happen? It's going to depend. If it sounds like they're going to be withdrawing from operations and Britain's deactivating them, that might be something that the Argentinians consider their signal for, you know, taking over the Falklands, that the British aren't going to do anything because they're getting rid of the Malta and they're getting rid of the Vanguard. But honestly, my view is I would hope that they wouldn't. I would hope that if you've got something like if you've got the Vanguard and Maltas popping around and doing their duty, then they're going to run away. They're going to go, no, this is not sensible. Hello. Hello. Good. Do you want to go garden? Okay, I'll put you garden. Be back in a second. Poodle going to garden. Come on. It's raining. You might not like it out there. You think you want to go, but I know you're in the rain. Yes, we all knew you'd be very quick out there. No, you don't like rain. It does funny things to your hair, doesn't it? It does. You want your bickies now? That is cool, I have to admit. But yeah, if there's a Vanguard and a couple of Malta and a couple of 2 or 3 Maltas still in service with the Royal Navy in the 1980s, then let's be honest, you've probably got Hawkeye in service with the Royal Navy, and you've probably got, I would reckon, Buccaneers and Phantoms would make up the air group. Interesting thing is, have they got intruders or have they gone all Sea-King for their ASW fit? Probably the British have gone all Sea-King, because that just makes life a little bit easier and logistically a little cheaper. And yeah, that's going to be quite a capable air group, but that's also going to mean that the entire Falklands War is going to be very different. Because you also probably have more Type 82s in that scenario, and Belgrano, etc. might be sunk to a strike from Buccaneers. Maybe, and I'm going to throw this out there mainly because I know how it's going to make Fox so happy. Maybe if the Tornado has, well, let's consider its service entry date. They entered service in 1979, so if they have got, pardon me, sorry, a naval Tornado in service at that point, then it might be Tornadoes, which are the strike aircraft which sink the Belgrano. There you go, Dragon. That's a present for Foxo. Hey, Gillibin! There's a... yeah. As at Foxo, if you were the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force, would you rather have 120 plus glorious naval Tornadoes or historical Buccaneers going into Falklands in the First Gulf War? Buccaneers. Personal choice, Buccaneer. But Tornadoes pretty... yeah, Buccaneer, I'll take. Oh. Alright, so go for one. So why wouldn't warships damaged steering not be repaired? Why couldn't the warships warspite's damaged steering not be repaired? Basically because you're presuming there was something wrong with the steering in the first place instead of it just not functioning necessarily correctly. And the issue sometimes they seem to have with the steering is that things get knocked and they work their own way, but also it's the true argument for a Spirit machine that the steering at certain points, they're not sure why it went wrong and they're not sure what they did that fixed it. So that's the real answer to the problem. And the fact if the chief engineer, the engineering officers and the chiefs, neither of them are sure what they did that fixed the steering on Warspite that got it back working. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. If neither's sure, then I can't really tell you what would fix it. So that's the other trouble. If they're not sure what's got wrong, they can't really go and repair it, can they? Don't worry, Zengloon, it's fine. It's fine. When it comes up, it'll just come up as that. I think it's Ice Powder Monkey. It's an exclamation mark Powder Monkey, which gives you all the code, gives you the things. I think Runon's probably around somewhere, and they're wonderful. They'll explain it all. Andrew Bofa, why was the crew complement on the Hipper so large? Prize crews? Prize crews, complexity of the system, but also the fact that in some ways they are the training ships and training ships of the Navy, which are being used to try and train others. So, yeah, you need a lot of crew for starters for all the things they're doing and all the systems they're running, and you need the crew in duplicate for a lot of the systems they are trying to run. And that's the trouble. If you think about it, if let's say my watch, I need 5 people for a watch in a boiler room. How many crew does that translate to? Probably about 20. Because I'll need about 3-4 watches. So now let's say your boiler room is more complicated, has more systems that need to be checked, etc. And you now need 10 people. Well, that doesn't work into an extra 5. That doesn't work into 10 to 5 in terms of crew. That works into 40 versus 20. And the thing is, that also then works into, right then, so I'm going to need extra medical personnel, I'm going to need extra catering personnel, extra logistics personnel to support those extra people. And this is where you have the growth, which is why me and Drac go on about complexity and making systems as straightforward as possible. Because it works exponentially throughout the system. Because then if you have all those extra people and you have those extra people need to support them, you also need all the extra facilities in terms of accommodations to support them and extra hotel facilities, which means you need extra things to support that, and you need extra people for that maintenance. And everything has a knock-on consequence when you're dealing with ship design. So this is the basic problem. The reason the Hippers have so much crew is because of the complexity of their systems. Bruno went to grab a nap. Ah, okay. Yeah, the rain is what's keeping this one. Was the poodle allowed to drag his bed in your workroom for this occasion? Not yet. Not yet. He did try again. He's a good boy. He's currently lied out. He's lied out on my rug, and I'm not allowed to move my chair without him getting upset. So I have to be very cautious about where I position and how I move my chair around. Just for fun, what would happen if the British landing force at Gallipoli slipped back in time to British landing force at Gallipoli slipped back in time to the 1453 at Gallipoli, 3 months before the fall of Constantinople? Did they decide to prevent the fall of Constantinople? Or do they decide to go to Britain? 1453, let's see, which king would be deploying them exactly? I think I know who, but I want to check before I go to that. I think 1453, it's Henry VI. Yeah, it's Henry VI during one of his more lucid phases. He is, of course, the guy who starts off the War of the Roses. Depending on what landing force does, they can set themselves up as the ruler of any part of the world they want to. They literally can. They have enough men, they have enough ammunition, guns, they can do whatever they need to do. And that landing force is pretty massive. They could decide to set themselves up as the rulers of Constantinople, in which case, good luck. Good luck to the Ottomans, because they're going to get wiped out by machine gun fire. And the artillery ranges are going to be enormous. They could, of course, decide to take themselves to Australia and set up a new nation there. They do have a trouble as they're rather short of women. But, yeah, again, depends on what they decide to do. It will be a... It'll be an interesting scenario to see what they do. And also, it's getting fuel they need, the coal they need to move their ships around. But yeah, probably set themselves up somewhere in Europe. In 1453, there's not a lot of the places that we modern recognise as allies, so yeah, and countries. The French troops will probably want to return to France. The English troops might want to return to England, but it's not going to be the England they know. It's definitely not going to be the England they know. Henry Boffa, what would it have taken to make a 6-inch dual-purpose gun viable in the late 30s to 40s? Veritone fuse and perhaps 40 cal guns? You probably want to go 45. A 6-inch 45 cal. You could probably do it. But it would be for a capital ship or for a cruiser. It wouldn't be for anything smaller. And its rate of fire is going to be the interesting thing. The rate of fire is going to be the problem, because at 6-inch, you can just about manhandle the 6-inch, but it's not going to be a quick manhandling. It's just heavy enough it's going to lay people down. So you're going to need to try and automate it as well, as much as you can. You can always ask again later, Melanie. This is going to go on for 36 hours. I'm sure you'll have time to ask all your questions. Jane, and one of the things is when I reset it, because the YouTube videos don't like things longer than 12 hours apparently. So when I reset it at the 9-hour mark to a different stream for YouTube, I don't lose the questions. The questions are stored in the system and I can carry on. JC Sally, what would be the impact of Falklands War had the Atlantic Conveyor not been sunk? Oh, they'd have had a lot more helicopters to move stuff. Atlantic Conveyor herself probably ends up being basically parked in San Carlos water, in one of the more sheltered positions they can put her in, to support act as a forward operating base. So you don't need to set up the forward operating base in San Carlos. You've got the conveyor to do it. And they probably position do sort of set up the base therefore slightly differently. You're going to have a lot more Chinooks to move goods around. That's going to mean they're going to be far more rapid in their movement, and you're probably going to shorten the war by about, the ground war at least, by about 5 to 6 days, if not a full week. Because of the pace of logistical movement and what they can move forward and how quickly they can move it forward. Knights of Government. So the Army Air Corps, and you seem to they would be the Royal Flying Corps, because that's what they were in World War One. I'm not sure. In a nice way, the British, Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Naval Air Service both had heavy bomber squadrons in World War One. They were both engaging in strategic bombing. They were both the Handley Page O and various other things. So the idea that they are going to go down the same route as the Germans for sort of blitzkrieg style weapon systems is not really what they do. They're going to have the heavy bomber wing. Corporal Tommy, to be honest, I can't really name the funniest names I have found while doing research, because the one video where I mentioned one of them almost got demonetized by YouTube. But when we get to that question, I will try and remember the ones that are funny, but I'm allowed to say without YouTube getting upset with me. Not realistic, but if Japan invaded the island of Oahu and dropped a nuke on the west coast, visible but minimal to no damage, would they consider a peace treaty? I think, unless the Americans would be out for bloodshed even more. honestly, I have you. If the Japan had invaded the island of Hawaii, they would have caused a lot more trouble. If they successfully conquered Oahu, which they could have done with if they bought enough troops somehow. Um, doesn't really sort of that's gonna cause trouble non-stop for the Americans. Also, if the Japanese had done that, let's put it this way: if the Japanese had done the strikes they'd done with their carriers, and then landed troops, and had a bombardment, there is a very real scenario where they capture the rest of the remainder of the American battle line and all the facilities there. There is a very real chance they do that. And at that point, then America has to first build up the forces to retake Hawaii before they can do anything else. And that's going to be their priority. It's going to change the entire war in Europe and scenario. But if they do that and then they drop a nuke on the west coast of America at the same time, let's say they have a special flying boat, because they're the largest planes they can build at that time, the long range that will drop it. Yeah. Then, frankly, the Americans are going to be pushing for nukes, and it's going to be a race to see A, who can get the most nukes, and B, who's the most can deliver them. The Americans are also going to set up an air defense network, they're going to try and rebuild, basically, Britain chain home defense on the American west coast, and it is going to stretch from Alaska, from the northernmost part of Alaska, down to Mexico, through Mexico. They are going to get the Mexicans, they are going to get the Canadians, and if anyone doesn't agree with it, they're going to invade them to set it up. That scenario, because America is not going to be the type which is going to want, oh, you nuked us, we're going to respond nicely to us. Hello. I never say no to food.
Fine, that's what you're going to get then.
Pizza and sausages are very happy. Is there more Iron Brew arrived?
Yes, it's in the kitchen.
Was it correct Iron Brew?
No, I accepted the sugar-free one. Of course it is correct.
If you had desecrated our soil by allowing that stuff to cross the threshold, there would be war.
Do you want mini eggs as well?
Well, I wouldn't say no to some mini eggs appearing.
So sausages, a pizza, and some mini eggs.
I'll take just the sausages if it makes your life easier.
Well, the pizzas, I've got plenty to get through this weekend.
Okay, pizza it is. Thank you. That was the other person who's doing a lot of help this weekend, which is my poor suffering sister, who has decided that she's going to be responsible for making sure I actually eat food. And yes, there will probably be a Corgi appearance at various points as well. Sangloon. Gerben, you're determining Royal Navy armaments in 1934. How many calibers do you kill? In 1934, if I can put all the money into 4.5 development, knowing what I do, I know I can get the 4.5 through to a dual-purpose model. So I'm killing probably all the 4.7-inch developments, all the 4-inch work, all the 5.5-inch, because I'm going to keep the 5.25. I'm going to keep the 6. I'm going to kill the 14-inch. I'm going to kill the 16-inch. I'm going to have everything focusing on the 15-inch, and I'm going to get a 15-inch, probably a 15-inch 45 latest version, but with a decent turret that can get up to the turret system, which can get up to get it up to something like 40 degrees in terms of firing angle. And I'm going to install that on an aeroplane. I'm going to basically standardize every single capital ship, including the nail rods, are going to go to that 15-inch. Everything. That would be what I would do. in 1934, because I can get away with that in 1934. And they're both like, that's going to be a fun one. How long are we running behind on the questions? So, submittal timestamp 1337, release timestamp 1353. Okay. I'm only running a little over 15 minutes behind on the questions. Take care, Sengloon. Second here. Are there any naval forests planned to build wooded warships that are still waiting to be ready? Oh yes, there are tons. There is an entire forest in the UK which is was planted in, I think it was about 1830, 1840, and technically it's not ready for at least 200 years. So technically it's not ready, and I'm trying to remember where that oak forest is. I think it's a section of the New Forest, but I'm not sure where. I was there a few years ago and I was told it by the foresters that's what they were. And I checked some records and found, yeah, they have been planted. Because Britain had a policy of planting forest almost every decade at a certain point, and they kept it up for quite a long time. You see, remember, you're still building wooden ships well into the 19th century. You know, HMS Warrior doesn't come out till 1860, and she's still got teak. Yes, she's got some iron framing, but there's a reason they're called ironclads. Not iron hulls, ironclads. There's a reason for that. Yes, I think there are still some of Collingwood's oak trees still around. If Maltas are built, is there a C2 Greyhound type aircraft used? The thing is, if you do get Hawkeye, you're probably going to get the Greyhound as well. You're probably going to get something like the Greyhound as well. Because if you've got the Hawkeye, you might as well get it. As it was, the British used the Fairey Gannet. They had a version of that which did carry on board delivery. So the British did have carry on board delivery aircraft for quite a while. As long as they had the Fairey Gannet for ASW and airborne early warning and carry on board delivery, so that's what the Gannets were doing. Yeah, they had those in service for quite a while. So yeah, if you've upgraded to the Hawkeye at the end of the Fairey Gannet's life, especially with the Maltas, which you could do, you've probably bought the Greyhound as well. Lions. Can we definitively prove that Warspite is not reincarnated form of machine god, and therefore is also the emperor of all mankind? No, we cannot conclusively prove that. That is very much a problem for us. But there are many other vessels which could also be machine gods. This is the trouble. Warships tend to be very big, complicated machines. And anyone who works with computers will tell you, the more systems you have, the more there's interesting interactions between those systems. You're being a very well-behaved fluff today. You are. And I have promised many, many things to you in the coming week for your good behaviour, haven't I? And you'll get them. Because you're a good boy. Nothing left. We don't need to go through an entire bag in one day. I need to buy another box dose. Sorry, I buy the biscuits for the poodle at 10-kilogram boxes at a time. And he seems to consider it a challenge to get through them the boxes as quickly as possible. I go to boxes that are supposed to last someone 6 months. Supposed to last you 6 months. Supposed to. So far it's an average of Nice to hear from. Why was Chile interested in buying HMS Vanguard in the late 1950s? She is called Valparaiso in one of our ships. There are all sorts of rumours about Chile being interested in buying things. Basically, Chile's the one who Britain consistently sells random stuff to. And they usually like the idea of having these sort of ships because Chile likes to have status assets because they need them. Chile is one of those nations in a part of the world where, frankly, they can see themselves getting into a lot of trouble very quickly. Currently, they have been having issue with fishery protection recently, and having status assets, vessels, even if they're not major, they're not now as good as they were in terms of their capability versus when they were new and they're not so capable, is a useful thing for Chile to go, we're sending this. It makes a statement. And that's why Chile was sort of, to an extent, interested in it, but I don't think they really would have got, they would have bought Vanguard in the end. I don't think they would have done. Are you licking my chair again? Because this is why it squeaks. Yes, he's licking the chair. Tony, what is the funniest name you've found while doing research? Okay, usually it's come down to nicknames. I know people always like to think of HMS Pansy or the various gay knights, etc., of the gay class. But they're not really that funny. They're just unusual for today. They're not what you would call ships today because of the connotations we put on the words, or because of the fact that, you know, it would just be, it would be problematic. But yeah, mostly they're the nicknames of the various crews, and when you find you find admirals writing to each other and they're using each other's nickname. My dear, how's that? And those sort of things. You sort of go, who are you talking to? And you then end up going down a whole thing to try and find to find the list. Can you ask questions here? Yes, you can, Ramel. The questions are coming from both YouTube and Twitch. And it's literally just do the whole exclamation mark question thing, and that gets them in. Same as brew ships. Same rules of brew ships, basically. But yeah, some names. I remember once I was talking about Destroyerman on a video, and that video got demonetized because I used the name he was actually given by the Royal Navy. He actually had, and the problem with that, as far as I was sort of looking at why is this being stopped? Why is this not coming through? And I honestly couldn't. You know, it got demonetized because of his nickname. Because his nickname, and I still to this day don't have a nickname and the actual name for him, but I think the closest I found on the crew is there was a guy called Nicholas Brown who'd served in the Royal Navy a long time, and there was notes remarking that he'd been a boilerman, that he was soot stained, and you can guess what his nickname was in the Royal Navy in the 1920s and 30s. It's a word which, yeah, YouTube doesn't like. But that was his nickname then. And you find all these things throughout history. The way language changes is always the interesting one. It comes up quite regularly when people are going, well, what about this command? You know, what happens if this command's issued at that time? And I go, well, that command wouldn't be issued because that's not what that means. So like when we're talking about line of battle. Line of battle is an actual technical term. There is column and there is line of battle. Column is when you're in a same line. And there is what's called battle line when you are in strict formation and as close to each other as you can in terms of line, so your fire is in, and then there's column, and then there's sailing line and sailing column. And sailing column, you can be spread out, you can be quite a higgledy-piggledy line. And this is the whole thing. At the Battle of Trafalgar, the Franco-Spanish force is pretty much in sailing column, not in battle line, because they haven't managed to form up properly in the weather and the systems they're dealing because of the issues they have with their sailors being out of practice. And you can see the units which have formed up because they're the ones closer and grouped together. In a hypothetical situation, would the Royal Navy race through the Strait of Gibraltar to get back to the Atlantic if somehow it had fallen to a German-Spanish force during World War II? The ships which are the other side possibly would have to, yes. But for it to fall, Rock of Gibraltar to fall, is not going to be a quick or painless exercise for the Germans and the Spanish, and it's going to change things quite quickly in terms of what's going to happen in the war. Basically, everything starts out to come from Alexandria at that point, and you have to start organizing defenses at various points around there. So it's going to be... Don't worry, Ramal. These things happen. It doesn't matter. I'll just click through it. It's just one of those situations where the Royal Navy will have... If Gibraltar had fallen, the two things, priorities, which are going to be in the Royal Navy's case, are going to be taking Gibraltar back and making just Spain... and probably making Spain suffer for it. And the trouble is for the Spanish, especially their economy in that situation, they have a lot of very tasty merchant ships wandering around at this point, and the British will hoover them up off the world. And the Spanish economy is just about recovered from the Civil War. They could be tanking quite quickly, and Germany might gain control of Gibraltar, but they also will gain an ally who's in an even worse position than Italy to prop up. And all those Spanish Republicans, all those people who, have taken shelter in Britain, they'd magically find they were getting so many arms and so much support, and eventually would be put back in Spain. The actual situation is it's almost as bad for the Germans as it is for the Spanish to get involved in that. Hanabrofa. If Japan had deployed a nuke in the ocean, visible but not nuking a city, would the US consider a peace treaty at least until they would develop the bombs themselves? No. You've threatened America with existential destruction. What that's going to, the reaction that's going to cause is not from Roosevelt is not going to be a peace treaty. You have to imagine what America's view on the world is. In their situation, is that means the barbarians, the Japanese, the Yellow Peril, as there were various things they were calling them at this point, have achieved nuclear weapon status and are existentially threatening your survival. Yes, there are going to be some who are going to be going, no, but there are going to be far more who are going to go, we must destroy them before they use this threat on us. The thing is, in that kind of scenario, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you'd be lucky if they stopped with that. I would say that whilst losing Gibraltar would be a problem for the Royal Navy, I don't think it would cause them to lose World War II. Because anything that stops America... The scenario you're looking at is the British Empire, its size, so you have to cut off Britain from getting supplies from Canada, Britain getting supplies from the rest of the Empire, and Britain getting supplies from America for World War II to be lost. And that's unlikely to happen. Gibraltar is actually in some ways it actually improves things for the British because, as I said, Spain becomes a nightmare scenario quagmire for the Germans. Gibraltar is going to be a nightmare to try and get out because you have to remember the British literally are buried inside the Rock of Gibraltar. So even if you take the surface, you've still got the British inside the rock. You're going to still be fighting. You're going to be fighting on Gibraltar for months to try and dig the British out. It's not going to be a quick or easy process. Even if you try, you know, someone said, well, they just gas them, wouldn't they? And I went, try gassing them. Look at all the Gibraltar. Look at how deep and how built in the British defences are and sections are, and try finding all the positions to gas. So yeah, I don't think Japan nuking would be a good thing for them. Sangloon. Time for the classic Sangloon. You're wearing a blue water navy. You may only select one class from each country to build. Which classes do you choose to build a balanced navy? Building it today or 1920s or 1930s? Has Sangloon gone? I think Sangloon has gone. Well, if I'm building it today... And if I'm building it for a medium power, I am probably going to go for a Queen Elizabeth class and America class. No, actually Trieste class, probably in America class. So I'll probably go for 4 Queen Elizabeth class carriers as they're formed. I wouldn't mind having them Cadabar, but the thing is, the reason if I keep them as F-35B Stovels, I would also have 4 Trieste class LHDs as the cornerstone. I would like probably Albion class LPDs, 4 of those. My amphibious task group would be literally 2 bays, an Albion and a Trieste, and basically the idea would be that force would be enough to carry roughly half a brigade. Group 2, and that's my, you know, and that's my cohort, which I have available at sea all the time, and I have a carrier group at sea all the time. I would probably... I'm going to go for destroyers. You see, the thing is, if I don't want to go for if I'm a standard country, I don't want to necessarily go for the Arleigh Burkes, because they are absolute crew hogs, the way the Americans run them. So I want something... Maybe I take the Zumwalt and I just actually put it in proper manning for its size. For my destroyer, but it's not really fitted for an air defense role. I'm going to be left with the Type 45s, aren't I? Type 45s, but fitted with the Mark 41 VLS as they were fitted for. I want that. I probably want some Italian frigates and Royal Navy, Italian and Royal Navy frigates as a mixture, because the Italians have very good 76 mils. And it's going to be British or American fleet auxiliaries again. Probably, but I'd be tempted by the American fleet auxiliaries just because of their size, but I don't know, speed. That's what I'd probably go with, the American auxiliaries. And submarine-wise... Astute-class SSNs, Virginia-class SSGNs, and... Honestly, doesn't matter who I'm picking for my SSBNs. It really doesn't matter. River-class OPVs, probably... Well, nah, the Harry de Wolf ones are tempted by. Harry de Wolf are pretty cool vessels. I'll go with Harry de Wolf class of my patrol vessels, because they're pretty cool for that. Although I could go for the Irish ones, the Dead Poets Society. I could go for the poet class of the Irish Navy, because they're pretty darn cool as well. For my OPVs. There are options out there for OPVs. Now you might notice I haven't gone with the Charles de Gaulle or any of the nuclear powered options for carrier, and that's mainly because if I'm building as a medium power at the moment, I probably don't want to go down that route. I personally like nuclear power, but the fact is there are enough ports, etc., and facilities which don't want to support you if you have nuclear power, that you have a problem. Whereas for submarines, it's okay. you know, it's what they want to go around. SSK wise, that's going to be an interesting one because there really aren't that many options. But I'd probably go Japanese for my SSKs. I probably would go Japanese because I'm sensible and they're producing pretty much the best. And I've avoided taking the LCS. I've avoided anything American below the American pretty much, other than their auxiliaries. Mainly because they're too crew intensive. Constellation class frigates are pretty cool, but again, they're pretty darn crew intensive. USG cutters and OPVs? No. Again, they're sort of running into almost becoming frigates at that point. Especially national security ones. Couldn't you use the 4.5s on the escort ships and those 4-inch? You could if you had enough of them. If you in 1934 you made a concerted decision to make 4.5s and focus in on, you would have enough of them for the escort ships. But you have to remember, the great bulk of the 4-inch guns used on flyer class, etc., come out of stock. The British have them sitting in warehouses. It's far easier to take something out of a warehouse than build it, my friend Stephen. It's far easier to take it out of the warehouse, and that's the great secret of the British in terms of World War II infrastructure. They have a huge amount of it. And they have a huge amount of stuff in storage. Mostly from the build-up prior to World War I. Ramon, can you refit World War II era British destroyers into, like, USN Frams? So they can sail in the 60s? You could. The British did do that with some of them. But, you know, they did similar things to make some fast ASW vessels. But, yeah. They did refits. Some they were happy with than others. And just a notification, yeah, the question set does come from Twitch as well as Twitter, as well as YouTube. So, questions can come on both. I'm not sure if it does a good job of telling me if people do Twitch bits or things like that in Twitch. So, if it happens and I miss it, just beep at me a lot, okay? Question: if the Shackletons did not exist, do the Royal Navy get Canadair CP-107 Argus, and does it become the Canadair CP-1 Argus AEW? It's an option. Honestly, if Shackletons don't exist, there's going to be so many options. There's going to be so many things they're going to consider. Because what else has been made instead of the Shackleton? That's the question. Because the Shackleton wasn't made originally for the airborne early warning. It was made for other reasons. So what's being selected instead of the Shackleton for that role is probably what's going to end up getting selected for the AAW. That's the way it tends to work. Well, I'm presuming that's the one which wasn't completed, so I'll just skip past it. Henrik Bofa. You're asked to design a battleship class that uses the Captain Romani class as escorts. Describe, please, UAD. Capitani Romani class. They're good ships. I'll do the building tomorrow if you remind me. Or someone will remind me tomorrow morning. But Capitani Romani class, of course, if they've got their twin 5.3-inch dual-purpose guns. So honestly, that's going to be a good dual-purpose for you to use. That's going to be a good scenario. So probably if I'm the Italians and I'm doing that, and let's say I'm basing on the Littorio class, because that'd be sensible. They, as they originally fitted, have 12 6-inch guns and four 4.7-inch guns and 12 3.5-inch AA guns. So they have, what, 24, 28 guns spread across triple mounts, twin mount, single mounts, all sorts of things. So probably I'm going to go with the 5.3 inch to replace all of those. Because I can. And I'm probably putting... and more than likely accommodating quite happily... at least 6 mounts either side of the twin 5.3, 6 turrets. So I'll end up with 24 of them. 24 5.3 inch guns to basically provide my AA defense. And I probably will have it so that you have the pair aft like you did historically, pair forward historically, and then have the other 4 pair, the other 4, in the middle, spread along. Maybe have a couple in super firing positions. I would probably have, actually, no, 2 raised up behind the forward pair to fire over them, and 2 on the cut down deck in front of the catapult and the aircraft maintenance positions. It'd be an interesting situation. At some point, I will build it. I'm reminded tomorrow on UAD I'll build it. It's going to be Littorio combined with Captain Romani. We'll see what we can do. Ramal, what if the Royal Navy was the one that conducted Operation Praying Mantis with their own ships and aircraft? Could they take down half the Iranian Navy more efficiently and quickly than the USN? Operation Praying Mantis... it's 1988. So the answer to that is... thereafter, the Americans sunk a frigate, a gunboat, some speedboats, and crippled other things. I would say the Royal Navy, I wouldn't say they could do it more efficiently and quickly than the USN. They could do it, but it would be dependent upon Harriers and the capabilities there, the Sea Eagle missile especially, and the carrier that can put them forward, plus probably some other assets. They could do it. Please don't think they couldn't. They could do it. But it would not be the same, and it would not be as capable, because, let's be honest, the Americans deploy... if I'm not mistaken, the USS Enterprise. That's a lot of carrier capability. That's a lot of firepower. Right. Corporal Tommy, this is 1936 and the Second London Naval Treaty collapses. How would the Royal Navy Admiralty react? If it collapsed in 1936... Collapsed in 1936... Well, the interesting thing about it collapsing in 1936, if it does in 1936, then you're probably going to get the King George V as they were his... well, they're not laid down until January 1937. So you've got enough time, perhaps, if it collapsed in 1936, to make some changes to them. So they might have the escalator clause I did in earlier. They might, therefore, be... the design finish off might be 12, 14-inch guns, or it might be 9, 16-inch guns. They have 15-inch problem, don't they? Excuse me. It's going to be interesting how it affects the King George V's. I would like to see it being 15-inch guns selected, a 15-inch 45, which was being offered, because I think that offers the best options for upgrading other ships. They might go a 16-inch gun, which they're working on, but I think you end up with the King George V's being slightly bigger, slightly faster, slightly better armoured, and better armed. I would say if it collapsed in 1936, you've also got the fact that the illustrious class historically aren't ordered till... Well, they're ordered in April 1937 and laid down almost immediately when they're ordered. So I would say if you're going, they could be ordered earlier because the study's available earlier. But it's not much earlier. It's going to be a question of whether you go with the Armoured Arc Royal design or the Implacable design. Because Arc Royal herself is ordered in 1934 program, laid down in 1935, launched in 1937, commissioned in 1938. So 1936, you're at that interesting transition phase where aircraft carriers are concerned, where they're transitioning between the two design studies. So what you probably get is the illustrious class look like the Implacables, as they were initially meant to be. That's the 27,000-ton design. And they probably order the same number of them because that's going to be their batch. So they're going to be a lot bigger. You probably get the King George V's. I reckon it's going to be the 15-inch gun, because that's what Henderson was favouring. So you could get the King George V's could be armed with... They could even end up being armed with 12 15-inch guns. There is that possibility. They end up armed with 12 15-inch 45s. Which is a very scary prospect for anyone thinking about that. You cannot just design that far. And also if you dance built an adequate by Vienna for the Bismarck and Tirpitz. Because the case of, yes, we've got these ships, they've got 8 15-inch guns. Great. These have got 12 15-inch guns. Yeah. You're just... No, it's a different scenario. But they're only capable of 29 knots in the British ships. No, yeah, they're only capable of 29 knots. And 12 15-inch guns. Yeah, that's not good. The thing is going to be, things like the Chopper class are going to be ordered in far greater numbers. Because they're planned on being built long before the Second London Naval Treaty. And so, yeah. Whilst they do fill a niche in the Second London Naval Treaty, they're not necessarily for it. There's design centers coming before. Probably what you see most of all is a step up of construction. Not a massive step up of construction, because remember, the funding doesn't start to... Whilst theoretically the 10-year rule is gone in 1932, it's not actually released till 1937. That's also when the Second London Naval Treaty historically goes away. So if it goes away in 1936... then they're going to start building stuff, but it's going to be cautious just in case they can negotiate another naval treaty. But we all know they can't, so it's going to be a cautious investment and a cautious upgrade on certain things. And that's going to reflect the designs. And the thing is, the King George V's probably still don't get laid down, and the carriers probably still don't get laid down till 1937, when they know the treaty's not going to go through. So which is why I say it could be a 12 15-inch gun ship. Because the whole reason they built a 14-inch was to try and get people to, go along with the Second London Naval Treaty. Okay. I'm not saying that full name because Donald Rumsfeld with that title does not deem me, fill me with good feelings. So I'm going to call you Gedda for the purpose of this. What were the qualities differences in rope and block and tackle technology, excluding mass production, between Aegis-style navies? The French tended to go for more complicated arrangements, which would allow you for more precise control, but were more difficult to sail. The British tend to go for easier, which allow for simpler arrangements, which are easier to use, but are ultimately and require slightly fewer crew, but ultimately can't allow for the fine adjustments to maybe eke out the best in terms of speed. Now, broadly speaking, navies fit into the category between the two somewhere. I would say the thing you find most all going on here, most all in the Age of Sail, is once you've removed the whole concept of mass production, you don't have the fact, well, it's the quality of production, it's quality control, and the British do have to find it. The order of priority of the French when they capture a British ship are A, find its maps, B, find its rope. Because it's usually very fine quality. Because the British have very, very good quality control. And one of the reasons they have good quality control is because the Royal Navy dockyards manufacture so much rope. If you go to Chatham, you can still see the rope walk to this day. I'm going to be back in a second. Just going to grab a food because I haven't had anything this day, and my stomach's starting to remind me. I'm going to grab food. You've eaten all your lunch. I haven't had anything. Don't look at me like that. Okay. So demanding. He keeps demanding. Ronnie is always... No, you're not having my pizza. You're not getting my pizza. I had to fight long and hard to get this pizza. Kit Kats can go there. Picnic eggs can go there. Food came in. And I was going to grab the food and get it and bring it in myself, but instead I got waylaid by my mother and the corgi going, when am I allowed on? And Mum going, is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? I'm going, you're watching it, you're sure? Yeah, but is there anyone there? Yes. I don't know. Mothers, they worry about things. And I have thanked my sister. She's a very good sis. No, but also I have told her that in the future, at some point, she's going to have to join me and answer all your questions about sea defences in terms of how you build sea defences to defend towns from coastal erosion, those things. Because she's an absolute expert on it. Ramon. The USN learned from the kamikazes on how to develop standoff weapons like the SAM on ships and armed deck. The Royal Navy also learned the same lessons as the USN. Similar. Well, the Royal Navy already had the armoured deck to an extent, because they'd already turned it to the strength deck, so they could make it armoured. Hello. Ooh! Thank you. I also have a couple sausages. And,
Do you want French fancies as well?
no, I'm happy with what I've got.
You found your Kit Kat?
Yeah, I found my Kit Kats. You are such a poodle. Everyone thinks poodles are these dainty dogs who don't eat anything and just look pretty. And they're actually walking stomachs on legs. They're as bad as Labradors.
You've been trained by Raj Zebedee, have you? Sausage is good.
He's always been that way when it comes to sausages.
The iron brew's on the floor in the kitchen.
Thank you. Now, the Iron learned some lessons. They did. what really annoyed the Royal Navy was that there had been an idea prior to World War II of turning the Queen Bee drones into some sort of sort of remote strike aircraft and strike asset, and it never gets the investment during World War II. And you think about some of the doctrine, and you think some things. If you know, let's say HMS Argus, which because she was the first drone carrier, had been sent out to Alexandria, loaded with a load of Queen Bees, to fly them on suicide missions to back up the Swordfish. And the idea was you'd have one Swordfish which would do the terminal instruction on the drones. You never know, you know, Gileo Cesare might actually get hit in that scenario. You do not want this. It's got a bit of a spicy kick to it. You won't like it. You won't. How quickly would Germany have called off the invasion plans if the Luftwaffe were getting mauled by jet fighters? If the Luftwaffe are getting mauled by jet fighters because they come into service just after the fall of France, before the Battle of Britain really begins, then at a certain point the Germans probably go back to they never really had the invasion on plans. It's one of the things that Operation Sea Lion is never really. It's they're planning it, but they're not really planning it, and they don't really invest in it, and they don't really have the resources for it or the capabilities for it. So yeah, it's one of those things which is very much a fear at the time because it seems an obvious thing the Germans are going to try to do. But looking at it in hindsight, and even looking at the time, the intelligence reports going through the Royal Navy is the Germans could attempt this, but they're going to get annihilated if they do. Good boy. And they would have done. They would have got completely annihilated. Aaron, if World War II had not happened by that year, would you consider the Russian fleet more of a threat than the Germans? Would the UK consider the Russian fleet more than the Germans? Okay. As much as the Germans have Plan Z, and their plans to develop the forces, they don't really have the infrastructure or money behind it to turn into reality at all quickly. Because they need to put the money into other things. Specifically into the army, specifically into the air force, specifically into the Wunderwaffen. So, with the way Stalin was investing in improving infrastructure, whilst you might not think the weapons are actually capable, you always have to take your enemy at face value and when they claim their weapons work. So if you have about 3 or 4 more years on the construction, who knows what the Russians have in service. But the point of which is the Russian fleet's always going to be spread out more than the Germans. The German fleet's going to be concentrated in their Baltic and Atlantic coasts. The Russian fleet is going to be in the Baltic, in the Black Sea, in the North Sea, in the northern fleet in the sort of northern seas, so the sort of White Sea area, and in the Pacific. So there's a certain factor of geography which is going to enable the Soviets to be both more of a risk than the Germans, but also less of a risk, because they're going to be able to affect more areas and directly impact more areas with the geography they're available to. But the forces they have are going to be lesser. So more of a threat than the Germans is probably going to be a while, but also you have to remember that the Germans weren't really considered a threat at certain points. And, the British war plans, the reason why the British war plans focus on the Japanese and the Italians. The German Navy, up until about 1939, is really seen better days, and even 1939 onwards, isn't really up to sort of fighting strength and causing trouble till 1941. Have you seen the Project Britannica series? I think I have at one point when I was on Fleet of Ocean's Random Ramblings and chatting away, and someone brought it up. But I think I looked at it then. I don't think I've looked at it much. Bummy Boy, what was the Royal Navy's doctrine about dual-purpose secondaries when under both air and surface attack? You focus on the target that's focusing on you. So if you're under air and surface attack, and there are actually battles where this happens, you focus on the target that's focusing on you. So you might be your aft guns focus on the aft guns are focusing on aircraft, while the forward guns are focusing on the surface threat. But if the aft guns can also see the surface threat, and that's focusing its guns on you, that's more likely to kill you than the aircraft. The aircraft you're trying to dodge, and you have medium guns and other things, and other people's guns will focusing on the aircraft as well. So that's basically the scenario. You split it up by where's the target that's focusing on you, and you focus on it. Good boy. You're a very good boy. Yes, you are. What's your opinion on the Chinese nuke sub? Good, bad, or something else? Is this the one that sank when it was at the pier side? Basically, life happens, and sometimes these things go wrong. And in the nicest way, the Royal Navy had issues in the 1930s. As a good example is the HMS Fresher and the instance with that. So, you know, everyone has these learning issues. Everyone has problems, and well, you make a mistake. The trick is to never repeat it again. And yeah, the trouble is for the Chinese Navy is it's going to be a punchline for many jokes from now on, and that's going to cause them more trouble than the actual sub going on. Corporal Tommy, who would win? World War II Home Fleet versus the modern Russian Navy. Pretend that Kuznetsov is actually back in service. That's an interesting one. I think, Paul from Chicago, I think you still have to put a question and an exclamation mark to get the questions into the system. I think that still has to happen, Paul from Chicago. Hello. Yes, you're cute. No, you're not getting any of my sausages. You're not. You can ask for them all you like, but you've got biscuits. I will give you a biscuit. But you're not getting a sausage. But World War II Home Fleet versus modern Russian Navy. World War II Home Fleet, most of the stuff pretty much works. And at some points they've got a lot of strong ships in there and a lot of strong aircraft. But if the Russian systems are working, theoretically the Russian fleet should win, especially with the submarine force they have. If it's not working, then that's your problem. And that's the point of the question probably being asked, is the fact that, you know, there's a lot of case of the Russian stuff not working, and therefore there's the issues. Yeah, I called it HMS Thrasher, then I wrote HMS Fetus, but it was HMS Fetus, wasn't it? Where am I getting Thrasher from? Oh, I was looking at that the other day. So that's why I'm confusing too. I do apologise for that one. Can you tell us why the Royal Navy why didn't the Royal Navy have the same gun caliber and sizes for their dual-purpose guns like the USN did in World War II with their 5-inch 38? So the Royal Navy had slightly more money than the USN in the 1920s and 30s, and they had done repeated different programs of trying to standardise on a certain gun type. And in different periods, the standard each gun had its benefits at certain points, and they'd gone along with it. And that's the trouble. The Royal Navy's had about 3 or 4 attempts to standardise. One of the other issues is the Royal Navy is in World War II. They are, for a lot of ships, they're not building new guns. They have guns already in storage. So they're going to use them because it's cheaper and quicker. That's the government service. And the British have 2 less years than the Americans do to standardise things up and build up the stores of 5-inch guns and all those things. Whereas, and that has a big impact when you consider if you're starting from pretty much the same period. And they're both realistically starting investment and growth in 1937. If the Americans had war in 1939, like the British did, you might see more variety in the American weapons fit as well. But also there's the fact the British wanted a decent gun for their cruisers. They weren't prepared to use a destroyer gun on their cruisers, which is why you had the 5-inch 25. And that also makes a decent secondary for your capital ships, as far as I'm concerned, because it's got that much more hitting power than the 5-inch. No, you're not allowed sausage. You're so cute. No, you're not getting food. You're not getting my food. You might get a bit of sausage later, but that's about it. But it's not coming now. Thrash is the tier 10 in World Warships. Ah. That explains what I was looking at it the other day. HMS Ford, was the propeller lifting mechanism and its fetus actually, by the way, gets recovered, gets renamed Thunderbolt and goes into service. HMS Ford, was the propeller lifting mechanism HMS Warrior fully destroyed, or is it just cosmetic? My suspicion is it's cosmetic, but I have not dug into that enough to be 100% sure, so I could be telling porkies. But my strong suspicion from memory of looking at it was cosmetic. No. Interesting. Takeout, sorry, your sister cooking for you over the weekend. My sister and mum declared that they will cook for me over the weekend. So far it's going okay. We will see. We will know when it's not, because the takeout will arrive. Actually, why do people believe the fallacy that air power could kill the Navy when time to time this was not the case? Because in theory you can. It's not a fallacy, it's theoretically possible, but it just relies on the Navy doing pretty much nothing to try and prevent it. And this is often the trouble, is that people seek simple solutions to problems. They're going, well, air power will do this job. Well, it will do, as long as the Navy doesn't fire back and doesn't try and maneuver and doesn't try and avoid things and doesn't do anything else. And at a certain point, the Navy brings its own organic air power along and brings its own forces to scenario. Oh, so much food. You're going, I'm just a poor little fluffy puppy dog. And look, I'm so cold, I'm wearing my sweater. Truly, hello. No, you're not getting any of my food. But yeah, it's the reality is people always, usually the people you're talking about who claim those things are salespeople. They might not be salespeople for a company, they might be salespeople for an idea. This is why I don't like ideologies, I don't like theoreticians sometimes, because they become so obsessed with selling their theory They no longer take into account reality. They become so obsessed with the ideology of it's going to fit this view, this is our viewpoint of the world through the ideology, they don't look at the reality. And you always have to be careful of that, because the reality is the world will tend to adapt. No matter what advantage you seek, it will tend to adapt. Bowman Boy, in which post-dreadnought battle did the secondary battery of cavalry ships cruisers play a major role? Dogger Bank and Cert are both produce fairly large battles where secondaries tend to play a major role. It's going to sound strange. Even at Jutland, the secondaries play a role. They are playing a crucial role in keeping the destroyers back. Because let's be honest, if the Germans hadn't had enough secondaries, then the British destroyer forces could have whomped them. Because the British destroyers are mostly bigger than their German counterparts, are often a lot more powerful than their German counterparts in terms of their gun power, and and as the Harwich Force did on a regular basis with German destroyers, whilst the German destroyers would put up a tough fight and a hard fight, they would literally overwhelm them. That's how it worked. And 13 minutes till it's the flower class. And basically, what I'll do is the questions will still be being stored. I'll just do the flower class, and then I'll come back to the questions. And then in that second question time, I will go through the essays at some point. But if I think I'm behind too much on questions, what I might do is condense that or play around with that or something. Since the USN didn't have a shipborne anti-ship missiles in the 60s, what kind of weapon they use and the delivery platform they use to destroy the Soviet ships if the Cold War gone hot? Submarines, guns, and surface anti-ship missiles, anti-ship weapons deployed by aircraft, so bombs and missiles. So, yeah. That's pretty much what they're going to be going for. They're going to be going for anything they have in the system which sinks ships. There's a reason that the Americans keep their later World War II submarines around for so long and push the money into upgrade them when they do, because they're going to be a core part of that force. Well, and that's how things roll. You go, okay, you don't have this one, well, we have this and this and this and this, and they will tend to work. Motor torpedo boat or motor gunboat? What are the favorite battles involving these tiny vessels? Can I find my dog boats book? Can I find my dog boats book? I have it somewhere around here. Where's dog boats? I know you're a dog. You're very cute, but where are the dog? It's the dog boat book. It would be helpful if you did tell me. Sitting there looking proud and gorgeous does not help. Telling me where the dog boat book is would really help. You can't do that because you're currently, into engage and being passive and looking good. Okay, let's have a look. Where did I put it down? Because I had it. I was reading it the other day. That's the travel class book. Dog boats. Where are you? Where are dog boats? Dog boats. There's the coastal forces section. That's not in there, helpfully. Why are they not in the coastal forces section? Because I moved them, didn't I? I had a bright idea they needed to be something else. Oh, what did I put them with? I had a bright idea, though. It was a very bright idea. Good lord, I got struck by the bright idea fairy. Where did it go to? Dog boats. Dog boats, dog boats, dog boats, dog boats. Dog boats, dog boats. Dog boats at war. Where is it? It's probably staring at me right now. This is the trouble. Now my plan is, eventually, when I have everything set up in here, and I have my office over the correct side of the room, to have it set up so that there are cameras in each of the aisles. So when I go off searching for books, you can see me searching for books. And if you spot the book, you can tell me where I'm going, whether I'm hot or cold. Which could be very kind and very helpful of you all. Also, knowing chat, I do have some belief that some of you will be telling me the wrong thing. But I'm sure it won't be many of you, and I'm sure you would never do that. Specifically, purposely. Where have I stuck the dog boats book? I have my book. Where is my dog boats book? I know I keep saying doggy in front of you, but it's not you. It's gorgeous as you are. It's not you I'm looking for. Where is the dog boat book? Where is dog boats? Raiders, that's the Raider section. Coastal Forces section again. Got two of those. Dog boats aren't in that section. Alex, you've got to stop moving books around. Well, I keep refining it, making it better. Well, yes, that is one thing. Keep reminding me to make it better. But actually, the thing is, then you don't have the books in the position you need them. Kind of like when you put Midway in a position where you could grab it easily, and then you didn't have Midway in a position you could grab easily the other day. Let's put it back in that position so it is easy to grab. Again, where I need it. Go. Dog boats, dog boats, dog boats, dog boats, dog boats, dog boats. Dog boats. Where is my little dog boats? Dog boats. Where are my little dog boats? And they're not there. Oh. Oh yeah, I put them in my nascent torpedo boat section, didn't I? Yes, I did. Now, did I put my nascent torpedo boat section? Because I'm going to be getting some more books on torpedo boats soon, so I put them there to start. As a reminder, that's where the new section was going to be. So where is the new section? That is the question. Where is the new section? Where is the new section? We've got Arctic convoys. Okay. Where are the dog boats? Dog boats, dog boats, dog boats, dog boats. No, 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 no. Hang on. No. No, no. Okay. Helpfully, cannot find them at this precise time. But if I was, I'd be getting out this book as well, which is Nick Hewitt's Coastal Convoys, 1939 to 1945, a really cool book about British infrastructure. And I'd be talking about the campaigns of the UK coastline in World War II, where the motor torpedo boats and motor gunboats fought a furious actions against each other, and of course the Schnell boats of the German Navy. Now, the S-boats, of course, are actually E-boats. As the British call them. The British call them E-boats, which is enemy boats. And sometimes those are R-boats, and sometimes they're Schnell boats, but they're not always, people always think E-boats is the Schnell boat type. And, yeah. Dog boats. I am probably going to find the book at some point over the next couple of days. Wandering around here. But I cannot find it for the life of me at the moment. It's like I have all sorts of things which are grouped up which I need to do. Is it in that section looking at me? Is it literally in that section looking at me? No, it's not. I'm going to be looking for this next few days, probably. Because I was being organised. I had a bright idea and was being organised. I know. I shouldn't try and do it. Thank you. You're very kind. Let's see. We've got another few minutes before we get on to the flag class. So let's see if we can do another question. And I'll try and come around to it. But the player battles are definitely the convoy battles. They're really, really cool. Is anyone else seeing YouTube's counter being very weird? Yeah, it takes a while to tack up if people are liking the video. It doesn't really do a good job of keeping track of likes. It really doesn't. It's a bit weird at certain points. Hello. Give me a second. Hello, Andy.
Hello, how are you, mate? You all right?
I'm well. I'm currently live.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Can I jump out?
There are multiple chats being set up. It's my own fault. I'm sitting in the general chat. Take care, Andy. Bye. And that's one of the reasons why I like the Discord service, is that people pop in and chat to me. I do like that. Let's do one more question. So, let's see. 36hr. If you had the Bristol Pegasus radial engine in the 1910s, would you get any of the interwar biplane, medium, and heavy bombers? You probably would, but they'd be far more powerful and far bigger. And you'd probably get a lot more development. Also, if you've got an engine of 890 horsepower in the 1910s, goodness me, you're going to definitely have definitely have torpedo launched single engine aircraft. It's going to change history quite dramatically. You're also going to have some very fast motor torpedo boats. Look, you and I both know if you get a sausage on the screen, I'm going to get told off by mother. Your mum. My mum. The person who we both saw last weekend in a little competition with a rifle managed to put a hole through a two pence piece at 250 yards. Without even blinking. This is not a good scenario for you or I. I have no idea what the current donation for is currently, because it's going to sound terrible, but YouTube's counter really doesn't help me on that front. YouTube doesn't keep good track of it. But Steve does. Steve does. At the moment, we have, I think it's about, I'm going to go for £275. Thank you very much, everyone. That's actually, that's pretty good. That's more than I was expecting to have gone in on. But yeah, so and the second question is, if you have the Bristol Pegasus radial engine, would you get any of the interwar biplane medium bombs? Don't worry, it's a duplicate. But yeah, life happens with duplicates. But yeah, you're going to still get them, because they're going to grow bigger. You might actually get to the point where, people like Gilio Duhay could be happy, because he was thinking you were going to have bombers dropping 100 tons of chemical and biological weapons on enemy cities, and that's how strategic bombing was going to be. It was going to be complete and utter annihilation. Yeah, Steve is a far, far too kind gentleman and is doing far too much work on this weekend, but I couldn't do it without him. So, with that being said, I'm going to do... Hopefully this is going to work. And hopefully it immediately comes up with the wrong slideshow. So, yes. Properties of that slideshow. Go back to the slideshow I uploaded not long ago. We should have the flower class. One says we should have the flower class. We should have the flower class, which is going to be the theme for the next few hours. And well, we're going to go through the presentation, and I'm going to I'll add on the questions at a certain point. I'll get the question section working. Flower class. This is why I did it earlier, and it then didn't save it for me. This is just cruelty. Yes, I had the flower class. Yes, it's the flower class, and yeah, just a reminder that the patron votes are still open for December and January. What are you trying to do now? Are you trying to crawl through to underneath my desk or something? Okay. What are you up to? You are such a poodle. Let's make sure I have the camera management software working. And if I go to record settings, that's not quite right. That's about right for positioning, especially me in my current position. No, you're not getting any closer to my sausages. You're not eating my sausages. So, flower class. Hello, you. The flower class. Now, I was looking forward to doing this presentation because this is what the first book that would come out from the funding today would be about. This is basically an outline of it. And it's going to be fun because, frankly, the flower class as a history, if we look them up in terms of their books about them, whilst they have had books about them, they haven't had anything which I would really call a primer. And a primer is fitting them into the whole wider context of what they are doing. It's also giving the narrative of these ships, and it's giving an introduction to all the other research into them. So basically, a primer is a 45 to 55,000 word text which gives you an overview and allows you to look at these ships and look at them in the detail they deserve to be looked at. And the questions are still being saved. Please note that, that's if I go to... Not that one. Not that one. But if I do sort of go to... The questions are still being taken. The questions are still being stored and taken, and they're there. And yes, it's telling me again I need to put in some ads. So I'm going to quickly, as I'm starting this off, I'm going to put in an ad now, just to keep YouTube happy. There we go. We've inserted an ad. That keeps YouTube happy just a tad. Just a tad happier. And please put a message in the chat when you're back. If you've seen if the ads are over. If you haven't got ads because you're a Premier or a member or those things, great. But if you've got ads, just put a message in the chat when you're back. you can of course put messages in you can of course put questions in the chat about the flowers. That's more than welcome to do so. Hopefully your mother didn't see that. Hopefully she's not watching that. Otherwise you and I would never see what happens to us. It's safer this way. So hopefully the ads are now over. And hopefully that does sort it out from the perspective of the lovely YouTube and how they're happy. So, this is also the cover which has been done by Sol. A great artist has done a wonderful cover for me. And details, you will find them in the Discord. Highly recommend them. Highly recommend. If you want any art done, they are who I would recommend to contact. And it's a really, really cool picture of Diananthus, which is a really gorgeous one as well. Now, Nicholas Montserrat famously described them in the Cruel Sea as 200 feet long, broad, chunky, graceless, designed purely for anti-submarine work, and not much more than a floating platform for depth charges. She is the prototype of a class of ship which would be produced quickly and cheaply in the future to meet the urgent demands of the convoy escort. The thing is, there is no real prototype for the Flower class. The Flower class, if you consider if there are any prototypes, are probably the Flower class sloops from World War One. And the thing is, the Royal Navy has a long history of rapidly producing escorts when they need them in wartime and calling them Flower classes. And that's the really interesting thing when it comes to the Royal Navy. They have a history of this. Of if there's a war going on and they need to mass produce escorts, they're called Flower class. So the next time you see the good idea of being when the Royal Navy's preparing for World War III. The Vickers salesman starts talking about a 14-inch gun, and Vickers have not gone away. They are owned by BAE. And the Royal Navy gets out and starts calling a class the Flower class. My personal prediction for the next Flower class will be uncrewed ships, which will be able to act as basically force enhancers and sort of uncrewed and loyal kayak sort of things, but not quite. For convoy escort and for wider force strength of a carrier battle group, etc., and amphibious task group. Although with current recent decisions of the Royal Navy, that's only going to be a carrier battle group. I highly recommend a visit to Sackville, by the way. And if it's some people are already discussing this, I have been to her, not long ago. That was the proto ship-shape crew visit when we sort of. I was going to see Canada to see HMCS Haida. And finally see a Travel Class Destroyer. Drac basically decided he wasn't letting me go alone because he was worried whether I'd be okay. He'd never admit that, but that's why he was coming along. And so he came along as well. We added in Haida and a couple of other things to it. And Dr. Dan came along, and Gareth the Brit, Gareth came along, and it was absolutely wonderful. And we found it was really cool, and so we then did Australia. And this year we did Scandinavia, and we had a lot of fun. Flower class I love because there are so many usable names, yes. So many names come in Flower class. So many names come in Flower class. But yeah, the Flower class pretty much are exactly what they say on the tin. They are an extremely usable hull, which is adapted. Now, the difference between the Flower class, and as I'll be explaining, is that the Royal Navy is not shopping around for just any hull. They're not shopping around for a weapon system. They've worked all those things out. They're shopping around for a hull which fits the weapon systems they want to put on. That's the difference. There are going to be many more questions from all after this. There are going to be questions. Basically, I'm doing the Flower class, and then I'm going to do another 3 hours of questions. So basically, it's if you look at the, if I quickly pull up, if I pull this up, and I pull that up, I go to, not that. Can I get around? It's not showing up helpfully. Oh, can I find another image section? I can. Okay. Properties, browse. Let's go hunting for that, and I can explain what I'm doing. Probably help if I stuck it so I had an image up there constantly explaining what I was doing, wouldn't it? Actually, there's an even easier one for me. Even easier route, because I include it in here. Yeah, this is the Historiophon timeline for today and tomorrow. And now we're in presentation 1, the flower class, and we're going to get a bit more questions at 6 o'clock. So don't worry, there is tons of time for questions. I have allocated, in terms of question time, I'm also going to be answering questions while I'm doing the World of Warships collab stream. So I'm going to be answering questions while doing that as well. So, you know, and not only am I going to disadvantage because I haven't played that often recently in terms of World of Warships, but I'm going to be at a disadvantage because I'm going to be answering questions. But yes, the Nicholas Monstrat, you know, is a good quote, and the Flower Class Primer is literally all about that. I have currently got it titled by, and I consider this cool, the Tunica Media of War. And for those who don't know, the Tunica Media is, well, it's the middle layer of a blood vessel. So it makes, you know, it's what it's what allows the blood vessel to work as a blood vessel. It's not the outer layer, it's not the inner layer, it's the middle layer. It's made up of smooth muscle cells, of elastic tissue, of collagen and glycines, and it's basically there to make the blood vessels work. And of course, if logistics, the arteries of war, logistics are the arteries which make things work, then, you know, the flower class are what keep those arteries flowing. And they do it very well. It's without escorts such as, you know, as the flower class. They don't flow. And I'm just checking because I just remembered that part of my lovely PowerPoint presentation, I put a spelling mistake in. And I just went, ouch, and fixed it. Hopefully it doesn't make OBS die at the same time. But that's all sorted. So, that being said, let's get into a bit of schedule stuff, because I've got to do a bit of schedule discussion. This is the Christmas special coming up, and the Christmas series. So we've got Chattanooga campaign, if I expand it out. We've got HMAS Castlemaine starting us on the 2nd December. I haven't recorded that one yet, but I've got written pretty much all this week's videos, so I'm going to be recording them. Possibly having most of the day off Tuesday, but Monday, but possibly re-recording the Queen Elizabeth class video. I've got World 1 in English channel all written out, and I've got 2 submarines done. Keyships 4th rates, you know, that's going to be a fun one on Friday. And then Saturday's the long patrol of yesterday of Thursday's live. And then it's Bruce Ships 172. And as you can see, it carries on like that. So the whole up until the 13th of January, and up until the 20th of January, there should be a video every single day. And as said, I do this for 2 reasons. 1, because I love naval history, and 2, because people get lonely during this period, and lonely people do all sorts of things which I would prefer they don't do. So I try and make it a little less lonely, and I have friends who also do similar thing on their channels, and between all us we try and make sure that people, instead of being lonely over Christmas, are rather deluged in YouTube videos they want to watch, and therefore are too busy to feel lonely. Because that's always a great thing. If you're too busy to feel lonely, that's far, far better. And in terms of Historiophon schedule, so I should warn you now, the essay competition, special mentions things, the trouble is I keep rewriting the marking scheme. So yeah, those are supposed to be between 6 and 9, but it might be emphasized on the actual might be emphasized on the questions response section, because I might be literally remarking them whilst I'm answering questions. Might be literally doing that, knowing me. Then tonight we have World of Warships collab stream, which is going to be fun. 3 hours to be doing it. I'm going to be answering questions while doing that, but it's going to be 3 hours of hopefully fun, and everyone's going to be able to join in and team up. Not last year's essays, they were earlier this year, Jacob. They were not last year. They're not quite that far long ago. They were supposed to be done in July when I came back from Scandinavia, but unfortunately I got ill. So they've been delayed. And I thought this would be a suitable time to do them, because otherwise it becomes a case of I'm going to be shoehorning them in and not giving them the time they need. Don't worry. They're going to be a fun. There's going to be a fun thing, and there are going to be more. There's going to be another essay competition this year done in the Christmas period at some point. Now, the other thing is I want to get them announced and sorted through before you get the big expensive boost in costs of things to post prior to Christmas. I think that'd be sensible. Now, U-class submarines. Again, that presentation I'm kind of rewriting as we go, but I'll probably be rewriting at midnight, between midnight and 0300 hours. I don't know how many people I have around at that point. Hopefully a few of you chatting away. And it's kind of weird to look at all those through, but I've got the Jellicoe presentation I'm happy with, and the Jellicoe presentation is going to be pretty cool and pretty long. The Jellicoe presentation is going to be massive. What I will say this is that each of these videos, hopefully, if I have set them up right, flow into the next video. That's what they're supposed to do. They are supposed to flow into the next video. But there is always the chance I get them wrong, and I have not managed to set that up correctly. There is always that as an option. So I do apologize, but it will be running live. They have been split up into 4 9-hour videos on YouTube. I'm hoping that I might be able to keep Twitch just going for the full time, but we'll see. We'll see. We will see what happens. I'm a functioning insomniac. The interesting thing is I don't sleep that much, but I do tend to take time off so I can, read books and just relax and recharge from dealing with and being a human, and that's the problem I tend to have. Shameless book plug, and of course this entire event is about books. As far for me, it's about me trying to develop the books and get especially these 3 books which I'm discussing in these 3. There's a reason I'm doing the 3 presentations I'm doing. These are the 3 books which I've had waiting around for ages: Flower Class, U-Class, and Jellicoe's a Third Sea Lord, which I've been wanting to turn into a published work. But I can't even. Publishers don't give you any money for pictures, so I don't see the point. There's no advantage for me going to a publisher. And well, they would tell you that's what the advance is for pictures, etc. But it's usually not a lot of money. If you consider the advance I got for the Tribals, Battles, and Darings definitely didn't cover the pictures I purchased for that, and that's the reality. I spent that's Tribals, Battles, and Darings. I love it dearly. The books matters a lot to me, but it's also the reason I've got about $5,000 of debt, $5,000 of my debt on the credit card, because I had to spend pretty much so much had to go on that to fund the research trip. That's how I funded it. I consider it a worthwhile investment, and I have been doing my best to pay it off. And if COVID and other things hadn't hit, probably would have paid it off completely by now, but not with money from Tribals, Battles, and Darings. So the idea is to use this to fund getting the pictures so I can get those books out and self-publish them on Kindle, and hopefully you'll enjoy them, and hopefully lots of other people will enjoy them, and they'll be able to, another thing which will ignite people's love of naval history. And also I'm hoping that they themselves then generate enough income that they can fund the 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th books in the series, because I want to do a whole series of primers which are going to be about various ship classes, both British and American. I'm starting off with British ones, and this is also going to be Japanese and those things, but I'm starting off with British ships because I have that research already to hand, because I started this series during COVID when I was basically on lockdown. So basically, while I was finishing off this book, I was also writing those other primers. And now I'm at the point of I've got pretty much 4 primers pretty much done, all between the 45 and 55,000 words mark. I've got another 12 sketched out to the point I've got the information locked in, and the things I want to do, put them into them. And I've got another 20 beyond that planned. So I'm at the scenario where I honestly could quite quickly be putting out 3 to 4 primers a year for the next few years quite happily, one coming every 3 months, as long as I have the money for the pictures that I can actually publish them. And that's the thing. That's what I want to do. I want to be doing that. I want to do that because I want to promote the naval history. What's the goal for Princess Bride? Yeah. I do recharge via books rather than sleep. That's what I tend to do. I don't sleep much, but I go off and read and quietly, that's how I recharge. I'm glad it's helpful, Matris Verdun. Enjoy the fluff walk in Stephen Richards. So with that said, let's look at World War I Flower class. Now, this is HMS Acacia. Yes, isn't she gorgeous? She's also exactly what you'd think from a World War I Flower class would look like. This is what a Flower class sloop looks like. She's gorgeous, she's capable, she's everything you need her to be. She's exactly what you want her to be. Now, the real question that usually people ask me at this point is, well, if she's got all these things, why does the Royal Navy need to build the Flower class in World War II? Because they built hundreds of these things. The Flower class in World War I, and they do build a lot of them. The Flower class sloops of World War I, they build about, I don't want to say about 200 because I think I'm right, but I want to be exactly right. They build them across 5 subclasses. They build a total of 72 in the first 3 classes of fleet minesweepers. They also build a further 40 in, it's about 100, isn't it? It's 110. 40 in the submarine decoy ships, and they build these between 1915 onwards. And there are also other vessels which are grouped around them. And these ships, including the other vessels, that works out about 500, 200, yeah. So these ships were critical for the Royal Navy. First of all, they're building them as minesweepers. Now, one of the reasons why they're building them as minesweepers is because the far more dangerous weapon the German submarines were deploying in World War I was mines. Mine warfare was the real killer of ships. If you look at the tonnage sunk by mines, from submarines by mines, that far outstrips tonnage sunk by torpedoes, and even more, definitely outstrips tonnage sunk by deck guns. Mines were the predator. So you needed a minesweeper. And actually, this is the interesting thing about the Flower class as they're originally built in terms of World War II variant. And again, the World War II variant are ordered earlier. These were when people go, oh, these were a war emergency program. Yes, there are a Flower class which are a war emergency program. This is them. They're ordered in 1915. They're built in from 1915 onwards. This is the war emergency Flower class. The ones built in World War II, guess what? They're ordered. The design stretches back in terms of design studies, going back all the way to 1933. The design is codified by 1938. They've selected the ship, and they're being ordered in 1939, months before war begins. They're literally being laid down about as war begins. They are not a war emergency design. They are rushed through once they're being built. They're being emphasis to build them as quickly as you can, but they're not a war emergency design. They're everything before the war. These ships, though, they're a war emergency design. And they are 1,200 tons, so they're actually slightly heavier than their World War II counterparts. They have a length of 250 feet, overall 262 foot, so it's 76 to 80 meters overall. But as you can see, the bow is kind of straight. Kind of a straight bow design at that time. There's a little bit of outcropping, but yeah, it's a straightish bow. The draft was 12 foot, beam was 33 foot. They had 2 cylindrical boilers, supplying a single 4-cylinder triple expansion engine. So technically a quadruple expansion engine, but it's referred to in the things as a 4-cylinder triple expansion in the systems as a 4-cylinder triple expansion engine. And the reason it's not referred to as a quadruple expansion engine, I basically found this out and looking through it, was because 2 of the cylinders are the same size. So basically the expansion, because they're not 4 different cylinders, it's not a quadruple expansion, it's a triple expansion, but it's got 4 cylinders. But I did go aka quadruple because it's about the same, honestly. It really is. And that was kind of standard for what quadruple expansion engines were. And they were supposed to provide between 1,400 to 1,800 horsepower. That's what they're supposed to provide. They're supposed to provide these things. And that sort of capability for you. And they do pretty darn well for that. That's what I was just explaining, Jacob, but thank you. Oh. Thank you, Nightwolf. Thank you. So, leaving that to one side. If I mute my microphone there. If with the differential, they had a range of roughly 2,000 nautical miles with 15 knots with 250 tons of coal. So they're pretty good for doing transatlantic voyages, but also coastal work. And these ships were also able to find that they, whilst they were supposed to do 1,400 horsepower or 1,800 horsepower, to make 17 knots, their design hull meant that actually they needed roughly 2,200 indicated horsepower. Now, indicated horsepower is what's coming off the boiler. Horsepower, shaft horsepower is what's on the shaft, and the horsepower is what they were designed for. Was supposed to be the Royal Navy's at that time idea of the combined. The reality is, some of them achieved faster than that. Some of them didn't, because their engines were capable of it, but it's whether they were being supplied with the right coal, whether they could generate it. And this is where some of the questions sometimes I come off of, well, yeah, theoretically the Royal Navy's getting the best quality of the best quality shipping coal you can get, But they don't always get it because look at what happens with these ships. Their battleships will get it. The ground fleet's destroyers will get it. The ones which don't take oil. But the things like minesweepers, not always. Crew, 77. Designed amount 2 12-pounder and 2 3-pounder guns, and how do I put this politely? They have a never-ending source of variations. Now, the thing is, that's fine, and the Royal Navy has 112 these, they've calmed down, but then the treaties come along. You did hear false in the triple expansion, Melanie. They're good ships. They're very useful ships, and they keep the Royal Navy going through World War I very, very well. And they are the biggest threat for the submarines. And it's, by the way, this class of vessel which are often get converted into Q ships. Because they do look like a merchant ship hull. As they're built by merchant shipping yards. Yeah, the flag class sloop do look cute. Now, the thing is, though, the London Naval Treaty gets kind of interesting because they are not really subject to any real limitations. However, there are some limitations. Naval surface vessel combat vessels exceeding 600 tons but not exceeding 2,000 tons. There's no treaty that limits on the Washington during the Washington Treaty, but the London Naval Treaty does have some. They can't mount a gun above 16.1 inches because then they immediately start being limited, including in calibrages of cruisers. They can't mount more than 4 guns above 3 inches. So if you think you can build a something with a daring style profile of guns like HMAS Vampire down here, you can't. You've got 4 guns of 3 inches above. Are designed or fitted to launch torpedoes? No, they don't want you making destroyers by the back door. Are designed for a speed greater than 20 knots. This is always the interesting thing. They're not to be designed for a speed greater than 20 knots. The amount of them which seem to achieve speeds greater than 20 knots will leave to one side. But they're not supposed to be designed for it. And I love that phraseology because that is so British, that phraseology in that. They're not designed for it. So the British will go produce designs and go, we didn't design these ships to achieve 20 knots. So they were going 24 knots. We didn't design them to achieve a speed greater than 20 knots. The fact that they can achieve 24 knots if the chief is playing around with the engine settings and doing all these things, the fact is they can achieve 20 knots in all weathers and conditions. That's the reality. That includes howling gale of about 8. The howling gale trying to push them back, push against them with about 8 knots of force to try and push them back. So they can do 28 knots to be going forward to 20 knots. No. You said we couldn't be designed for a speed greater than 20 knots. They can do 20 knots in all conditions. Now, that section, that's what sets sloops apart. That's why sloops are allowed to be built. My often complaint about the Royal Navy in the run-up to World War II is they wait too long to start building sloops. And honestly, if you look at the Royal Navy at the time, they keep arguing they should be building sloops. There's many officers putting forward that they should be matching their destroyer build. So if they're building 16 destroyers that year, they should build 16 sloops. And if they did it from 1930 onwards, then by the time it comes to World War II, you A, have a very modern force of sloops, B, you have something which looks awfully like a Black Swan class probably in service, and C, you don't need any crash build program of escorts. If you think about it, considering the time it takes them to build them, etc., if you just match the destroyer build, you've got roughly 200 ships in service that are going to be viable by World War II. 200 escorts. That's going to be kind of useful. The British have a very sane amount of coal variation. They do their best to limit it. It's not the French or German levels of coal variation. Yeah, Henderson bullied them into so many things, and don't worry, there's a whole slide coming up dedicated to his bullying on this project. But the thing is, and please note, these slides, if you've seen them before, you've probably seen me in Australia, because these are what I did was I used the same slides I used in Australia in the end, for the ship shape tour in Australia, where I gave part of this presentation, because it seemed fair, and that's what this presentation was about most of the time. And this differential, this requirement is what allows the Flower class to exist. It's what allows sloops to exist, and it's so annoying that they didn't build them. Because, yes, it's budget limitations, but these vessels are so cheap at the time. And so small crew. If you look at some of the sloops available that they're building, and give you an example, here is a sloop. This is HMS Stork, a Bittern, 1934 Bittern class. These are the vessels. You know, they're able. It has a crew of 125. But look at this vessel. Look at it. Look at how gorgeous it is. And by the way, this is the same hull which the Black Swans are built on. The Hunt class escort destroyers. Everything's built on this hull. The Bittern design hull. And Stork here, she displaces 1,190 tons. 1,190 tons. Length, 266 feet. Now let's just remember our Flower class. Oh, they were 262 feet overall and 1,200 tons. So, yeah, about the same as the World War I sloops. Beam, 37 foot. So, slightly broader beam, but only by 4 foot. 4 foot extra beam. Complement, 125. Arm with 6 4-inch guns. Now, please note, Stork and Bittern were designed to be placed with 6 4-inch guns. They weren't going to get them until the treaty system broke down. When the treaty system broke down, suddenly it turned out the Royal Navy had extra amounts. It's amazing. It's kind of like the armour for the county class. It just magically happens to be there, doesn't it? 4.5-inch AA guns, the Vickers, in a single quadruple mount. And depth charges, 90 depth charges. Enchantress, one of the sisters, carried 4.7-inch guns in 4 single mounts. Those quadruple AA guns and 60 depth charges. These are useful little escorts, aren't they? Because they've got the right guns to deal with aircraft and torpedo boats, and they've got the right depth charges in there, so they're going to be able to deal with submarines. They're able to carry ASDIC. They're able to carry radar. They're useful things, aren't they? And the thing is, if you've got them, no, they haven't got the torpedoes, but okay, so they're not really going to cover for destroyers, but they can do a lot of the role a destroyer can do to free up your destroyer for where you do need a destroyer. Where you do need something which has the torpedo asset, which you do need something which has those capabilities. You can have a lot of those. These will make up that gap. These will help you. And that's what they're for. They're very good. And please note, if you're wondering why I keep looking over that corner, I have my notes over that side. I should have probably rearranged my screen more, but I have this screen so I can watch and check OBS is working. Beyond that stream over there, I have the Brew Ship's questions, the questions, sort of like the Q&A section going. So this screen over here is where my notes are, to make sure I'm getting my facts right. It's like earlier, it's 112 Flower class built, it's 200 once you add in the other variations on sloops which they are building at the time and trying to get through. Now, these ships were good. These ships are very good in World War II when they are available. They're very useful. But the Royal Navy doesn't just build them. And they're building their sloop program as part of a process of things going on. Process coming on is also the Kingfisher. Kingfisher class here. Thank you, Drunk Headset. Oh, and please note, these could also be built in the commercial yards. Whilst they're built, they can't be built as fast as a flower class in terms of wartime, because a flower class hull is a full commercial hull, and we'll talk about that in a second. But if you're building these prior to World War II, and the other thing they have is, of course, they've got geared turbines. You're going to increase your infrastructure to be able to produce more turbines, which going to mean you have more turbines available in World War II. But B, you're all, in the nicest way, the same commercial yards that build the flower class could build these. These could fit in there. It's just they'd have to build them to naval standards, which is going to take longer. It's going to mean they have to build them to what basically higher tolerances. This is the Kingfisher class. They were the baby sloops the Royal Navy tried out with, and they're built in launched in 1935. Look at them, they're cute. They're 518 tons in standard. They are titchy. They're titchy, but they're cute. And the thing about them is that these vessels, with their 60 crew, their single 4-inch Mark V gun and 40 depth charges, they're the coastal sloops. Coastal minesweepers. And you have to remember about sloops. Sloops are also the mine layers and mine, especially the Halcyon class, are mine layers and mine sweepers of the Royal Navy. So all these vessels are also built with mine sweeping gear included. Mine laying and mine sweeping. And the thing about sloops is they are the original modular ships. They really are. It's a really cool thing about them. The Royal Navy had them in the Far East. They had them all over the world. And the idea was you would have the things that would fit the sloop. So the sloop could be your gunboat. Often for diplomacy, when they're deploying a gunboat locally, it's actually a sloop coming along. When they want they want mines picked up, they get quickly put in, and their minesweeping gear gets added. If they want mines laid, they can lay mines. If they want to do anti-submarine warfare escort, they can carry a whole ASW fit. They are really, really great design, a really general purpose, useful little design. Really good ships, and really flexible. So yeah, the Kingfisher class, that they're also Kingfisher class technically have a top speed of 20 knots. When I say technically have a top speed of 20 knots, when you start realizing they have a 6-foot draft, that their length is 234 feet, or the 243 feet, depending on whether you want to take the overall length or just the perpendiculars. And perpendiculars go from the front of the ship to the stern of the ship in the water. You start to realize with their shaping, etc., they could go fast. And Kingfishers, I've been told, although I have no way to actually say this true, they were definitely designed for a speed of 20 knots in all weathers. They are definitely designed. They're not the most comfortable ships to be on in all weathers, but they were definitely designed for a speed of 20 knots in all weathers. In all weathers. But that brings us to Henderson and 3rd Sea Lord. Now, Henderson was 3rd Sea Lord from 1933. That means he is the controller of the Royal Navy, which means he's in charge of everything to do with constructing the Royal Navy. Every design, every build, this is the senior naval officer who has to sign off on it. This is what a senior naval officer who's to sign off on what do you want to build. It has to go through him. He is in post for long enough that First Sea Lords, that ministers, everyone is scared the frigate out of him. Now, the fun thing with him also is that he's planning for World War II, and he has a lot of interesting background, which means he's uniquely prepared to plan for it. And his plans for World War II, purely coincidentally, do tend to work around aircraft carriers, because he had been the rear admiral of aircraft carriers and was the biggest advocate for the Royal Navy getting back control of its naval air service and actually investing it properly. And without him, the Royal Navy fleet air arm of World War II certainly doesn't exist as it does, and the aircraft carriers certainly don't exist as they did historically. But he's the reason the Royal Navy has them, because he is a massive advocate for them. But also he's an advocate for sloops. He's an advocate for the tribal class destroyers. They're all his babies. Now, I don't know why my nose is itching like I'm hanging around. But With sloops, what he's doing is he knows he's not going to get to build enough in peacetime. He keeps trying to get enough to build in peacetime, but he knows he's not. So what he does instead with the sloops is he uses their designs to experiment. He works out what's the biggest he could build as a sloop, what's the smallest. He tests them out in exercises. He has various ASW exercises run, various operations, to work out what he needs to fit on a ship. What you need to work. That's the important thing, because there is no point them procuring a merchant vessel or anything which will not take the equipment they need. And lots of people go around and going, well, why don't they just convert trawlers? Well, it turns out trawlers not big enough. It can't operate in deep enough seas as far as the British are concerned and maintain the operating capability. They're looking around at various designs. And they're using the data which Henderson has got and gathered from his construction projects, from building all these different sloops, from studying the operations of the Flower class in World War One. All these things. Everything comes down to this gentleman. And of course, famously, what they find is this. This is Southern Pride. And this is the basis of the Flower class Corvette. Now, if you're looking and going, Alex, that's not a Flower class Corvette hull, you'd be right. It's the basis of a Flower class Corvette. But it's... If we go back to this picture, it's not a Flower class Corvette yet. There are many modifications which happen to it. And it's a good little ship. It's a very dutiful little ship. But yeah, this is not what the Royal Navy is using. This is what the Royal Navy take as go, well, hang on, look at its engine plant, look at its rough size. Okay, we've got the framing, we've got... So it's got base design. Basically, what they've done is they've got all the... they've got the idea of how much they need to fit aboard it, and then they've got the idea of what they want to fit aboard it, and what they can fit it to. And you take these two things. I don't know why my nose keeps itching today. Annoying. What is it supposed to be a sign of when your nose is itching? Is it someone's talking about you? No, that's your ears twitching, isn't it? And when they put those things together with the work of Stanley Goodall, this is what you get. This is the 1940 Flower class Corvette, ordered July 1939. The designs had all been standardized by the end of 1938. They are getting them out to all the different yards involved. Then the orders are issued in July 1939, laid down mostly September 1939. So that's the interesting bit of history. Usually, when people go, "What? But they're war emergency built," they're not. Now, where does the idea that they are a war emergency build come from? It comes from this guy called Winston Churchill, who, when he gets made First Lord of the Admiralty again, he gets made, the ministerial head of the Admiralty, he immediately sets about doing many orders, which are based on experience in World War One. Experience in World War One was it was impossible to get the Royal Navy to produce enough escorts, he felt, because of the issues they were having at the time. And so he decides to pause capital ships and carrier construction and do an emergency crash build of escorts. Small problems. There's just a few problems with this. Most of the yards which then start churning out escorts are not the same yards or same facilities which are churning out capital ships. So you have to move people around. But you do some of them. Some of them go to those yards. Also the fact that most of the yards which are building capital ships, especially the large ones, they tend to build more ocean liners and battleships than they do smaller ships. So that was a fun thing. So there, people weren't exactly necessarily the most focused on that duty. But finally, the big problem was that the program was actually going. The truly annoying thing about this whole scenario is that crash issue of we were trying to move people around and focus people around actually caused more disruption in the Flower class program than it aided it. If you combine that with the issues affecting the Hunt class escort destroyer program, which had issues with stability and a few other things as well, because of calculations not being done necessarily correctly or fully checked, because of the way you're supposed to work calculations, and they transposed them, and actually it didn't work out. It could work out right, but it didn't work out right, and that's a whole other video in and of itself. And I keep meaning to go and do, which I haven't done. If that had been done, if the Hunt class and the Flower class had not been as disrupted as they were by the decision, they'd have probably entered service about the same time they did historically. They'd have probably been building into service as soon as they could. And with that as a capability coming in, you'd have also had the carriers and the capital ships coming in at roughly the same time. Because also there's the fact that they don't overlap in terms of their requirements. Believe it or not, turbines and boilers you're building for carriers and capital ships don't tend to fit in smaller ships like this. The guns and weapons you're fitting on these ships, it does not fit them. They don't go to the same fitting out docks because they don't need the same facilities in terms of cranes to put on armor and other things. So the whole problem is it doesn't need to be done. But still, getting into service was a big advantage. It's the big problem in the trade-off between the Germans when they're talking about their submarine production. Well, this is the example I tend to give. If a submarine goes down, you lose the crew. A sloop or a corvette, and the Flower class were called corvettes because they're built to full commercial standards. And please note the difference between a corvette, a frigate, and a sloop is corvettes built to commercial standards of damage control and hull subdivision. Frigates built to a halfway house, and sloop is built to full naval standards. So sloop will have far more division, be far more survivable for its size than a corvette. Still, they're not great if they get hit by anything too big, but they're there. They're there. In terms of the Flower class corvettes, they can also carry radars, sonar, ASDIC as the Royal Navy would call it at this time, but sonar as we tend to refer to it these days. So it's easier for me sometimes to call it ASDIC or sonar. And they've got a single 4-inch gun. Okay, they've got 2 Vickers 50 cal machine guns in twin mounts. 2 303 Lewis guns in a twin mount. They've got some Mark II depth charge throwers, 2 depth charge rails, and they carry 40 depth charges. So if you think about it, what they've got in terms of weapon fit, they've pretty much got almost a Kingfisher weapons fit, or a bit of a light fit from one of these. Kingfisher weapon fit in terms of depth charges, but they've got the ocean-going capability of the Spittons. That's what I'm basically looking at. They're looking at something which can do the wider oceans and those duties, but which needs this capabilities here for ASW. Because this is a more general purpose asset, this is a more ASW asset. Pardon me. Now, as time goes on, later modifications of Royal Navy Flower class get more capability to carry more depth charges. And I would tell you, honestly, and this is me being 100% honest with you, like torpedoes and destroyers in the Royal Navy, take any figure given to you of the maximum number of depth charges carried by a ship with a large grain of salt. What do I mean by this? I mean, if you think as a naval officer, if you've got any spare tonnage, any spare capacity to carry more of your anti-submarine warfare weapon, your depth charges, or more torpedoes, which are your primary method of killing ships bigger than you, which can kill you, you would do it. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying it's going to be necessarily safe by modern health and safety standards. But if your other choices running out of them, you're going to do it. Killer bin. If they could, do you think the Hunts would have been built en masse instead of Swans and such? They did build the Hunts, a rather large run of the Hunts, still. The difference is that the Black Swans are kind of the ASW killer specialists. Hunts are very flexible at doing it, and Corvettes are the Flower class are great. But I think if the Royal Navy really could have built the maximum of them, they'd probably built the Black Swans. If they could have picked one type to mass produce and could have produced in numbers so it would fill a lot, then Black Swans are probably what get it, because they are the ones built to the full naval standards. They are probably the best ASW platform built in World War II. And pound for pound, they are the meanest submarine killing machines that are built in World War II. And it's quite scary sometimes to look at the Black Swan and go, yeah, you are what passes for an ASW killing machine in this period, but they are. If you look at them, the number of kills they secure and the number of operations they achieve versus their versus hull numbers, they really are a very successful class. At this rate, we all need to take the full official specifications given by the Royal Navy with a full small mine well assault. Yes, it's like How do I put this politely? It's like when we were discussing this and Sol was putting this picture together. If I go back to the cover picture again. The question he had for me that came up quite a bit was nose art and the art on the gun, and whether the art would be on the gun. And I went, in the nicest way, I have never seen a non-modified picture which doesn't have art on the gunwork, because it was something the crews would do. And it's like, if you found a Corvette, a Flower class Corvette, or anything of the small ships, destroyers, anything below that level below, which only had what they were fitted with under the Royal Navy instructions, then that was a brand new ship straight out of the yard. The moment the crew got aboard it, they started making modifications. The chiefs would start modifying the engines because they'd know how they could make them get more power out of them, and they'd start doing it. The captains would turn a blind eye as machine guns would appear and other things would appear from circumstances. And, you know, if the quartermaster managed to find, I don't know, an extra dozen or so depth charges that, whilst they can't fit in the depth charge holders' positions, they can fit in that space we have just next to the depth charges that, you know, we could store in some crates on deck, and we could basically use them to reload the depth charges first instead of the ones from stored down in the hull. Oh yeah, they'll fit them, and they won't ask any questions, and no one in the Admiralty will ask questions. Sol is a really good artist, yes. And it was kind of a thing of, how do we capture that? And before anyone starts thinking this is a peculiarly Royal Navy thing to do with the official stats and then what they actually fit on them, no. Look at the US Navy, look at the Italian Regia Marina, look at every Navy. The only Navy which is sort of like that is, honestly, I think it's to an extent, it's the Kriegsmarine. And the reason I'd say the Kriegsmarine are to an extent like that is because post Narvik, when you take the names off destroyers and small boats like that, you do a lot of damage to the morale of the crews. A name on a ship helps the crew take a lot of pride in what they're doing. Think about it this way. Think about the houses you've lived in your life. And think about the difference between the way you fought of the ones which have just got numbers or the ones which have names. And how you've treated them, how you thought about them, how you acted about them. And it's the same with crews. The Royal Navy actively dislikes the idea of certain vessels having numbers rather than names, and they have to do it to extent with motor torpedo boats. But again, unofficially with the torpedo boats, even the dog boats, etc., these and all the other ones, they get names. Dog boats. If you talk to dog boat crews, often they will call, well, yeah, this one's this dog, this one's that breed of dog, dun 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 dun. And they have different names for them, and sometimes they have other different things. So yeah, it's one of those things of the board might have rules. You know, the Royal Navy, the board might stand on things, but no, it's the crews we're going to adapt. And again, when it comes to, I'm not sure what Phil Bass was. I thought the full board had to. I'm not sure what I'm presuming that's referring to the Admiralty board, but that's where the question ends. But yeah, again, if we're talking about the Third Sea Lord and the things I'm discussing when it comes to Admiral Henderson, the Third Sea Lord is in charge of the construction. And what happens is he decides what options the board gets to review. The board then selects the options based on his advice. And then he's in charge of the construction of those ships. And any of the minor changes which come up during the construction, of course, don't need to go to full board, they go to him. So, yes, full board might need to officially sign off on something, but to think about that as a situation in real life. Okay, this person is the person who selects the recommendations, what goes to the board. Gives their recommendation, is considered the expert on the board to give them the recommendation of what should be built. So makes the case in front of the board. Then is the one who oversees it, is also the person who goes to the House of Commons and other politicians to explain it and get things built. So, yeah, it's a case of the full board is supposed to have the authority. They do have the authority. This is the man who exercises the authority. And when you consider some of the other things which go through, especially over various programs with the various First Sea Lords at the time, yeah. So, here you go. Here's one you weren't probably expecting. USS Tenacity. And actually, this is USS Intensity. And Tenacity is one of the US Navy's Flower-class corvettes. She's in the Royal Navy. She's known as Candy Tuft. Candy Tuft. And she actually served with the Royal Navy for a while. She served the Royal Navy from October 1940 till March 1942, when she's transferred across to the US. You know, this is one of the fun things. When you start talking about the Flower class, Lend-Lease goes in reverse. Flower class, they go to the US. And the US goes, whoo, that's cool. Now, Black House is the First Sea Lord at the time, and yes, he's just First Sea Lord overseeing, basically Goodall and Henderson Henderson goes there with his plan. Goodall's doing what he's doing, and yeah, Black House is just basically going, yes, please, this is what I'd like. But the trouble is, Black House dies in 1939, in July 1939. And he had resigned as First Sea Lord in May 1938. So he is well behind the times, really, on that one. And Henderson himself is getting ill at this point, but he's still pushing this through. He's done all this work towards it. Black House is sadly not really around much at this point. Philip Bass. He really isn't. He's not really checked in much. And honestly, the man doesn't have... He has a lot of impact as he's going up the Royal Navy on training, on operational mindset, on thought processes. But he's only First Sea Lord from September 1938 to June 1939. and Dudley Bound takes over in June 1939. So he's literally just sort of there momentarily overseeing it. Chatfield is the first Sea Lord from 1933 to 1938. He's in post for 5 years, 229 days, and he's the man who pushes through the 14-inch guns on the King George V's. But as part of the agreement, basically, with Henderson over the 14-inch guns, that Henderson won't keep making waves on the issue, he basically hands everything else over to Henderson. So pretty much Chatfield has to... And then post-war, Chatfield writes a very interesting autobiography where he basically claims everything, but once you start checking the records, he doesn't. No, there's a good argument the Royal Navy worked their admirals to death between 1930 and 1939. If you consider Henderson's wife, apparently, one of the stories I read about it, took up assisting and working with him because otherwise she'd never see him. It's a, you know, it's a situation because they are working themselves literally to death to prepare the Royal Navy for World War II. And you know, as Tenacity, what does she do? Well, the USN's in desperate need of ASW ships when they enter the war, and the Royal Navy sends them. They send them a whole series of groups, which are, if I remember correctly, the US calls them the Temptress class gunboats. And they get, I think it's 10 Temptress class, and they get 15 Action class, which are the modified flowers. They're classified as patrol gunboats. And these 25 vessels do an absolutely critical job for the US Navy in terms of giving them the anti-submarine warfare work they need. Now, some of them are built in Collingwood in Canada. Some of them are built in Midland in Canada. And a lot of them, including HMS Candytuft here, was built in Grangemouth. Well, this is actually Intensity. So we're discussing Tenacity, but Intensity, which is the image we've got here. She was built in Midland, and she's a modified flower, technically designed. So yeah, many of them come from Canada. Some of them come from Harland Wolff in Belfast, and the Royal Navy basically sent them Veronica, Heliotrope, Hibiscus, Arabis, Periwinkle, Calendar, Pengonia, Larkspur, Hearties, and Candytuft. And the US Navy decided they couldn't have these vessels because they just sound so not US Navy. So they renamed them Temptress, Surprise, Spry, Saucy, Restless, Ready, Impulse, Fury, Courage, and Tenacity. Tenacity does a good job with the US Navy. She really does. She basically is escorting convoys, and they're deployed for convoy escort in the Caribbean. Then she joins 4th Fleet and the South Atlantic Escort Force based in Trinidad. And then she's moved to the Eastern Sea, based at Boston. And she's pretty much she's doing the ASW work up and down the coast of the United States. And this is what these ships get involved in. And she's a good ship. She's a reliable ship. The US Navy really loves her. The US Navy really loves the Flower class as a whole. It's one of the funny things I've been looking into, because doing this, the reason I've got Tenacity as the one I want to be talking about, because I basically said I'm using titles that are from my book, is because I found some quotes from King and a few others about Tenacity. And there's even quotes about Intensity, and I'll I might open up the book and add in some stuff about her in there as well, because she also has an interesting bit of history. She operated mostly from New York. She's based in the Charleston, South Carolina for a while. And post World War II, she sold to the Panamanian company, Belarus Limited, where she's used as a whaling ship called the Olympic Promoter. She's then sold to the Japanese and renamed Otori Maru No. 5, and she's finally scrapped at Shiroshima in April 1966. Laid down in 1941, in service for 25 years. They had a lot of fun. They were useful ships. They were really useful ships. And that's always the surprising thing for me, is just how useful the Flag class are when you consider how simply they can be written off and how simply they're constructed. And then we have HMS Buttercup. Now, HMS Buttercup, she also has her fun times. And she gets all sorts of weird things, but she's first in British service. She's commissioned 1942. Decommissioned from the Royal Navy, technically in 1944. But, along the way, she becomes Belgian, then Norwegian, and she serves both nations. And eventually she gets made into a whaler as well. And she does really well. Really well. She's as part of the Belgian corvettes, serving along with HMS Godetier, she's part of the operations going on with the Belgians escorting convoys. Right up until Belgium is liberated, at which point they need the personnel for other things, so they actually return them to the Royal Navy. And the Royal Navy goes, oh, we got them now. And then the Royal Norwegian Navy loses HMS Tonsberg Castle, which was lost to a mine in December 1944 off the coast of Finnmark. Okay, that's annoying. And the Royal Navy goes, well, we have Buttercup sitting over here. We were just about to put a crew on her, but we can give her to you. And they do. And then she takes part as part of the Liverpool Escort Force. Part of Group B2. She takes part in 2 westbound, 2 eastbound bound convoys. None were attacked by the enemy, but that doesn't matter. If they hadn't been escorted, they would probably have been attacked, knowing Sod's Law. In May 1945, she's ordered to Rosyth to prepare to sail to Norway. On the 13th of May 1945, she sailed for Oslo carrying the Chief of Staff of the Norwegian Navy and Norwegian High Command, and arrived Oslo on the 15th of May. In 1946, the Norwegian government actually acquired Buttercup. They bought her, and she's renamed Nordkin, and she's used as a fisheries protection vessel. She carried out the hydrographic survey between Bear Island and Spitsbergen. She served as a base for Catalina that the Polar Institute was using to map glacier fronts. And in 1950, she's reclassified as a frigate, and then she's stricken from the list in April 1956. And at that point, she's then sold to a whaling company to be used as a whaler. And she's eventually broken up in 1969. Buttercup. And the story of these ships just carries on. What they get up to. And the idea is each book, it's divided into chapters going into all the different sections of ship, but each one has, it's kind of like in the TBDS and Tribal Club in TBD. It's going to have inserts which are little stories of the ships involved and their histories and what they got up to, and a sort of potted sort of history style thing. And that's what these ships are going to be. These are some of the ships which are using examples. And I was really sure, and I have to say this is another reason for doing these videos, is Halbard Patrol mot Ausland PA2. I can't find decent pictures of her that I'm allowed to use. Or think I'm allowed to use. And so, at the moment, standing in for Patrol Boat 2, I have HMNZS Arabis, one of the New Zealand Flower class corvettes. Now, if you're thinking, what, Alex, which ship are you talking about this? I'm talking about the French-built vessels which were completed for the German Navy. Because, yes, the Flower class serves with the German Navy. She was captured when the Kriegsmarine took control of them, took control of the fall of France. And she was being built at the Chantiers de Loire shipyard in Saint-Nazaire. They were actually constructing 4, which were going to be Argypus, Halbard, Sabre, and Poignard. Halbard was the closest to completion, and was designated PA2. PA standing for Patrolbond Osland, which is basically foreign patrol vessel. And the designation was used only for those 4 vessels. She was placed in 15 Volposten Flotille, which was trawlers, whalers that had been converted to patrol boats. The idea was they would serve as basically vessels to protect German ships in the Atlantic, their convoys, their coastal convoys. And basically, they filled a hole. They were armed only with 3.37mm guns. Their armament was limited in that it meant they couldn't launch flares to counter British motor torpedo boat and motor gunboat attacks when they attacked at night. And but they modified them in ways that they could to try and do these things. And eventually they managed to fulfill a dual role of AA vessel and fire control ships to, for protecting the escort of merchant ships. I think they sort of did look into fitting them with 88mm and other things, and they had other flare systems which they were trying to use. I think they did look at also tracer. But there's I've got a whole section about her in the book, and her service is what interested me more, in many ways, than the German design decisions. Because the service was, well, Patrol Ausland 2 was first commissioned. And she actually had several run-ins with Dutch motor torpedoids and British vessels as well. Even her first convoy, was the 26th of September 1943. She'd ended service in September 1943, but the first convoy is in 26th September 1943. She gets into action, and she's escorting some merchant vessels with some minesweepers and various other Volposten boots. And the freighter Melody is lost. It was sunk by torpedoes. But they tried their best. And often Patrol Boat Ausland 2 and Patrol Boat Ausland 3 would combine up and work together. Or rather, Patrol Boat Ausland 2 and Patrol Boat Ausland 3 would work together. And, yeah. They really didn't do that well when they were heavily attacked by the British. Oh no. The 37mm guns were first off incapable of firing flare shells when they were first fitted. It was later they were added in. Who are you telling off this time? Let me just go see who he's telling off. never guess. Asda's now arrived. Terrible, terrible people. All these people coming to deliver food. And not one of them's delivering more sausages for him. Quiet! Come here. Sit. Sit. You know what this means. Good boy. Now, most of the patrol boat squad, its sisters, other than PA2, I think, were actually sunk during the Le Havre bombing raids by Lancasters in June 1944. Yeah. But patrol boat Osland Zwei does keep going. Bring me all the Beckies. Yes. He needs to put them in their place because, you know, otherwise they might get uppity. And of course, Sackville. Now, Sackville wasn't maintained just because she's she is the last flag class corvette. She wasn't just maintained for that. No, she actually survives because she's being used as primarily a civilian vessel. She's with the Department of Marine and Fisheries, and she's used for those duties. It's thanks to those duties she survives the laboratory and various other things, to, you know, for doing fisheries protection until 1982. And whilst they'd hoped to survive to acquire Louisburg, that vessel was wrecked by Hurricane David in 1979. And so the Canadian National Naval Corvette Trust turned around on the Department of Marine and Fisheries and basically went, you will give us Sackville or there will be trouble. You will give us Sackville. And then they had to pay to restore her to her traditional historical appearance, not what the Department of Fisheries and Department of Marine and Fisheries had done to her. But she survives because she's being used. And this is the interesting thing. The flag class, so many of them are being used as whalers, as fisheries vessels, etc., that you're almost surprised more of them didn't survive. But honestly, they do well in Canada, and the Sackville, I think, survives in Canada, because as we know historically, the Canadians are terrible at replacing equipment. If it still works, they keep it going. Usually with ships, they find them, they don't even get rid of them. They're found rusting pier side historically. That's not me being rude about the Canadians, by the way. Just look at their history of their cruisers. Before anyone starts objecting to me and going, the British are bad and the Americans are bad. No. Look at the history of the Canadians with their cruisers. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm not saying the other services are good. I'm just saying the Canadians have a real habit of this. At one point, the Royal Navy refuses to give them any cruisers because of how they treat their ships. They basically go, we will only give you more ships and allow you to have more ships and actually operate and be responsible for them if you show you can maintain the ones you have. Excuse me. Hey. Calm down, boy. Calm down. I know. They're not paying attention to you. They're not listening to your fluffy wishes. I know. It's terrible. And you are the big fluff. You are in charge. I know. But unfortunately, they don't deliver food straight to you, and he doesn't deliver the food you eat anyway. No, he doesn't. Your food comes from elsewhere. Your food comes mostly from Amazon at the moment because the local stockists never have enough quantity for you. Because someone, and I'm not going to name who, has to have the very big puppy bag because he doesn't like the adult food. He doesn't like the taste of it. And we get away with you giving the puppy bag because you are so energetic, you still burn off enough energy as if you're a puppy. But the problem is, no, not a normal pet stores do not stock the big bag version of the puppy food because most puppies get off the food far quickly. And they don't need to have the giant bag of puppy food. They can have the small one. But someone I know, does need the big bag of puppy food. And so, yes, that has to come from Amazon, doesn't it? My dogs are not spoiled. Any suggestion that they're spoiled is completely wrong. Good boy. Blackburn Max has looked out. HMCS Neobay did not deserve that tolerable treatment. Okay, so then we have HMS Dianthus, which I picked because she has, and the reason she's the front cover is because she has the most amazing battle with a German submarine. And when I say has the most amazing battle in it, so she's in a fight against U-379. Okay? And it is a 9-hour-long battle, and it has been hours of chase, because U-379 starts off, she's trying to attack a convoy, and Dianthus finds her. And Dianthus is not giving her up. At all. And the battle involves shooting guns at her. The 4-inch gun. Depth charging her. Ramming her. Dianthus will not let this sub go. And, the crew from U-379, only 5 of her crew actually survived, if I remember correctly. Yeah. She had 45 crew aboard, and only 5 survived the battle. She had sunk 2 ships, both in the 8th of August 1942. And then she's done this sinking. She's, feeling confident. She's off the coast of Greenland. And that's when Dianthus finds her. And she was never going to sink any other ships. She sinks, the U-379 sinks 2 vessels on the 8th of August 1942. And then on the 8th of August 1942, Dianthus gets her. And Dianthus doesn't let her go. It's... She spots her on the surface, and she chases her with guns. The U-379 tries to dive. HMCS Chilliwack, which is another Flower-class corvette, joins Dianthus, and the two are making an Aztec sweep. Chilliwack finds nothing, returns to the convoy, but Dianthus, scenting to target her prey still there, stays in the area, does one last sweep, and spots U-379 on the surface, attempting to slink away on the surface because she's got damaged earlier. So she fires at her again. U-379 tries to dive. She then fires a spread of depth charges, which causes enough damage that forces 379 to surface. And then she opens up again with all her guns and rams the U-boat, hitting the blow forward of the conning tower. Doesn't sink. So she withdraws off and rams her again. Still doesn't sink. Withdraws off and rams her a 3rd time. Still doesn't sink. So comes in and rams her a 4th time. Sinks the submarine. So yes, that is HMS Dianthus, and that on her is the damage from ramming a submarine 4 times to make sure it sunk. It's kind of a battle and a half, and when you read about it, you sit there and go, the write-ups do not give it the drama it deserves. It's a battle. It's a pit of wills going on between the commanding officers, and it's literally Dianthus going, "Why won't you die? Die!" And it goes. And yes, there is, again, it's a loss of life, but this is the reality of war. This is what happens. But you sit there and think, at a certain point, when you're ramming a submarine enough times, you could set off the torpedoes, you could set off all sorts of things doing that. You could sink yourself. You're at the point where the whole crew is so committed to action, not one of them sitting there thinking, this could blow us up ramming this ship. No, we've got to sink this U-boat. It's going. It's nearly as soon as that Battle of the US ship and a sub involving cans of beans and squads being thrown at the sub. Yeah, might as well. Look, I still maintain the Royal Navy committed a war crime on the Italians by firing baked beans at their battleships from their destroyers, so when they ran out of shells. So, frankly, yeah. I still maintain that that was probably a war crime to fire a can of baked beans at the Italian Navy. You know, it's just think about the Italians going, what is this? Is this blood? No. It's what they call tomato sauce. Oh, good God, the horror! Clean it off the ship! So, we're under fire, we're taking hits, and clean that off my ship! If my nonna saw that I had this on my ship, she'd kill me! It's just, it's the height of slapstick comedy in the middle of a war zone. Now, Corvettes is, now, she's an interesting vessel because she serves with the Royal Navy August 1940 to 1943. Then she's acquired by Greece and serves with them until 1952. When she's returned to the Royal Navy and eventually broken up by the Royal Navy. She's built by A.J. Inglis in Glasgow. And she is the star of The Cruel Sea, which is the movie, of course, I quoted a bit at the beginning. She rescued 33 survivors from the British cargo ship MV La Astania, which was sunk by U-47. She also rescued 169 survivors from the British merchant ship SS Clan MacTaggart when she was sunk by U-92. And again, this is the other thing the Flare class do. They're not just about sinking the German U-boats and driving off and trying to protect their convoys. They're also about recovering the merchant crews so that you still have those crews to crew other merchant ships. And she's picked up survivors in March 1943 from the SS Frida, the SS Gary Bryn, and the SS Dreyfus, which had all been sunk by the U-130 northwest of Lisbon. And that tells you about her war, because she's picking up survivors from Iceland, she's picking up survivors off Cadiz, off Lisbon. She's got quite a wide-going war here. In part of the Greek Navy. Well, she served as an escort again out of Liverpool. And Liverpool is where quite a lot of the escorts and fire classes especially come into. She was part of Operation Neptune, the Normandy landings. And she joined the British Mediterranean Fleet in October 1944. While she was awaiting for disposal in Malta in 1952, that's when Ealing Studios rent her to have her taking part in The Cruel Sea, you know, and starring as HMS Compass Rose. Right. Now, while she was doing that, she actually managed to slam into HMS Camperdown, the battle-class destroyer of the Royal Navy, causing some destroyer to Camperdown. But she's okay. One of the fun things about the Corvettes is while she's taking part in the film Cruel Sea, she's actually wearing the number of HMS Crocus, not the fictional HMS Compass Rose, because of course, Compass Rose, that sounds like a flourish name, but it's not a flourish name. And, yeah, she's finally scrapped in Sunderland in 1952. Top speed was technically 16.5 knots for a Flower class corvette. Technically. Please note, I'm saying technically. HMS Camperdown always getting around. Yeah, Camperdown was always having trouble. Now, here's the broad speaking summary, and I have to say I haven't done the whole book because there's going to be a video introducing the book when the book's published, but also there's going to be links, etc., to the book and what it is. But there is a reason why I have the phrase Tourniquet Media of War. If the sinews of war are infinite money, then the blood vessels are the blood vessels, the blood supply, the arteries, etc. I think I go with arteries. I think that's better phraseology. Are logistics. Now, arteries and other blood vessels don't work without the tourniquet media. It protects them from other things going on in the body. It protects the vessels from what's going on, and it also provides the muscle which keeps the blood flowing. We think of the heart as what's pumping the body, or the blood around the body, and it is to an extent true. But the muscle and the arteries are also about what control the flow and help it keep going. And that's what the flower class are. That's what the flower class are. Now, before I get out of the slides and start answering all the questions, which could cause me fun, but I think I'll manage to figure it out, I'm going to once again go for, well, there's this. This is the Christmas videos we have coming up. There are a lot of videos going to be there. And of course, the Patreon videos, the reason they've not had their names put in yet is because the vote's still live. And this is the Historiophon timings. So it should be pretty good. Should be. And with that being said, let's go back to YouTube Brew Ships. Sign and put in some questions. Roll! And yeah, I'm going to put a timing thing on the system and say back to questions. At 04:38. So I'm kind of keep some sort of I will try and enter in proper timestamps as we get later on, but I'm trying to keep some sort of loose idea of the timestamps as things goes along, as they're happening. Oh, there's lots of chats going on about Saddam's things. Yeah. There are some really fun ideas coming. There are some really fun ideas coming from battleships. Yeah, and that's all worked and that's all sorted. So for me, having fun. This is going well. I'm actually surprised it's doing as well as it is. I'm quite kind of glad. I was half expecting no one to show up at all. if the Royal Navy built, and let's change the thing back to let's go to brewship. Yeah, that's better. If the Royal Navy had built and completed 2 Ark Royals in 1930s and Ark Royal was sunk like in real life, would you send the second one to the Pacific instead of Med? Can we see the... okay, so this is quite a lot of questions. If the Royal Navy does build a second Ark Royal and they have that ship available, that's going to be an extra carrier available. So there are going to be differences. So if you've built 2 Ark Royals at that time, which you could have theoretically done, if you'd been prepared to accelerate certain things, and probably would have delayed the implacable orders. But if you built the 2 Ark Royals, you have a second strike carrier. The odds are that vessel might be used in something like Taranto. It might be used in the Mediterranean as historically, which might mean it gets damaged, like Illustrious does, etc., and need to be repaired, or it might, not be. It's these things of Illustrious class are far better built to take damage than the Ark Royals, but if you've got a second Ark Royal, then you've probably got one operating with Force H and one operating in the North Atlantic doing the operations against the things like the German surface raiders, etc., coming out. You might well deploy it for. You might well pulse it round. This is the sort of thing. You might well pulse it round to Alexandria to take part in Taranto for the strike, and that's going to be a huge deliverance of extra firepower, because that's up to 48 extra swordfish. Because remember, they could take up to 72 aircraft. So it could well be up to 48 extra swordfish if they're just loaded with strike aircraft plus fighters for Taranto, which could pretty much treble your strike group at Taranto. The effect of that is going to cause a lot more damage to the Ranger Marina. That's going to affect what you need in the Mediterranean. Then you've got that extra carrier going around, sort of things. It could well be that carrier's available along with Victorious when Bismarck comes out, in which case you could have that carrier off with... that carrier could be off with Hood and Prince of Wales, in which case you probably have a large strike delivered on Bismarck, because she's going to be fully equipped with aircraft, whereas Victorious didn't really have as many aircraft as she needed. There were various issues with her and her aircraft numbers aboard. But that sort of larger carrier, if you have that much of a larger carrier, you're going to have also the extra trained personnel in terms of fleet air arm. You're going to have the extra trained personnel in terms of damage control and carriers. They're going to have an impact for it. And the odds are, yes, if you have a vessel like that available, it's going to be one of the vessels deployed to with Force Z. In which case, no, it's probably not going to go to the Americans using it as a carrier. But it might be the one that substitutes Victorious at some point, but it might also be the cornerstone of Force Z deployment. In which case, if you have that out there, then in a nicest way, you're probably not going to have Force Z suffer the same fate it did historically, which is going to affect the events in Malaya and going to affect other subsequent events in the Philippines, etc. So, yeah, basically you've changed history enough with the second Ark Royal that the world could be very different. Otherwise, it could get, like the Ark Royal, sunk by a submarine, in which case you won't have changed history at all. James Craig. How would a VLS type ship the size of an aircraft carry around the same flight deck size as the Charles de Gaulle? Would it work? The cost of those missiles and loading those missiles would be extortionate. That's also a lot of top weight, and it's quite heavy and dense packed. If you were going to build something about that size, it would look quite a different shape. It would be longer, lower. You could build something with that many missiles, but it's going to be a huge amount of missiles. We're probably talking somewhere in the region of, rough mental calculations, about 1,000 VLS cells. Which sounds great until you have to load it with 1,000 missiles. And if you consider the current stockpiles of most nations, including America, that's going to be a huge amount of their missiles. So this is the real problem with Arsenal ships, and what comes about is Arsenal ships are a great idea until A, you want to reload them at sea, in which case an aircraft carrier is far easier to reload at sea, because you can actually you can reload an aircraft carrier at sea, and you can of course restock its systems to be able to arm its aircraft at sea. Whereas VLS you can in theory do, because we've done it again recently, but it's not something we're racing to do in the Red Sea or anywhere, are we? Because it's actually quite difficult and quite dangerous and not at all straightforward. And a VLS ship like that's going to be a huge. You're going to have to build up your stocks of missiles far more. All things to make it practical. So whilst it would work, there is no scientific or engineering reason it wouldn't. It is going to be quite an expensive thing and quite a resource-intensive thing to create. I hope that answers your question. We are now, in terms of questions, running 2.5 hours behind. Okay. We'll get there. At a certain point in this period, I will, as I said, open up the essays. Corporal Tony. Avoiding phraseologies with little cousins of mine. And please note, we are almost finished through the first bottle of Iron Brew of this trip. So, what I will do, so there's no hiding stats, I will carefully put the bottles of Iron Brew out behind me with Amelia Watson. Small Amy out here. And you can see how many I go through during the course of these videos. We will see. We will decide once and for all whether I actually have a problem. Now, in a Clarke's Treaty scenario, how bad are the Axis navies going to be off? They're going to be very badly off. You see, the thing is, what you're dealing with is infrastructure levels. The Italians have maxed out their infrastructure and don't really have the money or the time to increase it. The British in 1937 are still historically paying to get rid of some of their infrastructure. Bright idea of the Treasury, we'll leave that to one side. The Americans haven't started building it until 1937. The Germans are trying to build up their infrastructure from nothing, because the whole point of the treaty after World War I, as far as the British are concerned, ending World War I, the whole point of that treaty, as far as the British are concerned, is to wipe out German ability to build warships and ability to build a large fleet. That means they've successfully done that. The Germans are building up from scratch. Yes, they have the technology and capacity. They can build those ships. They can, but they are having to build everything up to build them, which is what's taking the time. And the problem is, if you have the treaty system collapse earlier, the nations which have the most potential for infrastructure to improve it is America. The nation which has the most existing infrastructure to build upon is the British and the British Empire. And those two nations can race ahead far faster than anyone else can in that circumstance. Very good, Derek McManus. And, that's the thing. They can then build a lot more. If you have, let's say, the Royal Navy orders, when they're ordering Ark Royal, if Admiral Henderson has his way, they might order 2 or 3 of them. And especially if the treaty system's broken down, so he gets the armoured Ark Royals. Because you have to remember, they start off with a 27,000-ton design of an Ark Royal class in the same design study, which has an armoured deck. has the huge hangar and has an armored deck and has better torpedo defenses and all sorts of things in subdivision. If they build 4 of those, then frankly they're probably going to keep building iterations on those. And the Royal Navy could have built 4 of those at that time. They do have the yard space, they do have the facilities to build that. And it wouldn't have cost them a huge amount of money when they order it. So they could have, if the treaty system breaks down in 1933, 1934, then ordering a batch of 4 Ark Royals is perfectly fine, because that's, again, what they ordered with the Illustrious class. They order 4 ships. They order 4 Ark Royals. And then they possibly order 4 more when they in about 1937, at the same time as the Illustrious class. And they just keep building them, and at that point, the Italians don't really count. The French are doing slightly better, because they have more infrastructure to build up to than the Italians do. The Japanese could be out for the count very quickly. That was the problem for the Japanese, because they knew the moment they broke out of the treaty system, they released the British and the Americans from the treaty system. So there's a very small window where they know it's coming. They can build up to be strong enough to do for their 70% scenario where they think they have a chance. Very small window, because otherwise, straight after that, the British and Americans will accelerate past them to the point at which they'll never get within the 70%. In argument to the Phil Bass huge hangar and armor deck, metacentric height wear, the actual thing was, because it was a 27,000 ton design, it's actually worked out quite well, and they've worked out the metacentric height was still going to be quite high, but it was going to be about the same height as historically as Ark Royals was anyway. And the reason was it was actually going to be slightly lower overall, because the greater room you have in the ship, they spread out more of the stores down below, so they could have things slightly wider. And it was a slightly beamier design as well. So it affects where the metacentric height goes. But it's a 27,000 ton design versus a 22,000 ton design. There's amazing what you can do with an extra 5,000 tons to spread things out a bit. Alright. Nice to hear. If the Tide class light cruisers had 6 6-inch guns and 12 3-inch guns, how does that change how they're used? Not much, but they're just slightly more useful and slightly more powerful in their roles. It doesn't really change how they're going to be used. They're probably still used as command ships, but probably they keep the forward twin 6-inch guns, and they probably end up, if they have 6 twin 3-inch guns, that's probably a sort of star formation of one above the twin guns forward, the 2 twin turrets forward, 6-inch gun turrets forward, 1 above the 6-inch gun aft, and 2 on each side. Probably what they end up doing is they end up losing the 2 wing 3-inch guns get converted to sea slug or something, and the aft gets converted to a hangar unit, so they lose but they keep the 2 wing 3-inch guns aft as well. Yeah. Dragon 2000. Say somehow Bern was sent into China, and after the fall of France, its commander decided to stick with ABDA command and keep fighting. How would Bern be for them, and what might she do? Okay, if she goes with ABDA command, then she might, well, honestly, when Indochina starts to fall, because Indochina falls first, she probably would withdraw to potentially Hong Kong or Dutch territory, but probably Hong Kong, probably Singapore, actually. And so she'd actually be with, technically would be with the Royal Navy there. What she might undergo is a rapid conversion to a Royal Navy style carrier, at least with fighters, and she could be operating fighters at that point with Force Z, because fighters and reconnaissance aircraft are what she could provide. And Bern isn't the fastest, but honestly, if you have to pick of no carrier or having the Bern, you're going to pick the Bern. She can do a top speed of 21.5 knots, and she can carry 32 aircraft. If you could load her up with, I don't know, 16 fighters and 16 16 swordfish and 16. Well, the Australians were using that, which was basically not converted, was it? So. Probably they'd be using buffaloes, so possibly it would end up getting an air group of buffaloes and swordfish. Could be interesting. Would be difficult. Wouldn't exactly be the easiest to operate, but would work. And could provide something, and it's going to be something which is going to allow you to be able to track the stuff down. And, you know, defend against those sort of aircraft, the torpedo bombers especially coming in. Ramon, how would the war in the Pacific look like with the second Ark Royal was there? Would she fly the first half of 1942? Would the USN work in tandem within the South Pacific? Why would she be... Okay. So here is the thing. The USN aren't going to ask for her until they get to the same scenario when you need Saratoga. They're not going to ask for her earlier than that because A, they have their own carriers, B, that means they have to logistically support a British carrier when they don't need to, and C, she's probably going to be doing other things. So if she's going to would she survive the first half of 1942? Probably, but she's probably off with Force Z doing stuff in the Southeast Asia, which might mean you get a British commander put in charge of Southeast Asia, and they basically link in Saratoga to them. And so you might end up with Saratoga and whatever she is called, not Royal Sister Ship, likely to be... Ooh, can't be Eagle. What's the names on the list? Possibly, if you're building a second carrier for the Royal Navy at that point, Pegasus. Admittedly, the Royal Navy have renamed their seaplane carrier from Ark Royal into Pegasus when they got it back, but Pegasus might be it, or they might go for... What's another one? Oh, no, they're not going for that. She might be renamed. She might actually be called Argus, and they replace Argus with a different name. There's all sorts of interesting possibilities on that one. I might go for another Winged God. But the reality is the ship would not be handed over to the Americans, etc. At that sort of point. If she might end up working with the US with Saratoga at various points, they might, you know, the ABDA command might well be built around her and Saratoga and Repulse and Prince of Wales. And that's going to be a very different ABDA command for the Japanese to construct. They're probably going to have to consider for them to confront. They're going to probably have to send some heavier units down there. It's not going to be Congos. It's going to have to be the carriers and things. Probably not Audacious, no. And the US would probably at certain points, especially when you consider when HMS Victorious goes and is USS Robin for a bit, they would probably be asking for her to be transferred, but there's also the argument that the Royal Navy might do other things with her. Fleet. Let's see. What shall we do? Oh.
I just meant that I was here to offer support. I didn't mean...
Hopefully that's working.
I didn't mean to talk to Clarke. I just meant I was here to offer support. I've got to run game night.
Yeah, you're not getting to do that. You're getting to do this.
I suppose...
And besides, game night...
I suppose I can stay... I can stay for a little bit, but I do have to run the War Thunder event in about... I was planning to start now, but...
wait for a bit. And also, remember, you've got later... Game night is going to go longer this evening with the 3 hours we've got assigned to it for World of Warships. And
yes, that's true. That's true, but that usually is the slot Hoi 4 takes. I've got to somehow slot Hoi 4 in somewhere else. Which is going to be interesting. So I suppose I can stick around for a little bit and help you with some questions, but I do have to...
You did pop into the chat and offer support.
I did. I just wanted to say hello and offer support, and then I'd pop in later. But you've dragged me in here, so I have to stay for a little bit to be
Yeah.
polite, because I am very polite.
That's good. We like you polite. Henrik Bofa. If Italy and Germany co-develop a 135mm 45 dual purpose and a 15-inch triple, and base to both fleets of them,
Well-
how much more efficient would both fleets be?
Well, first of all, I would question what. First of all, I question what absolute genius with people skills has managed to get the Italian and German scientists to stop screaming at each other to develop a joint gun. Probably the same person who made the Italian and German 20 mils use the same ammunition.
And possibly the same guy who managed to get Mussolini and Hitler to actually be friendly with each other for 5 minutes before about 1939. Yeah, that would be
The problem
amazing.
with the 15-inch triple. The only problem, so the 130mm 45 dual purpose, I can absolutely, well, it's a fair amount of gun.
Yes, but
Because you're talking about a gun that's bigger than 5-inch, 135
5.5
in
inch.
inches. Yeah, 5.3-inch gun. So you're already starting to run into the issues that the British did with 5.25. You're probably gonna want, ideally, you're
But
probably
basically,
gonna
they're
want that in a
asking
single
if
mount.
if they manage to copy the Italians, because the 5.3-inch gun is what they use for the Romani, the Capitani Romanis.
Yeah.
And they're good guns.
If you're gonna do that, you're gonna ideally want a single mount with some assisted loading. That should fix some of the issues. Don't try to go for a twin. Just settle for a single, but have a good mount that spits out rounds at a fairly acceptable
twin
rate.
mount was what they had on the Capitani Romanis.
How did they do?
They
Were
did
they all
well.
right,
They
or
were
did they have some issues? Oh, okay, fair enough then. But then again, it depends. When do the Capitani Romanis come in?
They're built between 1939 and 1942 and come into service in about 1942. 1943.
This is where Fleet's lack of knowledge about cruisers comes back to bite him in the bunker. Those twin mounts. Oh no. Oh yes, actually those are all right. So I suppose you could use those twins. So you've basically now got a gun to spread across German destroyers. Although what I would say is you'd only really put this on the ships they call destroyers.
Yeah.
I would still argue that the Germans would want to keep building what they call torpedo boats for general purpose work, because I will say this: some of the larger German torpedo boats you do see do a lot of work in the Second World War because they're fairly decent ships with like 4 105mm guns. They're fairly decent ships.
No one tortured
But
the fleet with questions about Hoche yet. We were going to have plenty of time for that tomorrow.
Yeah, but if you've got a unified mount, so the Littorios are going to land probably. They're probably going to keep their triple 6-inch mounts, but the
No.
Littorios are probably going to land their 90mm.
I think they get rid of. If you've got a 5.3-inch dual purpose, you don't need a 6-inch. You might as well land the 6-inch, and then you've got.
Yeah, you got a point there.
I would land everything up
Yeah,
to including the 3-inch guns. I would basically land everything: the 4-inch, the 3-inch, the 6-inch guns, and just kind of replace them, and probably have 12
enough.
twin mounts, 6 each side.
Yeah, the thing with the 15-inch triple, the real thing that comes in though is the 15-inch triple. If you've got a joint 15-inch triple that spreads across both fleets, the question is what guns is it using and what design style is it following? Because if it's Krupp guns, then that is a massive triple mount. So it basically can't, unless you somehow manage to get the Krupp guns with Italian screw breeches, which would be the best of both worlds, but would probably cause both design teams to kill each other.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that option.
Well, in that
'Cause it gives
case,
them the
then
best
you've got
chances.
Bismarck with. Well, in that case, then you've got Bismarck without too many design divisions coming out with 12, 15-inch of the excellent 15-inch guns she had historically, without much difference in design style.
No.
If you've got the Italian 15-inch available when it is historically available, and Krupp are just adding, the Krupp gun is available earlier because it has to be ready for the Littorios. You've
Although,
basically
the
got.
one thing I do say is this: if Bismarck's going to be bringing 12, 15-inch guns to battle, is there any way they've stopped building? They've not built Lions, not been pushing.
No,
them through?
if it comes out that Bismarck is that, yeah, Churchill has no argument to stop building the Lions, because at that point, at that point, the myth of Bismarck actually does start to get some weight to it, because that is a step up in capability over present Allied capital ships. That is a 30-knot ship rocking around with a full dual-purpose battery of 135mm guns, carrying 12 excellent 15-inch guns that can do plus 30 knots. That is an actual
That is
a step up in capability.
That is something which is scary. That is something which is a lot scary. That's scary in Yamato. That's scary in anything that's actually produced.
Yeah, that is.
That's just that's the nightmare scenario. That is the nightmare scenario.
Like that is a ship where like you don't say, oh, let's send Hood and Prince of no, because if Bismarck has that much firepower, even if Prince Eugen's there, she can just go, all right, 6 guns for Hood, 6 guns for Prince of Wales, and I'm probably going to stand a reasonable chance of winning that fight, or at least walking away with one of the British ships damaged and sinking, and me still alive. You have to send everything.
Yeah, you have to send everything, and you also. It's going to sound strange, but yeah, you have to change your deployment of aircraft carriers, everything for that circumstance.
And then, of course, you've still got the basically historical Littorios coming in, except I know that a lot of these shell issues have been that we do know that they did have shell issues, but the reasoning behind them, as in the shell quality control and everything.
You're going to have a common pool of shells in this scenario.
Yes, but again, what I was going to say is that we don't know exactly what the reasoning for the Italian gun performance is anymore, given that a lot of the previously held knowledge on shell quality and that has been somewhat disproven by more recent scholarship as being a little bit overblown. But again, what issues there still are and still were are now going to be less extant by the fact that you have.
The thing I have with the modern scholarship, and I do say this when I've been talking to them about, is that when you're dealing with the forces that you're dealing with in terms of ship guns of that size firing weapons of that power, even small variances can have a huge difference in performance. So even stuff which looks fine from a standardized quality control perspective, you have to be far tighter than anything else on the quality control.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I'm aware.
So yeah,
it's not that it's been disproven. It's just the level at which it was being, detailed is not perhaps what was.
It was basically overemphasized, but I also think there's also a problem with, to my mind, with the powder bags and the powder.
Yeah, I do think powder. I do think the powder bags come in for a lot of scrutiny as well. Yeah. I think there's been a lot of. I think almost people found one solution and then honed in on that and said, well, we found the solution, when it was actually a more wider ranging problem than just one thing can account for.
Yeah. And then we have Lions with all this talk of Sea Tornado. Do you not think that they would be a good problem, given the fact it's a multinational program and not all nations need to be carrier capable? It might keep the French in the Tornado program, because the French were originally, it didn't involve France, but they were considered to be part of it. And one of the reasons why they weren't part of it and didn't stay in it, and it was left to just Italy and Germany, is because. And Britain was France didn't want to be part of it because it wasn't going to service their needs. But if you're servicing their carrier needs, and considering the amount of carrier aircraft going to be involved, then frankly the Italians and Germans might well just go, yeah, let them have it. And also there is the other advantage that if they are pushing this forward as a carrier aircraft at that point, that's going to mean, if there's enough aircraft, and this is the scenario we were talking about.
If Sea Tornado is being considered, there's also British carriers to surface CVA-1s or something.
There's Maltas. I think it was basically saying it's a scenario of if you have the 3-4 Maltas heading into that period, into the 1980s.
Oh, like Red Book timeline.
Yeah. Then it becomes.
I will shield my own timeline.
But basically, what I said was, the tornado you'd be dealing with would not be it would be a sort of. It's kind of like the F-35 program, where you have the same avionics and you theoretically have the same airframe, but reality is they're all slightly different and modified for their different needs. And you would have a Katabar variant of the airframe, which would probably have a very different arrangement of strong points in the airframe, and a very different arrangement of landing gear.
Yep.
And probably extra fuel tanks.
Yeah, makes sense.
Probably extra fuel tanks. Ramon, which World War II era aircraft launched rockets would be damaging to enemy ships like against destroyers? The US Hivar or the UK RP3? Well, both. Are gonna work. Both. You don't want to get hit by you don't want to get hit by a 3-inch rocket of any kind. There is no kind you're going to go, you know what? If I'm hit by that, I'm not bothered. No.
Yeah,
you don't
like
want
it's like you. Like even like a rocket attack on any ship is a bad thing to be involved in, because it's a threat profile that, while ships can resist it, it's something basically new. It's you're talking about a 3-inch round coming at you at angles and speeds that you've not really planned for. Cruisers had trouble with it. Even the rare occasions it was practiced against certain capital ships in the war, which happened rarely, but it did happen. Things like heavy cruisers and such, when they got hit by rockets, it did not do nice things to the upper works.
No.
And certain gun pits for anti-aircraft guns.
It really doesn't. It doesn't do nice things at all. It's one of those things that happens. It's sort of, you don't want to be hit by rockets.
Significant emotional event.
Yes, or I've got two. There's a tremendously traumatic emotional event, significant emotional event. So I've got a layer of emotional events going around. Michael Cooch, Russo-Japanese War. If the Russian fleet had managed to get through the Vladivostok unscathed, managed to slip past the IJN in the fog, how would the naval war have gone?
I have been waiting for this. Oh, yes, I've arrived at the right time.
Yes.
So, Admiral Rossisvensky has basically managed to whip up the Russian fleet on the fly into a force that can actually give battle at Tsushima. Now, even though Port Arthur has fallen, imagine what he can do with the good parts of his force once he's recalled, defouled his ships, has fresh ammunition, and
has managed to cull some of the officer corps.
Yeah. If that man could get the ragtag fleet that left St. Petersburg into a shape where it could actually give a fight with semi-accurate gunnery to Togo's fleet at Tsushima, if he manages to sortie, give him a month, he will sortie with the Borodinos and the good parts of his fleet, and that fight could go either way.
That would not be a good fight for anyone to be involved in. Not a good fight for anyone to be involved in.
No, but if he wins, that frees up the fast cruisers he's got with him, and he does have some. For example, he's got Aurora. He's actually got some fairly good cruisers with him. If he manages to clear the seas of the IJN battle fleet, his cruisers stand a reasonable chance of closing the supply lines to Japanese forces fighting on the continent.
Oh, yes.
And if that happens... Now, I'm aware that the Russian land forces are suffering defeat, but here's the thing. If the reason that the Tsar had to sue for peace was because his options to successfully prosecute the war died when his fleet did, if that fleet makes it through, and that buys him enough time to call off the people saying he should make peace...
Yeah.
If then Rossisvensky goes and delivers a hammer blow to the Japanese and clears the sea lanes, that buys him another bit of breathing room. And if then the Japanese stop offensive operations, that buys him another breathing room to negotiate and still continue the war. This is the thing. It's all about extending that we have to make peace decision further and further along to allow the war to turn.
Pretty much. And then we have Lucas Ramba Braga. Hello. I can't remember seeing a question from you recently, so thank you for sending this question in. How would the naval treaties be affected if Brazil continue its building program, having received the Ricalu and 2 super dreadnoughts, as in Design 670? How would naval treaties...
Whoa. They what?
Yeah. if they manage to get their battleships, what happens if they get all their battleships? I think at a certain point, if Brazil has enough battleships, then I think they become part of the treaty system.
Oh, good lord! There's one group in this I do feel for, which is the Brazilian sailors.
But I will leave you that quickly because I've run out of iron brew, so I'm going to get another bottle and I'm going to put.
Right. So very quickly,
while you begin it.
It's important to bear in mind that Brazil stops its building program because their economy slumps. If they somehow get Riachuelo and 2 super dreadnoughts designed 670, let me just have a look at this quickly. Designed 670. So Riachuelo, depending on what version she is either a enhanced QE or a Queen Elizabeth on steroids with 8 16-inch guns. So that's already massively changed the pace by just her mere existence. I'm just trying to find design 670. Vickers design 670 from 1913. Let me have a nosy. Let me have a look. Okay, so that's not what I want. I want 670, please. Can someone please find me? It'd be nice if. See, this is the problem with trying to whip things up on the fly. It's not as easy as you think. But again, so basically, let's assume that they're basically the Brazilians would probably want to go for enhanced versions of a Super Riachuelo. So vessels of again about 24, 25 knots, 8 16-inch guns, armored to resist either 15-inch or their own guns. So, well, basically, the first thing that happens is the Hispanias go to the breakers immediately. They have to.
Yes.
To free up the Hispania, sorry. The Minas Gerais class go to the breakers immediately.
Well, they don't
Down to
necessarily
the
need to
fact
go to the
that-
breakers. The Hispania class always need to go to the breakers. If you're going to say the Hispania class need to go to the breakers, I completely support that. But the Minas Gerais class could just go into reserve. They might be technically in the
they can't
breakers,
even-
but in the nicest way, they would. What they'd do is they'd stick them in reserve up a creek, and they go, yes, they have them on a list, and then you'd have to anyone who's building against the Brazilians would have to count them into their numbers, but they might not actually.
Well,
they know they
if they
wouldn't
can
actually
find-
be serviceable, but they'd have to count them.
Well, they wouldn't be well, put it this way, no money would be going to their upkeep and no crew would ever set foot on them.
Yes, but
Because
you and
the
I
Brazilians
would
can't
know
afford
that.
it.
But would you bank your entire defense and security on the fact they have nothing going on it?
Probably not, but there's not really much well, to be fair, the Brazilian government and the economy is creaking under the strain of having Riachuelo and 2 follow-ons. Especially if they're especially if it's Riachuelo in her ultimate form, with 8 16-inch guns.
Mm-hmm.
And
It'll be fun.
the 2 follow-ons will likely be enhanced versions of her, which again will probably be 8 to 10 16-inch guns. And this entire battle line now moves to 24 plus knots.
Yeah.
That's entirely redressed the balance in South America. Argentina used to have the most powerful battleships in theater. Is now outclassed completely. Chile, who was sitting there with the second most powerful battleship in theater, is just again outclassed completely. But neither of them can really do anything about it in terms of responses because they're afflicted by the same economic crisis that Brazil has seemingly flat out ignored.
Or managed to
buy
skip
its
round
fleet.
by something. And let's say they'd invested slightly more money in infrastructure, so they had slightly better functioning economy, and they had other things they could shift out.
Yeah. So, you're looking at these 3 ships
Enjoy
becoming the
Rat
core
Trap.
of the Brazilian Navy. Yeah. You're looking at these 3 ships becoming the core of the Brazilian Navy. You'll probably have the good old shuffle. So you'll have 1 in service, 1 in reserve/refit, 1 in ordinary, and that'll basically because that will help the Brazilian Navy try if they've got the money to keep
I would
them.
also say if
Although-
they've got these ships in service, then a nice way if they've got these ships. My view is World War I held off for a bit longer.
Yeah.
Because in
I
which
would
case,
also-
you've also got to deal with the fact that there have been subsequent generations of British ships built in response to what the Germans were technically doing and the Americans were technically doing. So you are probably dealing with a Royal Navy battle line which has actually built a fast battleship by that point.
Yeah. And so what I will say is, if in a hypothetical world where these ships exist and that's happened, is there a treaty after the war? I don't know. Depends how World War One, this hypothetical later World War One goes. And but of course there is also the historical option that could happen where these ships could just be allowed to degrade, which is what happens in the Brazilian battleship. They just degrade and degrade and degrade until someone realizes they've degraded, then they get a refit, and then they degrade again.
Yeah, they will do.
And there will likely be some. Yeah, and there will likely be at some point they'll end up firing on their own country because of how badly the sailors are treated. Like, seriously, the Brazilian Navy treatment of its sailors during its entire existence, up until the immediate post-World War II period, it's horrific reading.
Yeah.
It makes the Japanese Navy look like a pleasure cruise.
Look, the Japanese Navy, there are some things they do wonderfully. As you know, there's many Royal Navy comments about how they love seeing them exercise, but as a whole crew on the deck every morning. And then they have the conversation of, shall we implement this in our Navy? Do you want to try and explain this to Jack Tar? Do you really want to explain to the Royal Navy sailors that they need to exercise every morning? No. Oh, thank you, Lucas. Thank you, and I'm glad. I hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, what I was referring to is more the way in which the sailors are treated generally. The Japanese have a reputation for cramped living conditions and somewhat harsh discipline. The Brazilian Navy said, "Hold my beer," and cranks it up to 11.
Yeah.
Quite literally, yeah. A Brazilian sailor would dream of being in the Japanese Navy. It'd be like a cruise.
They did produce some of the hardest sailors in the world, but yeah, they didn't treat them well.
It is 5:30. I do need to do my other things. I will be back at 9 o'clock for the World of Warships, when I'm going to fold in Dry Dock game night to the Historiothon this evening. So, but I have to get the game night going first.
And I've heard you're going to be here right the way through to 3 a.m. answering questions afterwards.
No, that's...
Yeah, you're going to be here.
That I can't...
Dragon and Fox have promised you'll be here till 3 a.m. They promised everyone.
I can't...
Already at the beginning of this video, they promised everyone will be here till 3 a.m.
It's my father's birthday, and I can't tomorrow, and I have to get up and pick up my nan and granddad and go and take them to dinner at my dad's house. So I can't...
You need sleep.
I can't
You honestly need sleep. That's just terrible of you. Terrible of you. How can you be so unnatural and need sleep?
Look, I will stay as long as I can, but I make no promises.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Right. I will be back.
Oh, and by the way, I'm going to do a quick plug for Fleet's channel, because he does really need to get some more subscribers, because he needs to get to the monetization stages. And again, if you haven't heard him yesterday, he was absolutely great yesterday on Armchair Admirals. Absolutely brilliant, and it was a real pleasure to have him there. Take care, Fleet.
Hey. Goodbye.
Toodles. Right then. Like that, and mute that so I don't have weird sounds coming off the computer. Right then, Portugal, World 1 flag class sloops. Return to form or something new? They were a return to form, really, for the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy always keeps a design somewhere of what we need for a basic escort, what we need for these basic ships. And they have a habit of building them. They churn them out. The good example is in the Age of Sail, they have hundreds of these things. They have hundreds of smaller vessels, or the vessels which are unrated, brigs, sloops, and literally that's what they pick. They pick sloop as a phrase, and they build them. And as I said, they churn out 112 of the flag class. In terms of what comes next after, if they start off with the Acacia class, then it's the Azalas, Arabis, Arbrata, and Chusa. And by the way, there's HMS President. If you know HMS President at all, she's an Chusa class, emergency. Then there's the Kill class, which are also built in wartime, and they build 55 of those. There's the P class, which they build 64 of, and they just churn these ships out. As said, it's over 200 they actually build in wartime of sloops. Thank you to everyone who has subbed to Fu's channel. He's a really good young historian and really doing great stuff. Lucas Rambraga. Hello, no question. As a follow-on to the discussion, how would it have impacted the naval aspect of World War II if Brazil had joined the Axis, as Getúlio Vargas had the ideological inclination to do so? If Brazil decides to join the Axis, Roosevelt is going to be hammering them, and he was also the reason why they didn't do anything in the first time, because the Americans were threatening nasty things at them. But also, B, if Brazil's got that much force, you've changed the Washington naval treaties and then the subsequent follow-on treaties in terms of their escalations of force and capabilities, so that's going to change things for the Germans in that regard. But also, that's something which the British are going to have to have factored into their building program, and the relationship of Brazil with the Nazis and with that scenario. And yeah, I would not be surprised if the British have how do I put this politely, have things sorted out and organised to make sure that that's dealt with. Or at least some plan for it. That's ransom. There are some dead Hanoverians in the 1720s, and as a result, Frederick II ends up as British king in 1757, inheriting it from his mother. How does this change the 7 Years' War? If Frederick II is put in charge of Britain during the 7 Years' War, with the strength of Britain in that period, Lord help the French. Because, let's be honest, Frederick II was bad enough when he was given a checkbook by the British. He was bad enough when the British gave him basically a blank check to fight the French. If he's given the actual checkbook, then things become very, very scary. There's also a few other things which had to change for him to get there, because he's not exactly used to how do I put it? So the British are not exactly used to a ruler of that sort of a style trying to rule them. It could cause him issues dealing with what exactly would be going on. But yeah, they deal with it. They would deal with it. It would be survived. The British would find a way to muddle through, as the British government and politicians tend to do. Britain tends to be a bit of a muddle, but tends to muddle its way through things. But yeah, for the French, with dealing with the Royal Navy backing him up, means any time they go to war against Prussia, they automatically are going against this war against Britain. The question is, do they unite the economies? Do they unite the crowns? It would be expensive. Knight 6831. If the Tiger class light cruisers had 6 6-inch Mark 26 guns in 2 fore and 1 aft, and 12 3-inch guns in. I think that's the second question comes up next. Oh, it does. For 2 wing per side and 1 aft layout, how much better would helicopter cruisers would they make them? They'd have a far larger space for helicopters to be added on, so that would make them far more useful. But also they would be slightly bigger to begin with, so they'd probably be slightly broader beam and slightly longer, so they'd have lots of advantages that would fill in. They'd be just generally bigger vessels. Also, the odds of one surviving till the Falklands War actually increases. Douglas UT. With the 8-8 fleet plan of the IJ and a sensible one, it's something they can afford to sustain, and it would work for them. Going for the 8-8 plan. The 8-8 plan also basically becomes 4 dreadnought battleships, 8 fast battleships, and 4 battle cruisers. So it becomes more 484 than 8-8 at the point at which we're talking about often, because they've historically done the 4-4, then the 6-6 plan with their Royal Sovereigns type or pre-dreadnought type battleships and armoured cruisers, and this is what they're going for. It's their options to build a fleet which is viable. basically, that they can support and would allow them to back up things. Fast battleships are the area where the Japanese really do want to go into. And I would say the bigger problem of the issues of the Washington Naval Treaty is it stops the Japanese getting the fast battleships, which would have given them some sort of confidence in their own strength. And a country that feels weak, that feels powerless, is always a risk to others around it, because it is acting out of fear, not out of strength. And that's the point I try to make about the Japanese occasionally. In World War II, they go into World War II with a very fatalistic approach to the war. The idea is we're going to lose if we don't fight. We're probably going to lose if we do fight, so let's at least try and win. And that's a very fatalistic approach to be taking into a war. Henry Boffa, a mystery funder convinces the modern UK government to allow them to fund a class of 2025 battleships, and you're able to advise the size, displacement, armament speed, and size of class. Battleships in 2025. Well, I'm going to have to try and get the railgun technology working, aren't I? Because that's the only way to get a battleship that works. And I'd probably push for a 9.2-inch gun, not a... they'd be battleships because they're built around railguns and built around a gun armament and lasers and VLS, but they're not going to be a battleship in terms of other things. I would possibly want them to have... I wouldn't necessarily want armor belt, but I would probably, if I'm going to build them to be a power systems, combined electric drive, etc., I will probably put significant chunks of metal around and armor around things like their power plants, etc., to provide them protection. Also got to design the power plants so they're easy to replace longer term. So probably I need to think about where I'm going to put, how I'm going to access them for replacements and maintenance. But I can do that. Especially, do I go for nuclear power or not? If I can go for nuclear power and batteries, then that's probably a sensible approach to go. But I would also probably want some diesel engines as backup as well. Put in there. I'd want 3 twin mounts. I'd want probably the capacity to carry 4 medium helicopters and 8 to 12 rotary UAVs for various operations and anti-submarine warfare. I'd want to have at least probably would want 240 VLS cells, Mark 41 sort of strategic length cells, so I can really muck around them. And probably would have those mounted such. I'd probably want some 76mm on there, and some... I don't really have much faith in the phalanx, so I would probably go for 40mm, in terms of I don't think the phalanx is enough range of stopping power, but I'd want to have a full range of lasers, and the main guns, as I said, would be railguns. Yes, it's problematic to get them to work. Yes, it's going to be difficult, but things have moved on just that bit different. And if I'm building this in 2025 and I've got the money, then I'm going to be aiming the ships to be, if I've got infinite money, I can get the stuff fixed and I can get them into service probably by about 2030. So yeah, that's probably what I'm looking at. But it's not going to be a 16-inch gunship or 15-inch gunship. It's going to be a 9.2-inch gun, but rail gun, and it's going to be 3 twin turrets, because those will blast air, and those will be useful. And that will probably give me a range of about 250 to 300 nautical miles around that ship. I'll be able to dominate with those guns, and then so I can concentrate anything else on things over that. Online, so to answer the question, if the USN 3-inch 50 cal is around before World War II, yes, it will be a suitable gun to put on a flag class instead of a 4-inch gun. It's going to depend on whether you have them available and whether you're building them. If you're building them for new, then they're going to go on the destroyers. They're going to go on the new ships, which you can fit them to. They're not going to go on to the old, the flower class, because they are basically being put together as cheap and as quickly as they can do. They're using the 4-inch guns, which are out of stores. So at what point do they need to come out? Are you after my pizza again? That is the most pathetic wheezing noises that you have ever produced. They sound like I'm torturing you. We will give you your dinner 20 minutes early because you do sound so pained. But I don't believe you. I love you dearly, but I don't believe you. You're not getting pizza. You're not getting pizza. You're not getting my pizza. No, I will eat my pizza soon. Gone. But yes, the thing is that the 3-inch, it's a suitable gun for it. Yeah, they don't mind. If they got fitted with 3-inch, they're not going to be bothered. But the reality is, you're using what's coming out of the stores because it's going to be quicker and it's available. Looking good on camera is hard work. You come up here then. Go on, come and tell people if you're good on camera. No, you're not. My pizza is going to be finished. This is the last bit of pizza I have left. If it's daylight, then the World War I earlier sort of destroyer might have a chance. But if it's nighttime, foggy, or anything like that, then the World War II MTB in motor torpedo boat will dominate it. Oh, trust me. I will certainly tell the Treasury they are just large cruisers. Corporal Tommy, if Warspite had been preserved, where would she be docked? Well, I like to think that Warspite picked the space where she would like to be docked. She'd have liked to be docked in Cornwall, in somewhere called Prussia Cove, not far from Penzance and St. Michael's Mount. If, however, she doesn't get docked there, it's probably going to be Portsmouth, probably the historic dockyard, and possibly not far from HMS Victory. In fact, you might even have Warspite moored currently where they have the Queen Elizabeth class carriers positioned, and that might be her position. Blackburn Maximus. If the Royal Navy decided to just build all of the admirals instead of pausing construction, would they still build their next generation capital ships with the constraints of the older infrastructure? Well, if you're building all the admirals like that, you might actually be building the infrastructure up at the same time. That's the only real sort of circumstance you're going to push that through. And if you're building all the admirals, yeah, that's going to affect things. But you have to remember, the reason they pause the admirals is they're trying to evolve them from battle cruiser 2 words. That's economic warfare, battle-orientated ships, trade protection, trade interdiction sort of ships to like the Invincibles, not to battle cruisers like like HMS Hood becomes, and like Renown and Repulse become, and HMS Tiger and HMS Queen Mary and HMS Lion and HMS Princess Royal were. But they're trying to see if they can push them out, actually jump them 2 steps to fast battleships, and they can't actually do that. They find it's actually impossible to jump them to what they would consider a fast battleship. With the required subdivision, the required armour coverage, everything, you can't do that on the hull without it. Basically, it's cheaper to build a new hull. So, this is why I usually use the criteria of, well, what happens if they're complete as aircraft carriers? Because, as I said, Camel Lairds are working on that design. I'm as certain as I can be without being able to point to an actual document which specifically says that. Because of what is said in other documents I can find. And yeah, it's a case of if they are complete as aircraft carriers, I think you would see some improvements in infrastructure. I'm not sure it's going to affect the immediate post-World War II, World War I generation, but I think it's going to have an impact on the World War II generation of ships if you've had that investment in infrastructure. I think if you've got those ships going around, if you've got 4 of them, you're going to have had more dry docks worked on, specifically, especially in the Far East. And that means probably also in India. And those things, if you've done the work on the dry docks in India in the 1920s and 30s, and in Sri Lanka, well, Ceylon as they called it then, and Australia as well as Singapore, then that's going to change some of the realities of World War II, because it's probably going to mean that instead of ships going to America to be fixed up, they'll go to India, because the yards will be at a higher standard, because they were on the next generation to be upgraded. Which then puts them in a very different position when there is the issues with Japan, because you've suddenly got quite a large fleet present in the Indian Ocean, even if most of it's in dry dock. And when you're looking to, we've got to get these ships, what ships can we get back in service quickly? They'll go through the list. You happy now? Feeling better? Has that filled the inner poodle? You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Speaking of dog boats and flowers, when are you going to have Stephen Dunn on? Sorry if this is. I would love to have Stephen Dunn on, and I probably will try and get him on at some point. We both have worked through the same publishers, etc. He's really cool. I'd love to have him on Two Historians, and I've still got some slots sort of not quite full for Two Historians, so I will probably try and get it and see if I can get him. Basically, the whole thing with Two Historians is I've put out an open thing of, if any of you are free and you want to come in, do them. If you don't, I'll do other special videos in the time period in that thing. But you know, I hope to get some people for them. Would you rather have a flag class or a Tacoma class for the Atlantic campaign, for escorting convoys and hunting subs? The thing is, the Tacoma class, they are built later in the war. They are later war builds, they're frigates. And they are, how do I put this slightly? You know, it's a case of, if I can replace the flag class with frigates, I'm going to go with the Bay or the other frigates in the class, which, you know, the Bay, the Lock, etc. class frigates, which the Royal Navy produces. There's even the Castle class corvettes, which are improved corvettes. So the thing is, as much as I like the flag class early in the war, and they're perfectly fine and very good for that, if you get if you've got an option of one of the later war builds, you know, the frigates, etc., you're going to go with the frigates. Also, they're better because they are better vessels for that. They have better technology. But that's later war. What you're building initially and ordering in 1939, based off 1938 tech, is very different than what you're building in 1942. When you've got 1941, 42, when you've got all that experience and all that knowledge behind you. Hello, Bush. Hello. Good boy. What's up? What's up? Do you want to go garden now? Okay. Next question. Quickly. What Star Trek captain would you give command of every warship named Warspite? Every warship named in Warspite? It's got to be Janeway. It's got to be Janeway. Just about keeping them going. Thank you, Jack Ray. I'll be back in a second. I've just promised someone to go garden. Oh, rough people receiving memberships. The fact that you come running to me whistling pretty boy is something I really worry about, but we'll leave that to one side. Oh, who's got memberships? Oh, Artorius, A Lot to Learn, Nick Burrow, Funny Bike. Hello, Daniel McCall. Hello, everyone. A few others have got them. Oh, thank you, Jack Ray. That's very kind of you. Scott Garner, Ben Grogan, Felix Pink. Hello. Glad you all got memberships. Does the Fluffy Research Assistant have a handkerchief like the one shown in the Shameless book plug? He does have a neckerchief. He does. He does. He doesn't wear it that often. He prefers his bow tie. I need to get them a bow tie made in channel colours. Black Maximus. If the 7.5-inch guns were swapped for 4-inch guns and expansion engines for turbines, could 2 more 9.2-inch turrets be added in superfiring and maybe obtain a slightly higher speed? What's that in relation to? That was from 1747. Submitted at 1534. Thank you, Team Locker. Stop speaking it out into the universe, Timu. Stop. 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 I'm very happy that currently the house is taking priority. Stop speaking it out into the universe. Oh, 700 does imply a Hulkins class. But no. It's for the Minotaur class in 1904. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could do some change around the Minotaurs. You could make some, if you got turbines and various other things, you could do all sorts of things on the Minotaur class. They're pretty cool design, but yeah, there is a lot of options you could do. And frankly, the 7.5-inch guns, getting rid of them would not be a bad thing. Black Maximus, considering that what the sloops were allowed to go to up to 2,000 tons, could it be designed so that you could start building slightly larger destroyers based on the hull of the 2,000-ton sloop? Oh yeah, they had those plans. Yeah, Henderson would have loved that. Henderson had all sorts of ideas. So, that's the other thing to look at the Hunt class escort destroyers. Because, the Hunt class escort destroyers who have the same hull and pretty much the same arrangement as the Bittons apparently have a top speed of 27.5 knots. But remember, they use the same hull, which apparently is only designed for 20 knots. Oh. No, I don't want to go there. The whole idea of my mum getting in a V2 scares me. Considering this, yeah, but you could have done that. You could have done a lot with that. Honestly, just churning out the, as I said, it's the thing is, if you go through the period and you churn out you match the destroyer build every year with sloops. The sheer depth of the Royal Navy's ASW force gets dramatic for the Germans to deal with in the first part of the war. Very dramatic. Something tells me it's designed for 20 knots because we only plan to fit half of the burners to boilers or something like that. Potentially. Or what happens if we fit a second boiler? Designed for 20 knots in all weathers and the southern land means 20 knots in normal conditions. Yeah. Channel Lord Channel. What can you tell us about the Juan de la Sierra's autogyros? And could they have been adapted to naval use, such as the equivalent of ASW units? They have some capabilities. If I remember correctly, they are an interesting little design. They could have been evolved into interesting things. As they come in, they don't really have many options, but if you've been prepared to put the time, money into investing them, there's all sorts of things they could have done, and they could have been used as ASW assets. Maybe with dipping sonar, maybe with other things, but they could have been adapted. but it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. No. Why do you think you should have my pizza? I do not know. Prince of Tonga. There's a question. Dr. Clarke, just right. Could they be built in small commercial yards that the flowers are built in? Yes, the sloops could be. The sloops are not much bigger. They're about the same size. It's just building the standards they're being built to. And the thing is, you could build, if you're building them in peacetime before the war, you've got even more yard capacity than you have in wartime. Because you think in peacetime, you have to maintain a certain amount of your yard space allocated permanently for dealing with damaged ships should they come in. Damaged by enemy action, because it's far more common to have the ships damaged by enemy action than it is by anything else. And the operations you're doing when you're steaming in close quarters, again, they bash into each other, and you need to fix them. So, yeah. Hello. Come on. But, yeah, so they could be built in the same facilities, but it's just a case of, as said, they will not be built as fast as flowers will be, because they're built to full naval standards. That's the difference between a sloop and a corvette. So the scenario becomes, quite simply, if you want to churn out mass in wartime, you build them to corvettes. If you want to churn out mass in peacetime, when you're churning them out yearly and you're building up numbers slowly, you can build them to naval standards and build the sloops. No. You get far too much, many of these, you get indulged far too much. And if you weren't so high energy and moving around, we would be in trouble. Black Mimosas. Given the London treaties allowed for ships of 600 tons and under to be armed with torpedoes and higher speed, do you think it would have been a good idea for the Iron Dominions to build these for coastal work, Mediterranean, Southwest, and the Pacific? Oh yeah. It would have been. It would have been great for them to build a ton of those, but the thing is, again, it's getting the Treasury to open up the funding. The Royal Navy is basically, it's kind of like with the Queen Elizabeth class, when some people go, well, it would have been better for the Royal Navy to build 3 40,000-ton ships than 2 65,000-ton ships. And you go, yes, it might have been in terms of keeping operational capability and maintaining a ship available at all times. It would have been better to have 3 rather than 2. But the Treasury said they could have any size ships they want, but they could only get 2. So if you can only build 2 ships, are 2 40,000-ton ships better than 2 65,000-ton ships? Nope. The 65,000-ton ships can take more aircraft, can generate more from the aircraft they have aboard. Are going to be far easier to have space for to expand and modernize in the future. That's the reality. So the Navy is working within the scenario they're given, and in this period, the Royal Navy was told, well, you can either build destroyers or sloops. You can if you try and build motor torpedo boats and put them in the budget, well, they're going to be trouble. Then we're just not going to fund them because we don't think there's any point in funding them. Because what do we need them for? Stop licking my chair. Sorry, I've got a poodle who has just literally crawled underneath the table, and you can't see him. But if I go to this, you can. There he is, see? Crawled underneath the table to come up there to lick my chair. Poodles. If the RN is spamming out ASW suits pre-war, did the Kriegsmarine worry about the Type 7 and 9's effectiveness? Perhaps you didn't get prototype 21s earlier, and what problems would this cause? Well, you have to remember, the Type 21s are based on a lot of research done during the war, but also a lot of research they nick off the Dutch and others after they've conquered them. But most importantly, you have to remember also that for most of the period, they are planning on fighting the French, not the British. And there is a limit to what they can do technologically. So yes, Type 7s and 9s, they're built during the war, the vast majority of them. There aren't a lot of them. So yeah, and there are limits to what the Germans can actually build at that point because of their level of experience and infrastructure, and ability to build submarines is as much about the memory of building experience a submarine and experience and the knowledge you're drawing from as it is the actual technology you have. So the Germans might want to build a better submarine, but can they? I don't think they're going to get the Type 21s earlier, much earlier than they did historically. And you also have to remember a lot of the Type 21s are based on the experience of the Germans dealing with British air power more than the ASW sloops. So the sloops and those vessels you're thinking about as being a problem, the Germans don't perceive those as much of a problem as they do aircraft, and it's the aircraft which in many ways force the Type 21's adoption. So I'd say more interesting is if the British do get if, let's say, the treaty limits are set at 12,000 tons under the Washington Naval Treaty, rather than 10,000 tons, and the Royal Navy builds, as said, a Hermes class every year when they're ordering their 4 counties or so. If they're building one of those as well, then you could end up with another 6 or so Hermes in service and 7 of these vessels, and maybe even a few more if a light fleet carrier allowance is made as part of the treaty system. Let's say light fleet is you're allowed carriers of up to 15,000 tons, and you're allowed up to 135,000 tons of them. If you're British or Americans, that's the cumulative treaty under the London-Washington Treaty, London Treaty, 1930, and you think about it, then that would allow you to have 9 of them. And the British have 9 carriers like that, and if they've built them. If they built them to 11,000 tons, they could maybe have got 13. Well, no. They could get 9 or 15,000 tons. If they built them for about 11,000 tons, that's 9, 19, that's 10 is 110,000 tons. 12, they've got 12 of them. So if they've got 12 of those ships, then that's going to make aircraft a far bigger threat for submarines, and that's going to more likely to force the Type 21s than more sloops. Good boy. What if the Royal Navy managed to get some seaplane tenders built that were easily converted escort light carriers, as Japan's Chikose class, say about a dozen or 2? They would probably have been rapidly converted in about 1938 to 9 into aircraft carriers. You've also probably got the Royal Navy having built up far more of a sort of PBY style force, maybe with the help of especially when the Fleet Air Arm is starts being handed over to the Royal Navy in 1937. So yeah, they're going to have the ability to set up those seaplane tenders or whatever they have them to support seaplane operations where they need around the world for those scouting duties. Probably have one to position itself down in the Falklands and various other places with their long-range planes operating from them and providing all the support facilities for them. And you'll have others for escort work, and that means you probably don't have Courageous and Ark Royal doing their anti-submarine sweep at the beginning of the war, so they possibly Courageous doesn't get lost in that scenario, and if Courageous is not lost in that scenario, and she might well be around with Glorious, in which case they might well have aircraft airborne, because they might well have a rear admiral aircraft carriers with them. In terms of when Glorious is runs into Sharnos and Gneisenau, in which case you might not lose Glorious in that scenario, and then that's a cumulative effect. So this is the problem. Once we get into these scenarios, you have cumulative effects, and the war goes differently. And you still might lose one of those those converted carriers instead of Courageous. You possibly do. But the thing is, you don't have Courageous around, and that's going to have an impact. And you'll also maybe have one of those smaller carriers will be with your group, and you'll have 3 carriers. Well, that's going to be definitely being different, but that's also going to give you a rapid launch of some strike aircraft to go off after Charles and Eisenhower. Even if one of those carriers isn't launching aircraft for some reason, then, well, the other options come into play. I'm going to try and get some of these questions down because we are quite a long way behind the questions before I try and get into the essay scenario. There are some fun essays, though. There are some fun essays. I have no idea what's going on here, man. YouTube is being its usual helpful self. Would there have been any way to stop Churchill from ordering the cancellations? I think if you'd had Henderson still around as third Sea Lord, I doubt Churchill would have managed. Churchill doesn't cancel things, he pauses them. He doesn't cancel the carriers and the capital ships, he pauses them. And that's the point. It's pausing the construction, and then they have to get restarted, and that causes so many issues. I think if you have Henderson around, I doubt he manages to pause the carriers and the cruisers and the capital ships that he historically does. I think he probably, doesn't get to pause. I'd say at least 3 of the King George V's don't get paused. Because he's not going to get... Henderson is politically capable and savvy enough that he's not going to be able to classify Scharnhorst and Gneisenau as battle cruisers. It's Churchill who tries to pushes for the reclassification as battle cruisers. They're always classified as fast battleships by the Royal Navy. And then suddenly they've got 11-inch guns, so they're battle cruisers. They're not. They are fast battleships. They are armed with 11-inch guns because that's the biggest the Germans can build them, but they're still subdivision and everything. They are fast battleships. And therefore, you should not be sending Renown, Repulse, definitely up against them, and even Hood. It's sort of questionable. And I know Renown does what she does historically when she's so mad they've hurt one of her destroyers. But leaving that to one side, that's not what they're supposed to be. I'm not closing the queue. I'm just running it. In a nice way, the queue is not being closed until midnight tomorrow night. I'm just going to keep the queue running. God knows, who knows if my computer's going to be fine with it, but that's what it's going to do. But would there have been any way to stop Churchill? No, but I think if you can get, let's say, if the first 3 Illustriouses and the 3 King George V's and probably Unicorn and some of the cruisers are not paused, they're carried on, and the longer term ones paused, that sort of thing, then you get those coming into service probably 1940. Pretty much 1940, 1941, and that's going to change things dramatically in terms of the forces you have available. Because if you think about it, if you have 3 King George V's all worked up and they've come into service, they haven't been overlaid, so they've been worked up earlier, they found the problems and they fixed the problems earlier. So you have KGV, Prince of Wales, and Duke of York all sitting around when Bismarck breaks out. You might have multiple carriers. You might have other carriers earlier. It's going to change things. It's going to change the history of things. There's also the fact that Henderson, who wrote most of the Royal Navy's carrier doctrine, is going to be absolutely royally annoyed if anyone tries to interfere with the carrier doctrine. And the thing is, I'm fairly sure Lord Cork and Orion, anyone who allowed Glorious to go off solo, anyone involved, we'd be able to tell who suggested that they could go off solo because we'd find a trail of bodies. Paolo, explain, do you have any knowledge of the World War II Norwegian Merchant Navy? Yes, I do. The books I have on it are over there, but I picked up some books while I was in Norway as well. And they get up to a lot of very interesting stuff. Would I say, off the top of my head, I'd be an expert? No, but I'm always happy to learn more, and I'm always happy to buy books. And I have lots of books, especially from the Scandinavia trip. That was a lot of fun with the Shipshape crew. We did a lot of fun there. Blammo Maximus, what kind of tonnage would be needed to make a flower class of today, and what would equipment and armament be fitted out to them? You're probably talking 2,500 to 3,000 tons. You are, as said, an uncrewed asset. Is what I would be telling. It would be. I would call it optionally crewed. It would have limited hotel facilities to allow maintenance crews to sustain themselves on board. So, like some bunks, maybe a small office, a comms facilities, food preparation facilities, etc. But basically, you're going to helicopter on maintenance teams and helicopter them off from a main a principal vessel. And their primary job is going to be they're going to have towed sonar array, they're going to have some VLS. They might even have a hangar and automated systems to sustain things like some uncrewed rotary craft. But literally, their principal job is going to be to provide sensors and provide extra assets. They provide information over laser link or something. Maybe satellite, but probably laser link is probably the best way to do it and have enough to have the data coming forward quickly enough, but have satellite as a backup as well. To a frigate. So basically, my idea is often you'd have a Type 26. Let's say you have something like a Type 26 frigate as your primary convoy escort, sitting in the middle of sitting in a convoy, and it would have 4 or 5 of these wandering around providing extra escorts. And that's the sort of system you're going to have. I very much see the future of things like the Fire class Corvette, etc. Those sort of positions are the small ships at the outer point of the surface action group and of the carrier battle group of the convoy as being uncrewed assets. Which also then presents a whole different scenario as well for you when you're dealing with them, because it means that if you're an opponent targeting them and that's got its sensors up, here's the question: if I have an uncrewed asset like that, if I have its radar turned on, I have a far better image, but it also reveals its position. But do I care as much about an uncrewed asset revealing its position? If it's sitting in the middle of the convoy, I probably don't want it there with it turned on. But if I can have it a little bit away from the convoy with its radar and those things on, then that's going to present a problem that the enemy's going to have to deal with. They're going to have to work their way around. It could even be not just broadcasting its radar, it could be pinging away actively on its sonar. Active sonar going. And yes, that reveals its position to submarines from miles and miles around. But if you're listening, it can also help you detect them from a long way away. And yes, it might help them detect you as well when you're keeping quiet, but it's gonna cause issues. It adds a whole layer of complication into the scenario if it's an uncrewed asset. John Hagstad, is it common in the UK to name houses? Never seen this in the US outside of college dorms. Yeah, it depends on the house, on houses, but often it's a sign of, especially people. The thing I noticed quite a lot is that people tend to name houses which they've moved in, which is the first house they've owned. They tend to call it, or the house they consider their forever home. If you consider this house we're living in, it's called Circorn. The house before was called Downsview. My family tends to name houses which they're living in. If they're rented accommodation, they don't care, etc. But you can tell when our family is going to live in a house permanently, because it'll plan to live on it for a very long time, or at least a foreseeable future, maybe forever. They will name it because it's their way of saying this is our home. Even the ones at the ranch in America does that as well. So maybe there are a few of them that are named. Rommel. Thoughts on the Erie class patrol gunboat? Do you think they should have called the CL because they carry 6-inch guns? No, they're not. They're not light cruisers for carrying 6-inch guns, but they are certainly powerful vessels. And 6-inch guns do give them a bit of power. They are a gunboat. They are, I would say, the American attempt almost at a monitor in that period. But they're doing so many other missions. They're true amphibious warfare that they're supporting, and they're doing a lot of assets. Yeah, that's the point, Michael Cooch. You said one uncrewed asset going active doesn't give you away, but 3 to 4 around your convoy tends to give a good idea where you are. Yeah, well, the thing is, you'd only have one active. You'd have the other 3 would all be on silent. And if you wanted to be really annoying, what you'd do is you'd have one be active, and then you'd turn it off, turn on another one, have the first one move and change position around, and then you just keep alternating between 2 of them or 3 of them even in terms of which one's active at any one point, and then they'll be moving around the convoy, so you'd never be quite sure where they were or where quite the convoy is. You could have a lot of interesting fun going on with those things. Dragon 2000. So just how much could the crew modify the flyer class and other ships, such as how many air guns could they fit on it if they happened to activate fire zone? Just how far could the crew go? As far as their captain was prepared to let them get away with, and pretty much as far as they couldn't be noticed, but where an admiral could pretend they didn't see. So extra machine guns, fine. Adding on another 4-inch gun or anything bigger than a 3-inch probably would be problematic if you can find a 3-inch. There were many Italian flak guns which appeared all over the Royal Navy after the British Army captured them, parked them near a Royal Navy base and went, well, we don't need them, so we're not sure where they're going to them. Then when they went back to try and get them to use them for things, they found they'd all disappeared because, well, the Royal Navy had done what the Royal Navies want to do. I do love the way, and this is going to sound terrible, but there are one of the interesting things I love to sort of see, and I do get in my comments sometimes, is the amount of different points we come on questions, and that people writing on comments they presume their nation, and it doesn't matter which they are. They're sometimes German, they give a German engine, and sometimes they are American, they go American engine, or French, they go French engine. They go, what happens if the Royal Navy gets this company gets the ability to produce this engine this period? Does the Royal Navy get to use it? And the whole point is that actually Britain was producing engines about just as good. There's a great book about the horsepower race and about all the engines being produced. And the point is the British were producing engines which are just as good and just as powerful and more powerful enough for what the Royal Navy needed to do. It's just every time they tried to get them, it's the Air Ministry which fudged up. So the answer to those questions is always if they get another powerful engine which the Royal Navy could use under production, then the question is going to be, does the Air Ministry decide they want it for one of their aircraft before the Royal Navy can get their hands on it? Very nice Dragon. Very nice pizza selection. It was very good time for you to get back. Blackburn Maximus, could you fit a 14-inch gun in a spinal mount on a flyer class or sloop to engage surface submarines? That's a good way to break your sloop or flyer class in half. So no, I don't think you could or would sensibly. Please note, anyone who's wondering if I'm sitting at a sort of weird angle, it's because I've got the poodle asleep on one foot, and the other foot has to be permanently raised up over him for it to be comfortable for him. He is down there, and he's taking up whole space. He's a good boy. He's been very well behaved today, I think. I think I answered that. It's Inns Morrison is, basically, yeah. Henderson would have had the political clout to do it. Black House, if he'd been alive, could have done it. I think the trouble is the fact is the admirals you find in charge at that point are very confident on the operational front, not so good at the politics side. And the trouble is the strongest one on the politics side, Noble, is over in the who's still alive at that point, is over in the Far East in charge of the China station. When he comes back, he caused enough trouble with Churchill over setting up the ASW forces and Western approaches, etc., that Churchill's pleased to replace him with Max Horton, who's far more of an operationals guy, whereas Noble set up the systems, and Percy Noble's great. Then Percy's sent across to the America to make sure the alliance of America works well, and he does really well over there. He does really, really well over there. But yeah. No, he's not getting any pizza. In nicest way, you don't have to clear up the mess if he eats pizza. I do. Poodles and pizza is not a good mix, trust me. If the St. Lawrence Canal had been built and finished before 1939, what naval ships could be built in the Great Lakes that could sail through the canal? Pretty much anything. Cruiser size and below. So that's all those yards would be open for building merchant ships, would all be open for building cruisers, Anything the yards can build, they can take. Probably escort carriers. Thank you, Bellsplane. Norwegians get them on the campaign. Yeah, you know, it's a thing. You name the things that matter to you. That's the thing about humanity. They name the things that matter to them, and this is the entire reason why Hitler's idea of removing the names, because if you remove names, you no longer have shame of losing a ship. You won't have the emotional distress of losing a ship if it doesn't have a name from national headlines. Demoralizes his navy. It's the worst thing you could do. Absolute worst thing you could do. Matthew Blarens, what was the thinking behind the belief that surface combatants would be replaced by nuclear submarines? Oh, look, in the nicest way, at every point in history, someone's always predicting that this or that is going to demise and be replaced by something else. Submarines were going to replace all surface combatants because missiles and other systems would drive the ships from the surface of the sea. And you can see where their argument's coming from. But the trouble is, the argument forgets, A, you're going to work out defenses to counter those systems. That's going to give you a chance. And B, submarines are very good for disputing control of the sea. They are very good for attacking the enemy. They're not very good for command of the sea or utilization of the sea. And if you need to escort convoys of merchant ships, the merchant vessels aren't going underwater because, let's be honest, they're not being built for wartime. They're being built for peacetime. Merchant shipping companies aren't going to go, you know what, let's build a million ton, a million gross ton oil tanker that can submerge and make it nuclear powered because, there could be war. That's going to be extortionately expensive. They're going to build one on the surface, and they're going to expect navies to protect it. And if you have to protect the merchant fleet, then you're going to have to be able to. Your warships have to protect themselves. And then there's amphibious operations and aircraft carriers and all those things which are rather useful. So basically, the thinking behind all surface commands becoming nuclear submarines is rather short-sighted. I want to get to my own brew, but I don't want to disturb the poodle. This is cruel. How would the 130mm quick firing 5.1 50 icon change the illustrious and Queen Elizabeth rebuilds? It would give them a far heavier battery for their secondary in terms of the Queen Elizabeths and primary heavy AA armament in terms of the illustrious. It's going to provide more weight up there. It's not going to change them too much compared to the 4.5. It's going to add weight, so they're going to have to get the weight from somewhere. So that's going to be the problem. The weight's going to have to come from somewhere. For the Royal Navy with the illustrious class, that might mean you end up with 6 guns instead of 8. Might mean you end up with 6 rather than 8. Probably, let's see, port side, starboard. We flare off to port, so the gun which we most want to do that is going to be probably a single mount forward port and a single mount aft starboard, twin mounts forward starboard, twin mounts for aft port. Probably that sort of arrangement. But yeah, that's the thing, is that that's the scenario which happens if you manage to get a 5.1 inch with a similar rate of fire as the 4.5, 4.7 inch, and you standardize on it. Matthew Clarence, how would the Royal Navy look like if the UK had adopted one of BAE supersonic STOL fighter designs in the 1980s? Would F-35B exist? Would Tempest be STOL? Probably F-35B would potentially exist, but the STOL design would have probably stayed in service for longer. F-35Bs, F-35 combined ships would have been in it. And Tempest, I have no idea, because Tempest is being driven by the Royal Air Force. And this is something I get more into in the Queen Elizabeth class, but one of the criteria for the Royal Navy going with a Stovall carrier and something like that is because if they go with the F-35C Cadabar arrangement earlier on, that creates a lot of issues for the Royal Air Force going forward, and the Royal Navy doesn't want the Queen Elizabeth class to turn into another CVA-1 where they're victims of a political fight between them and the Royal Air Force, where the Treasury played the services off against each other and neither service gets anything. That was the problem historically with CVA-1. That's the lesson of it. You have to come to an agreement. So basically, there's all sorts of compromises put into the Queen Elizabeth class design and procurement because you also compromises put into the RAF systems because you have to for them to work, for them to get it, because otherwise they get played off against each other. Tony Mac, I named my firstborn more or less after BB-65, so does that. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but thank you for the super chat and thank you for the kindness. And I said all money today, all money raised in this probably will go towards my sorting out things to do with the books and putting the pictures and picture money to to buy all the pictures and put them together. That's the plan anyway. Runon, I know you touched on this earlier, but what does a 2-arc Royal Taranto look like in more details? Well, probably you have one of them there at least. Probably still one. Probably Arc Royal is used as a destruction ship, and the other one is brought around for it, specifically like. And if she's being brought around for it, if she gets there a little bit earlier, then she's going to do operations instead of Eagle, which is going to allow you to get possibly get Eagle fixed earlier. In which case you end up with potentially you end up with a strike of rough, let's see, 48 plus 24 plus another 20, 96 swordfish going in. And if you end up with a strike from HMS Illustrious, an Ark Royal type, and an HMS Eagle, you could end up with 96 swordfish doing that strike. Versus 21. Let's say they still have some losses, so let's say it's roughly 90 aircraft going in. That's 4 times as many torpedoes. That's 4 times as many bombers. Well, actually, it's 4.5 times as many torpedoes, 4.5 times as many bombers. I'm not, if we consider the success rate they achieved with the attacks they did, I think again it's very hard to see any ship other than Giglio Cesare coming out of that area without having had at least one torpedo hit. I think it's very, very hard to see that, and I would say the Italian fleet would not be out of the count for a few months. It would be out of the count of the war probably in that scenario, or rather, by the time they got enough of the ships back in service, it would be 1943. So you suddenly have a far less of a commitment needed in the Mediterranean. There's going to be no threat of amphibious operations against Crete. There's going to be no threat of any of the scenarios that you have to defend against. So Taranto at that size and that scale is going to deliver a devastating blow because the Royal Navy have pretty much designed the Swordfish with the idea of. And much reason I can't get Iron Brew and can't go my fluffy torpedo up there because it would wake someone up and that'd be cruel. You can't do with the way their torpedoes work and the way they're designed to make sure that they belly flop into the water so they can run as short as possible. Yeah, the Italians are going to be in an absolute nightmare of a situation. They really are. D8. Does the Royal Navy continue to use VLS mushroom farms for cam in a Type 26 because it's less deck penetration than Mark 41 cells to quad pack cams? Yeah, pretty much. And also, it allows them to do other things underneath the spaces. I think they're still using the mushroom farms because also they allow for a slightly quicker launch cycle. But it's a very slightly quicker launch cycle. But again, if you can consider that's the advantage the Royal Navy has over Stobar. Has my foot gone numb yet? It went numb a while ago. My foot's gone numb, my knees have gone numb, everything because of I will not move them to wake up the poodle. Yeah, mushroom farms are what we call the Type 26, the VLS for the cam on the Type 26 VLS, because they're these little sort of metal holes with these almost rubber mushroom caps on top that the missile just goes through. Stevie Clarke. Steve Clarke. Looking deep into a possible future, I question what would the form of ships be like. We already seen the abortive return of the Rambow. What else could we see? Oh, there's all sorts of potentials out there. Trimaran, catamaran sort of style designs keep proliferating on design boards. Independence. There's a reason the Independence class have been kept around longer than the Freedom class in the U.S. Navy. There are all sorts of options which are out there, and it's one of the interesting things for the Type 83 is me and Drac did consider a trimaran design. Did consider it for ours because we thought the idea would be quite interesting to have some extra hulls which attach by, which we had this idea of maybe they could operate almost as VLS farms, which could navigate the way home, and then you could resupply by having these things come out. They could go back to port and be rearmed. But the thing is, then we thought, well, hang on, if one of them's tracked in, that would reveal where your task group is. So it was an interesting idea, but it was just not possibly the most practical. Alternatively, though, you have a ship like Albion or Bulwark, and you have it so it can float into them, and then you can reload inside them from an RFA, and then the dock facility could load in the missiles, and then they could come back and sit on the Type 83. Matthew Larens, what vessels should replace the Archer-class patrol vessels for Coastal Force Squadron? What should it be equipped with? Oh, that's an interesting question. What time am I planning on starting the essay question? I was planning on starting it at 6, but I'm currently trying to catch up with some of the questions. I'm currently at almost 6. I'm almost at 5 o'clock, so I'd like them to get to about. When I get into about 30 minutes to about an hour behind, then I'll be happy. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if I can do it. If I can't do it, then we're going to have problems. I'll make a decision probably about 7:30ish. So, what vessel should be replaced the Archer class for Coastal Force Squadron? Well, honestly, if I was the Royal Navy, I'd be looking at the Royal Navy RNLI and going, what can we take from their design study and we can build a hull that will fit it? Because what the Archer class do as inshore patrol vessels and coastal forces is kind of hard to replicate with most of the wall options. So the other option is CB90s, but the other thing the Archer class do, and quite a lot of them, is protection of Gibraltar and Unru. So, yeah. It's fun. A CB90 is a good starting point, but so is various lifeboats. Hello, Gorgeous. You awake now? You're not awake? You're snoozing? You good boy. Take care, everyone. Go grab some spoons. Channel. Let's say that it's 1942, Spain joins the US in the Pacific War, and only in the Pacific War, in exchange for extensive economic aid. Okay. What can the Spanish Navy provide to aid to the US, and how does it develop during and after war? Nothing. Not a single thing that they have that really be useful in a Pacific War due to logistics, etc. The only thing they can possibly provide them is some people. Go and have a look at what Spain has after the Spanish Civil War, etc. in that period. They have some Italian submarines. They have the remnants of the Hispania and the their counties. but they don't really have much. There's nothing really that's going to be useful in a condition that the Americans are going to want it, even in the in the Pacific War. So it's going to be personnel. The Americans are going to have to supply the ships, and then the Spanish will supply the people. Matthew Blairens, what vessel should replace the Archer-class patrol boats? I think I've answered that one. Wayne's World is a historian who tries to do a 36-hour live stream sane. Asking for a friend. Doubtful. But it could be fun. Nightmare Productions. Thoughts on the government retiring aluminium bulwark in the spring. How does that play into all of your LPH F-35 cable replacement? Oh, it's just not happening. The LHD F-35 cable replacement. Look, in a nice way, it's a sensible thing to go and have them, but basically I've given up on that a while back. The British government has managed to shoot themselves in the foot with amphibious warfare and capability. I'm hoping they shoot themselves in the other foot now. They are being incredibly short-sighted. No British government has ever not been, but in the nicest way, this is the problem when we start talking about now being a prior to 1920s, 1930s. This is the 1910s, and this is actually straight out of the book of what they were doing in the early part of the 1910s, 1900s, and 1910s prior to World War One. They were literally trying to cut stuff. The whole Dreadnought program comes about because the British are trying to save money. That's literally it. The British government are trying to save money, and that's how Fisher sells it to them. Oh, it'll be cheaper to do this and this, and that's one of the reasons why they start basing. They have to start moving stuff home, and they don't have the stuff on the foreign stations, which causes some of the troubles with Japan later on and various other situations that come up. So yeah, they're just sowing. They're making a lot of short-term decisions, and I can understand some of them because you can go, well, we don't have enough crew to recruit them, and I go, yes, we don't, but that's more of a recruitment issue because you haven't been sustaining the fleet enough with enough people, and you haven't been giving them a decent pay. And yes, you've given them a decent pay rise, a bit of a pay rise. Woohoo! Thank you. But you also still haven't got enough personnel. You need to grow the number of people in the forces. You need to make it financially better. You need to have better housing. All sorts of things you need to do to make improve retention as well as recruitment. And yeah, they haven't. Jacob, when you talk about metacentric height, do you mean the distance GM or KM? Point of gravity to metacentric height or keel to metacentric height? What usually affects the balance when we're talking about warships, when we're talking about metacentric height, is we are talking the point of gravity. We're talking about the point of stability around which the ship moves. So when we're talking about metacentric height, we are talking about where the center, as far as the movement of the ship, the center of the movement. And how high that is above the deck and where that is in the hull. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Taking torpedoes since they've become a bigger point of discussion. How useful would the early French 90-ton torpedo boats have been in the harbour defence role? Well, you'd prefer to have them than not have anything, but they're not going to be massive.
Do you want more pizza?
Not yet.
What time? After Strictly?
After Strictly, probably better for you.
Okay. Do you need anything else?
I've got some picnic eggs left.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. They're looking after me. They're very good. And now you've moved yourself, I can go grab some iron brew. The question is, do I put more than one bottle down there and bring in the second? If I run out of the second and you're still asleep below me, then I'm going to be in trouble. A man needs his iron brew. It's cruelty. You can have a biscuit. All right. Actually, that might be a fun thing to do. Had an idea. Blackfeet Blarians. What would the Pacific War look like if the IJN had several squadrons of I-400 in submarines in 1941? If Yamamoto has his way, they're going to be sitting off the coast of America causing trouble. So basically, you're going to see a Battle of the Pacific, which is going to start off on the American West Coast, with a lot more anti-submarine warfare, and it's going to be rather a nightmare for the Americans because they're going to have to deal with submarine attacks causing them trouble with the coastal movement of goods on both coasts, which is probably going to restrict their availability of destroyers to escort their carrier forces because it's going to take them a while to get them enough into service. The Americans might actually have to not only get some Flag-class Corvettes off the Canadians and the British in terms of Lend-Lease, they might actually have to build their own. The Americans might have to take the Flag-class design and Liberty ship it. Basically, they'll be churning out like they're trying to churn out Liberty ships, eventually. I think that could be their only option. Mm-hmm. You are definitely not getting a picnic egg. There is no way I'm giving you a picnic egg. I will be killed. You sleep in your mummy's bedroom. If I give you a picnic egg, the smell will gas here. I know. You ate one in the past. I know you enjoyed it. It is not happening. It's not happening. There is actually something we are not allowed to have. We cannot order them in the house anymore because someone here likes them so much. They're not sausages, but they do contain pork. They are not picnic eggs, but they are often picnic food in the UK. And if I say the two words together, it actually will cause a cry of pain from the poodle. Because he hasn't been allowed them in so long. Because they're the one thing which seems to actually try and make him put on weight. So, yes. No. Not a picnic egg is, sorry, it's going to be a bit gross. Picnic egg. Sausage meat, breadcrumbs, egg in the middle. Not those, don't us. Not such rolls, and not Cornish pasties. Yes, Michael Cooch, you are right. He's not. We're not allowed. We can't have them in the house anymore because he loves them so much. He's addicted to them. And got given one once because it was the only way to get medicine down him. And since then, they've become... Yeah. They are his kryptonite. 96 everyone, as... Oh, it's a two-part question. As the 130, quick firing was intended for HMS Ark Royal, would it be in a single 130... 16, 40... It'd be 8 singles. No, it was all been twin mounts. It would have still been twin mounts, but they decided actually to wait what mitigating it, which is why I went with 4.5. Senator, what would be the worst name for the Royal Navy capital ship, historically speaking? Names that gave bad luck. Historically speaking, Prince of Wales has not always been the unluckiest ship. Seems to alternate between lucky ships and unlucky ships. This time should hopefully be a lucky ship. There have been a few others which have had problems. But yeah, there is a reason why the Royal Navy doesn't like capital ships named after the ruling monarch, or well, rather the reigning monarch. There's a reason the Royal Navy don't like capital ships named after, you know, things like HMS England or HMS Scotland or HMS Wales, Or HMS London is even something they're not particularly keen on if they can avoid it. They avoid those things because of the significance if they're lost, and the fact people remember them being lost. What does the Royal Navy look like if, starting in 1915, Camel is allowed to commission everything that's ordered? Well, it depends. Do they change it halfway through? If everything that's ordered is commissioned from everything that's ordered from Camel Lads is actually built, then you've probably got an Admiral class aircraft carrier. You've got all sorts of interesting things added onto that, and yeah. If I remember correctly, Camel Lads build HMS Prince of Wales, and also were building initially Temeraire as well, because Vickers Armstrong took HMS Lion, and Temeraire is taken by by Camel Lairds. Yeah. So HMS Temeraire comes into service, and that would be an interesting one. Because if Temeraire comes into service as planned, let's see, she would have been in service because she's laid down. Temeraire is laid down in June 1939. She's actually laid down before Lion is. And if we go by the King George V and how long takes to build in peacetime, well, you also have the yards at a better standard, so maybe. But Camel Lairds lay down Prince of Wales in January 1937. She's launched in May 1939. She's commissioned January 1941. Most of that delay is the pause in construction ordered by Churchill, so in September 1939, and which pauses her till about May 1940. So if you take off September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, if you take 9 months off that time, January 1937 till probably April 1940 she could have been in service by. So if you have that laid down in June 1939, literally she's laid down on the slip the month after after Prince of Wales leave it. June, you're probably talking about June 1942 she would have been in service. Well, marks are pretty darn useful because, yeah, 1942, having a King George, having a Lion class coming into service in 1942, that would have been helpful. But that would have meant she'd have come in the same service time at the same time as HMS Howe, which historically came in at June 1942. The other scenario is if you have that being built, do you have Vanguard? Because if you have a 16-inch fast battleship being built, that's a full-strength fast battleship, not a fully armoured battlecruiser, why do you build Vanguard? So now we're up to about an hour and 40 minutes behind. I said I want to get about an hour behind, preferably. Matthew Blairens, assuming combination of massed ballistic missile defense and improving ASW drones could mutually assured destruction become obsolete at some point in the future. I would say that every time anyone has thought they've managed to make mutually assured destruction obsolete, someone else has found a way to make it work. That's the historical reality of it. Someone else has found a way to make it work. And they do often make it work. Channel or channel? Let's do a queue release to see if the second part that comes in. Question 58, part 1. Cochrane is sent forward to the Mediterranean Fleet in 1940, taking over Admiral Cunningham. With forces at disposal, being the carriers Courageous, Glorious, 6 counties, and half the town class cruiser, Renown, Repulse, and Tribal class. How long until the Italians are using sloops for frontline duty? In this, he knows the current Ireland doctrine. If he knows the current... if he knows the current Iron Doctrine, he's going to be very successful. In the nicest way, Paul explain. I drink iron brew, and I drink the full fat version. I don't drink alcohol because my dad was great in many ways, but he couldn't control his temper when he drank alcohol, so I don't drink alcohol. But I do drink the full fat iron brew, and that's what I'm drinking at the moment. Half the time, if he's got those vessels, he is... if he's got those vessels, then in the nicest way, there is probably going to be a Taranto-style raid on the Mediterranean, on the Italians, as soon as he can. And... yeah, he can do things fast, dash in and out. He's going to be fast, dash in and out. He's going to use his carriers as his primary strike power, but... with the Courageous and Glorious, they've both got roughly air groups of roughly 60 aircraft. They normally would be operating with 18 Fulmars or 18 Sea Gladiators or other fighters, and roughly 36 Swordfish. So he's got 72 Swordfish for the strike. It'll be fine. It'll do enough damage. Colin Cameron, if instead of a Spanish-American war, you had another Franco-Spanish war, would this give false hope to the Junocol, or can the Spanish win? No, the Spanish still probably lose, but the Spanish do have a very capable fleet and probably cause damage. It probably is not going to give false hope to the Junocol, because the French will still suffer reverses, but it's basically ultimately the mass of the French which should land on the win. If the Spanish do manage to win by stroke of genius, luck, or fortune, then yeah, that's going to be it's death now. But there's no scenario where it comes out from where the Junocol looks great. Now, Darren Ructions, if the UK maintains carriers into the 80s, Maltas, what do you think about BAE producing a new batch of Buccaneers with Tornado avionics? Heard pilots view that as an unbeatable aircraft. It's a potential. It's a potential. There's a Buccaneer S3 with Tornado-style avionics. That is a potential option. As said, my suspicion it would be a navalized Tornado. It would be a navalized version of Tornado would not be a Tornado as we understand it. It would have the avionics, but would have a very different airframe. Using a Buccaneer airframe as its basis would be one good way of going about it. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're good. You're a good fluffy boy. No, Nighthawk Productions, BAE don't tend to scrap tooling. They tend to keep it stored in places. BAE are notoriously bad at scrapping tooling. they often tell governments they scrap tooling, then maybe it reappears from somewhere, and so the money they've taken to have to find new tooling, they suddenly don't need to find anymore. So that money goes in their profit margin, but then that's entirely providential, and they have reasons for spending that money, relocating, revamping, refreshing the tooling. Good boy. In a Cold War era World War II scenario, World War III scenario, what would the Soviets have done if the Bastion had been breached? That was something which actually they did a lot of study on. There were odds on whether it was going to be nuclear exchange or whether it was going to be something more deadly. Would it be kept conventional? Honestly, I think the first thing to get, if the Bastions are breached, is going to get a major sea battle. Or major sea battle. And if the NATO forces win it and continue pushing into the Bastion, I wouldn't be surprised if you see nuclear weapons employed, because they're going to view the scenario as you are going after their war-ending nuclear weapons. And that's what their ballistic missiles are. Their submarine ballistic missiles. In their doctrine, they are the scenario whereby they provide the firepower to end the war. When you've had your nuclear exchange, the scenario is that they basically phone up whatever the submarine commander is going, neither of us can win this war, but both can still lose it quite badly. If you continue this war, we'll fire our submarines. And we'll launch them. That's not a good idea for them. Then the Bastion being breached. The thing is, the worst scenario for them is that the NATO forces might well use the cover of the battle and the noise of the battle and the Bastion being breached to sneak SSNs into the Bastion to start hunting down their SSBNs. And they probably would do that. There is no scenario where they don't do that. Because it's the obvious thing to do. And it's a sensible thing to do, because you want to try and take those ballistic missiles up without. So yeah, ballistic missiles and nuclear submarines are use them or lose them. They're always use them or lose them. In a scenario where they're being threatened. So yeah, that's the other trouble for the Allies, was they should only want to take the Bastions or push through into the Bastions when they had enough strength to sweep the Bastions quickly. And trust me, that's what they were focusing on, but also that's one of the reasons why having a Sverdlov class or something sitting down in the Indian Ocean, distracting forces to have to go and deal with them, are so useful for the Soviets, because the amount of force they'd require to go deal with them is far outweighs the amount of force which they themselves cost to commit them. And affects the amount of force that the NATO can bring for not just a battle, but sustained through the battle of the Bastions, and then used to sweep the Bastions. What are the Night Shade System? What are the panel's opinions on the flight deck battleship conversions design the US New Jersey staff found in her archive recently? Lord help everyone about their implementation. Lord help it and avoid it like anything. It's an idea, but it's an answer to the question that if you're answering that question, what's the problem? What's happened to you to make that a sensible question? What situation are you in? I received 1,000 messages so far today of Restream chat. That's cool. Channel or channel. Given that mines were a known threat for quite the time, when World War I rolled around, why weren't anti-torpedo bulges fitted to warships of the period? Because they slowed them down. They made it more. You tried to fit defenses internally into the hull, because if you add a bulge, it's going to reduce your speed. It's going to add other complications. Yes, you can. It takes time, and also that's going to limit the dry docks you can go into, because it makes you beamier. So as a rule, you try and build your torpedo defenses internally, and so bulges are something you add on to a ship which you don't feel the torpedo defenses are adequate. It's not something you build a ship with. Stream is going rather fine. I'm glad it is. I'm hoping it is. But yeah, Restream is telling me it's 1,000 messages today. So far, let's do a little social media message about it and see what happens. Let's see if that gets some more people to come over and say hi. Because we're doing quite well. We are doing quite well. Let's do this. Let's do that. There we go. I keep being told off I don't do enough social media integration. But yeah, Restream does it to Twitter, to X. They don't do it to Blue Sky and the other things. So if you're on other forms of social media and you are able to tag me in and send it over, please do. It'd be lovely to have it advertised now and have lots of people come over. It'd be fun to have lots of it. It's always fun to have more people. So, what's the question we're up to? Oh, thank you! Yonai, Steve, Euro, have you... This is going to sound strange. Have you picked up the Norwegian kroner? I'm sure you have. But yeah. Oh, that's good. Let's see how we can do. We haven't even managed to make it to the first target yet. But we're doing well. I'm happy. I am feeling like I was right about the prediction. Could Ranger steaming, and I'm back. I'm not sure. Hello, Raptorat. Blackball Maximus, what if the British took Alaska during the Crimean War? How could this affect things? Well, it means America's not getting Alaska. It means Canada's an awful lot bigger. Canada is an awful lot bigger. Means that the whole scenario for any Japanese operations in Alaska is going to be different, but it does mean that Alaska is an awful lot bigger. Canada is an awful lot bigger, and America is even more dependent on Canada for their fuel security. If the British took Alaska during the Crimean War, then yeah, it's basically Alaska's not a state in the United States, Alaska's a state in Canada, and all that infrastructure, all that investment is going to have to come from Canada. But that's also going to give Canada that much more greater resources and that much more greater systems and that much more of a population on the Pacific coast, which is probably going to affect the balance of their fleet. They're probably going to need a larger force in the Pacific. They might actually have to invest more in their Pacific bases and their naval forces. There's also the fact that during the Cold War, the Americans might be absolutely caning the Canadians to build more of an air defense network up there, and probably will end up building it on the Canadian soil for them. Also, Canada's going to have to deal with the fact that they're going to be pretty much the primary North Pole buffer to Russian aggression entirely themselves, which is going to affect their role in NATO. I wouldn't be surprised. Clarence, what would the Cold War Navy look like had the UK pursued strategic autonomy after the Suez Crisis? If the British pursue strategic autonomy, i.e. the ability to do independent action worldwide, after the Suez Crisis, then you have to expect CVA-1 to be built, you have to expect Type 82s to be built, and basically you've got to have a large Royal Navy the whole way through. Amphibious transports, everything. Pretty much the Royal Navy, because the British don't have the land border, the Navy's got to be their main thing of going out and reaching places. So there's probably going to be a lot of investment also in the Air Force. Interestingly enough, the main thing I can see suffering under that scenario of Britain's pursuing strategic autonomy and is focused on that. The question becomes, does Britain remain a member of NATO? Does Britain keep a British Army of the Rhine? Or do they do a French with it? Like the French did, because the French of course do the strategic autonomy. The British, I think strategic autonomy, if they're going to, the British will still keep a formation on the Rhine, but it might not be the British Army of the Rhine, but British Corps of the Rhine, or something like that. It would not be an army, it would probably not be an army command. It'll be a very different force structure of Britain's pursuing strategic autonomy. I'm not sure if they would go to full French and leave NATO, but I think they'd be very much more selective of what they did in NATO. Very much more selective. They wouldn't devote because they're pursuing strategic autonomy. There is no scenario where they go, well, yes, it better suits us to invest in the Air Force and Navy, but we're going to invest in the Army because that's the best thing for NATO and best for our role in NATO and that scenario. They're going to go, no, we spend in the Navy and the Air Force, and the Army's going to get what we feel like giving it. And we're going to have to deal with that. That's my inkling on that one. So I'm now 90 minutes behind. Ooh, it's 7 o'clock. Let's give me to 7:30. We'll see where we are. Staff Thompson, which modern Commonwealth OPV, both in current service and planned, would be the best platform to upscale a modern sloop escort for the mass production event of global hot war? Probably the Harry de Wolfs. Let's be honest, they're the largest unit. It's got to be them or the Rivers. They're about the size you're looking at. Those are the options, realistically. That's an interesting one to think about. Fairline, Cold War. What were the Royal Navy's contingency docking regarding the USSR's battle groups and their anti-carrier fleet role if things had gone hot? Contingency doctrine, basically the submarines are going to be the front line, hopefully going to deal them. And if not, then the Royal Navy doesn't really have a carrier battle group by the time the Kirils come into service. So probably fold in on the nearest carrier battle group and support it. Or hide themselves inside Norwegian fjords and try and do an ambush. Matthew Rowlands, what if the UK had 2 Moscow-type helicopter cruisers in the Falklands conflict? Well, one of them's going to be sitting in San Carlos Bay, assisting with the operations there, and going to really help out the amphibious task group by probably bringing their helicopters down because they've been moved off off the carriers, and that's going to give more space on the carriers for things like for the Harriers to be maxed out and the Harrier Force to be maxed out on them. And yeah, it's going to be in terms of the second one. If they've got both, then one's going to probably come down with the merchant ships in one of the convoys, and they're probably going to be useful supporting things like the stuff around the Falklands and San Carlos Bay and providing those sort of positions. The other thing is if they're Moskva style, that also might mean you have sitting in San Carlos Bay something with a pretty heavy surface-to-air missile fit, which is going to be quite useful as well. I've answered that question, Ins Morrison. That seems to have come through 3 times. Are you okay? Did that come through by accident 3 times, or is that the computer system? Channel. Would any navy have benefited from operating only battle cruisers, battle cruisers / battle cruisers? If true, which ones would you say were those? Now, I was until recently doing a long-term campaign on UAD where I was actually trying to build the Americans to just operate battle cruiser one-words. There are navies for which they provide a strategic alternative, and you could argue, especially in the World War II scenario, that having the faster vessels to work with carriers in fast combined action groups is a useful use of them, and is a sensible scenario, and it certainly is. But in terms of would anyone have benefited from doing that? No. Everyone needs a bit of a combination, because if you consider the Italians would do better, are good operating fast battleships. I've also argued the Germans shouldn't have had battle cruisers because they honestly don't help them. The British need them to defend their global economics as well as provide their battle fleets. They need to do both. The Americans are similar to the British. The French are similar to the British. The Russians don't really have an option. The Japanese, I suppose, could go entirely battlecruiser and basically do a spoiling operation. Not really an interesting story, but they're going fast battleship for much a similar reason. But it's just going on the heavier side, so they actually have stand a chance if they do get caught in a fight with a battleship. So yeah, it will be... There's no real country benefits. Lions, what funding level do we need to get before we can get audiobook versions of your books? What funding level? Honestly, I was thinking about doing audiobook versions of them anyway, which would be basically me reading them out. But it's easier to do if I've managed to get all the books through, because I know that devoting the time is going to... One of the things that I always have to juggle at the moment, and especially now, is any time I spend working on books is time I don't spend working on either teaching, which is what I do to earn my day-to-day money, or YouTube, which is what I do to earn my research money. And I like working on books, and trust me, I do a lot of it anyway. But it's a case of then recording those whilst let's put it this way, it takes sufficient amount of time, and there's a sufficient enough delay before the money comes in that it's something I have to budget for and work out and put in advance. And that's always the thing. It's like YouTube. This money being raised now, it's really useful, and I want to raise as much money as I can to support those books, etc. But the money won't come in till December, till probably about the 23rd of December. And that means don't expect anything to happen overnight. This is one of the reasons why I said, look, the book will be out in March, because it will take time, and then I'll have to go and collect the pictures in January, put them together, edit the book, put it together in February, and then it comes out in March. And that's the thing, and the next one in the next 3 months, and so forth. I am being as honest and as straightforward as I can, without revealing too many commercial details, sort of thing. Or do I, for revealing all those? So it's basically, it's a case of, I would love there to be audiobooks. I will do audiobooks, but it's going to depend on the finances, and it's going to depend on the money coming in this time. If I have the money come in that I can set up the kitchen and those sort of things, and I don't have to work to do that, then yeah, then I definitely do have the money spare to do it. Well, yeah, so it's a case of, yeah, if I get the money for the kitchen and the bathroom, then my calculation goes up because I no longer have to go and earn the money to get those things put in. And so then I can just go, well, the time I was going to spend earning that, I can concentrate on getting these books recorded and all these things sorted out. So that's the fairest thing I think I can say, and the most honest. Sorry. The books are the three topics I'm talking about tonight. During this series, the Flower class, the U class, and the in the terms of these books, and the Jellicoe as Third Sea Lord. There is a fourth book on the options, which if I make enough money, then that's the fourth book gets done, and the fourth book. If I open up the system, make sure I've got this is the correct one. I'm sure I did. The fourth book, which is actually what picture set 4 really accords to. I've got it listed down. Which one I decided I could finish off completely? I think the fourth book is... Oh, it's him, isn't it? Oh, where is it? I did a whole thing covering this, and I now can't find it. Let me find Historiophon. Open up the Excel spreadsheets. Historiophon ideas, yes. Oh, there it is. Ah, there it is. It would be Danny Court. And then I have other books as well. But if I get those 4 primers done, then that's basically March, June, September, and December book releases next year. That would be the plan. And yeah, they'd hopefully be enjoyable, and there will be more books to follow them. And also the thing is, once I get, there's a book I have planned on Henderson, and a book I have planned on all sorts of different people. I've got so many books planned. The trouble is, again, it's getting the money for the pictures. It's always getting the money for the pictures. Like Max, what if they pause the Admirals, they decide to sort of switch to building them as carriers to strike the German fleet harbor and build a 4 times triple inch 15-inch gun fast battleships after slips clear? Then the Royal Navy is very, very happy, and the Washington Naval Treaty looks very different, because if you have three such large carriers, and they've managed to churn out quickly between getting them off the thing probably in about 1917 and managed to get them out by 1920, 4 fast battleships commissioned with 12 15-inch guns. Let's say the latest 15-inch, which would be probably by that point would be 15-inch 50, which they're working on for, and was just too late for the Admirals, but would have been late. It would have been okay. Then the US Navy is probably panicking, because something which can do 30 knots and carries 12 15-inch guns and has the armoring of a fast battleship, that can take on pretty much anything at sea in the world, and the Royal Navy has 4 of them. they're also probably about 45 to 50,000 tons. Add in HMS Hood, finished off at the same time. Suddenly the Royal Navy has the scout ship and the 4 next ships coming along behind it of a very nasty squadron. Add in the Queen Elizabeth's Renown Repulse and the R's. And the Americans are looking at 17 ships, which honestly promise a nightmare, as far as they're concerned, in the Washington Naval Treaty, which is basically going to mean, well, if you've got 5 ships, which are the Royal Navy has, which are going to be roughly, let's say, let's say they're 48,000 tons standard. There is no scenario where you agree to 35,000 tons as the standard displacement limit for the battleships, because the Royal Navy has you're just grandfathering on the Royal Navy's advantage. Alright, it's a massive advantage. So that's going to change that. You've suddenly got these massive carriers sitting operational, who are going to obstruct the German fleet in harbour. There is no circumstance in this scenario which looks good for them at all. Nothing at all which looks good. I'm not sure if you even get a treaty through in that scenario. I personally don't think you do. I just don't think it happens. The British have got basically the most powerful ships in the world at that point, and the Americans are going to seriously need to reconsider what they're building. Because having a ship which has got, 8 16-inch guns, great, very powerful. Even 12 16-inch guns, great, very powerful. But if it's only capable of doing 21, 22 knots, and the enemy has something which has got 12 15-inch guns, and they can do 30 knots, and are rounding on you, then you're in you are out for the count. And frankly, it also means that pretty much everything like the Lexington class and most of the older battle cruisers by that point are moot as well. HMS Hood is included as a conversion, so they build 4 carrier. They build Hood as a 4th carrier, then it's still Kisans. Basically, it doesn't matter if Hood's a carrier or not, but if you've got 4 carriers under that scenario, and Hood has those 4 carriers and such 4 ships, yeah, that's not a scenario the Americans want to be in, because also that means the British have enough that you are probably looking at a scenario where one of those carriers, and where you end up with 2 of those carriers and 2 of those ships being based in Britain and as part of the home fleet. 1 carrier, 1 of those ships is being based as the flagships of the Mediterranean, and 1 carrier, 1 of those ships being based in the Indian Ocean as a cornerstone of Jellicoe's Indian Ocean fleet. Renown and Repulse probably get sent to the Indian Ocean. Probably with 1 Queen Elizabeth and 1 R. And then the 4 Queen Elizabeths are probably based in the Mediterranean, and the 4 R's in the home fleet. Post-war. That's your post-war scenario. And you might get Tiger based in the Atlantic and the home fleet to provide a ship in the home fleet scenario. But you'll have 7 capital ships in the home fleet, 5 in the Mediterranean, and 5 in the Indian Ocean fleet. Plus, it's what other carriers they build. That's just scary. I'm letting Steve sleep. He finishes at midnight, and it's starting at 9 AM again tomorrow morning. I'm letting... How am I not... How can... They are lovely volunteers. YouTube does take roughly 25%, but it does automatically exchange. It's up to 30% they can take, so I always budget as 30%. Stuart Marburg, Dr. Clarke, if you could do 2 historians with any naval historian throughout time, who would your first choice be? Well, I'd love to talk to Julian Corbett, but that's mainly because I want to quiz him about some of the stuff he got up into World War One. Mahan would be quite fun because, well, he managed to sell the US Congress on funding a navy, so the guy must be an absolute frigating genius. But probably John Knox Lawton, the person who trained Corbett and others, would be a pretty good person to start with. And also, I'm fairly sure if I did that, it would turn into 3 historians because Andrew Lambert would be there within within seconds to be there. It'd be a lot of fun. There's also some historians who have died not that long ago who I would quite like to have had on there, and I think it would be a good fun format. And this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to get as many people as I can on there, because my view is it's the fun thing you should do, and you should try and get everyone you can on there to sort of discuss the history they're passionate about. Hi, Dave Harrison. Hello, everybody. Now, Aaron, did the Omaha-class scout cruisers really have a firepower and speed advantage over the C&D class cruisers they're on? I wouldn't, considering how their guns are mounted, I wouldn't say they had a firepower advantage. They have guns on sponsons in terms of, and their casemate guns on sponsons. So they don't tend to have always the firepower advantage, and I'd also say their speed advantage. The Omahas have potentially got a speed advantage, but it depends on the weather and depends on the circumstance. So I would say they've not gotten enough advantage over the C and the Ds that I would be confident. Let's put it this way: they've got an advantage, yes, but is it going to be enough of an advantage to make a differential in a fight? Probably not. Ds are fairly decent. Cs, the early model Cs, they can probably do it against, but the later Cs, they're still going to be okay in that. You might win the fight, but you're going to suffer such a mauling that, frankly, it's almost like, oh, great, you won it. You're going to be in dry dock for at least the next 2 years. Good luck. That was a lot of benefit. If the Poodle Fluffy Researcher System was instead a Husky, how would you fare at the moment? Huskies are cute, so are Poodles. They're both asleep. The Poodle's currently asleep. He's a very well-behaved fluff. He really is. He's a very well-behaved fluffy friend. A lot of time with me. It's going to sound strange. I know people are asking where the Corgi is. The Corgi is around, but they have their sides of the house. And, yeah, this one seems to have decided that, frankly, Papa gets lonely in his wing of the house, so he'll come here, watch the front, and keep me company. And it's got to the point where if I lock the door and he's not allowed in, he whinges at the door. So, yeah, as far as he's concerned, this is his area. The Corgi will come say hi. The Corgi is going to come say, but don't be surprised if the Corgi's being carried in and carried out by my sister, because this is the Poodle's area. And whilst they don't get into fights over territory, not anymore. They've never really got into that either. But there was the teething. There was the teething twos when everything was worth being bitten. As far as the Corgi was concerned, the Poodle was always keen on being bitten himself. I can't think of mine. Just go, stop it. They worked it out, and we made sure they worked it out. But yeah, they've it's a case of the Corgi is very much a case of that's my area, this is his area. So Raleigh doesn't spend much time sitting in the lounge. Because you come through here, don't you? You do. This is your area. This is your space. You're looking at me most shocked at the idea of the Corgi coming in here. This is my space. My space. My peaceful spot where no one's telling me what to do. No Corgi shepherding me around the garden and telling me I'm peeing too slowly or taking too long. I'm able to do what I want, when I want, how I want. I know. You good boy. He's especially liked it since I got rugs. Thank you, Dave Harrison. Would it be possible, feasible to give the Iron Duke class battleships Italian-style refits? It's potential. It's, you know, if you're prepared to spend the money and you have the cause to, you'll do it. But that's the thing. The British didn't have the cause to. They had newer, better, bigger ships to work with, so they worked with them. But the Italians didn't have the money or the time or the infrastructure to do more than they did. They were maxing things out as best they could. YouTube does seem to keep liking to have fun. I do realise that one of the things I'm being careful about YouTube at the moment is I do realise it likes to go wrong at the 12-hour mark. So that's why we're going at 9 hour. We'll be swapping over to the next video in the series on YouTube, and probably I will change the Twitch title as well. Okay, so Knights of Front. Is it accurate that a Gloucester Gladiator and ferry swordfish in World War I would be lethal? Yes. The Royal Navy with swordfish in World War I. Yeah, a Royal Navy and swordfish in World War I, and it's something which could actually operate them, i.e. even a Hermes-style carrier, let alone an Eagle-style carrier, would want the German Navy, literally. You do a swordfish raid on Wilhelmshaven, and if you have enough swordfish, you are talking about... You take 48 swordfish into Wilhelmshaven, there will be 40... The Germans will no longer have a high seas fleet. Anything which is not sitting in a dry dock will have a hole in it, will have at least one, if not two holes in it, letting in a lot of water. And because of the way the Germans acted in Wilhelmshaven and how they regard it, how safe they regarded it, they will probably be overwhelmed and flooded long before they can do anything about it. And a Gloucester Gladiator would be wiping out any aircraft that came about. It's that maneuverable and that fast compared to them. Why is the Corgi... No, the Corgi considers the Poodle to be a sheep sometimes. The Poodle doesn't like this. The Poodle does make the point back. But you have to remember, the Corgi has an instinct to try and herd everything. He tries to herd me, he tries to herd my mum, my sister, the dog. He tries to herd everything. And you just have to tell him not to. But the Corgi instinct is always to be herding people and everything. Everything needs to be herded. And in a Corgi's mind, there is things that need to be herded and things that need to be herded. And he is amazing. He's tried to herd cars. He's tried to herd rocks. He's tried to herd houses. The dog has style and ambition. Henrik Murphy, under the 36hr regulation, would a light cruiser or a large destroyer be classified as a heavy cruiser if a weapon similar to an 8-inch gun was added to them? Yeah, any weapon of 8, it doesn't matter how long the barrel is. It matters how big the gun is, and if it's got an 8-inch gun, it's counted a heavy cruiser. You go, but it's a short gun. They go, is it 8 inches? They go, you go, yes. They go, yeah. Well, you're now counted against the heavy cruiser tonnage. Backmax, with the earlier talk about 12, 15-inch Bismarck class, do you think that Chatfield might have pushed forward to escalating to a 4-quad turret 14-inch Armored King George V successors before he leaves office? No, but I think, I honestly think he loses the argument. Well, the thing is, the Bismarcks are started a long time after the King George V's. The Bismarck class are laid down, if I'm not mistaken, 1939. So they are. Oh no, they are laid down earlier. 36. They lay down in 36. I think possibly you see a skipping. I would say if the British will know what the Germans are developing, and if the Germans are going to go for a triple 15-inch gun Bismarck with 12 guns, Chatfield might well lose the argument with the Navy over the 14-inch gun. aren't even with the idea going in of, oh, we're going to put 14-inch guns because that's going to be treaty compliant. That they might not even get through the treaty system. There is a whole scenario that happens on that scenario, in that situation, because Germany's not a treaty signatory, so things are going to be up. So it might well be that it's more likely you end up with Queen Elizabeth, King George V with 12 16-inch guns than you do with it having 16 14-inch guns. With 4 quads. Because the quad turrets, once you're getting up to that, you're getting into complexity, which is just going to be a nightmare to deal with. Especially in terms of weight and height. You're more likely to deal with something which is going to have, maybe 12, 14-inch guns, but probably 12, 15-inch, probably about, 12, 16-inch guns. That's what they're doing, and there is going to be no pausing of capital ships under that circumstance, because it's going to be a case of there is nothing we have got that can fight this other than the new thing we're building. There is nothing we have available that can fight this. Nothing at all. What are you after? Hello. But yeah, the thing is, Chatfield is obsessed with a 14-inch gun, others less so, and I think under that scenario, there is 8 15-inch versus 10 14-inch, that's one thing. 12 15-inch... Yes, 16, 14-inch theoretically gives you an advantage, but it's going to be a case of, no, we prefer 12, 16-inch. Because it gives us enough stopping power. The real sufferers in that scenario are going to be the Japanese with what they can do with the Yamato class. Why did the Omaha A cruiser conversion not go ahead? Value for money. And you have the Atlantas. Why you're building more than enough of them? Why do you need the Omahas to be converted? And you have to consider the British need the conversions because they are running convoys in the Mediterranean. They're running convoys up and down the coast of Africa. They're running convoys through the Bay of Biscay, across the Atlantic, through the Arctic. They're running convoys in the Indian Ocean. They're running convoys everywhere, which can come into various range at points of air attack. You need the cruisers. You need the AA vessels. The Americans aren't. Would the follow-up to... Question... No, not my fault. Follow-up to 193. Would the AA cruiser have been a stopgap like the CD AA cruiser would be? It would have been a force multiplier for secondary theatres, like the CD, SC and D AA cruisers were. 96831. Out of Admiral Modified Design A with 8 15-inch guns, Modified Design B with 12 15-inch guns, Modified Design C with 10 15-inch guns, Modified Design D with 9 15-inch guns. Would the British likely have gone if they had to were to change her sister's layout? At certain points, the only one which represents the enough of an advantage to justify the cost of what you're going to have to do, it's the 12. But no, you don't really want to do that. That's going to be so expensive. It's far cheaper almost to build a new ship. Why in the Azur Lane timeline that the latest Warspite has Corgi years? Yeah, Corgis have no understanding of the concept of there being anything bigger than them or anything they can't fight. Pretty much, as I described before, the Royal Navy's destroyer force are Corgis in ship form. They really are. They're Corgis in ship form. For the Royal Navy, if its 60 Gloucester Sea Gladiators were built as fixed-wing monoplane fighters, as hindsight clearly says they should have been, would it be still nothing more than a stopgap? If the Royal Navy does get Sea Gladiators as fixed-wing monoplanes, and they have the design, then they probably build A, more than 60 of them, B, they're going to be the primary fighter for at least a few years. alongside the full mod. They might even be trying to get engine upgrades on them. It's going to depend what's available and what they can get through the Air Ministry. So yeah, the thing is, they're going to be useful. Team Locker, since we talked about the British government, what government in history has been the best for the United States for the UK Armed Forces? And we are now about an hour behind. We're now about almost an hour behind. What government in history has been the best for UK Armed Forces? A government in wartime. Governments in war tend to remember to fund the armed forces. In peacetime, they always have trouble. In peacetime, they always have trouble. So basically, pick governments during wars, they tend to fund the armed forces quite well. Channel, would a hull like USS Ranger make a good platform for amphibious assault ship? I would prefer to pick something a little bit more stable and strongly built. Ranger has issues. Ranger has issues. Wasp is probably a better hull to look at for that sort of thing. Night Singer everyone. If the 136 Blackburn Rock had used a machine gun position, I'm now more than less than an hour behind, a gunner position instead of a turret, would that have made the rock at least somewhat more usable? Yes, to an extent. It would have made it more usable, but it would have also... it's going to sound strange. You're going to shift the weight in the aircraft and make it more usable, but basically you're turning it into a skewer without the bomb load. So basically you're making a fighter version of a skewer. It would make it more usable, but... the turreted fighter is just not a good idea. The turreted fighter is just not a good idea. As of World War I, the Royal Navy has 14 381mm and 12 343mm super dreadnoughts and 10 305mm dreadnoughts and 3 all the battle cruisers. Would the next few years after Revenge and QE be new battle cruiser construction? No, it would have been fast battleship construction. The ones after the Revenge, once they've got the all the 15-inch gun ships into service. And of course, HMS Agincourt you've included, I think, in the 15-inch mount. But the thing is, I'm not sure whether she should be included in the 15-inch mount. There's a whole scenario of that one. But yes, basically they're going to be fast battleships. Blackman Maximus, you can speak in the spirit of any 10 Royal Navy ship built from 1900 onwards, but they come with the accent of where they were built. Which do you speak to, and which one is the hardest to understand? Built from 1900 onwards. Pembroke Dock ran quite a few bit of its work in Welsh. But probably you're looking at Northern English in that period as dialectically the most difficult for me to understand as a modern English speaker. So I would go for anything built by probably Vickers in Newcastle. Would be the most difficult to understand. As picking any 10 ships, they'd all be interesting. But I'd probably pick Tiger, Warspite, just so I could figure it out. Tiger from 1900 onwards. Illustrious, and every tribal class destroyer I can get my hands on. Although I can also imagine the yapping like corgis of the tribal class destroyers for some reason. To me, the tribal class destroyers speak with a doggy voice, not a human voice. So where did the Royal Navy want pulse Doppler radar for its Gannet AAW replacement? Pulse Doppler is a pretty cool radar system. It can allow you to detect. It's going to sound strange. Pulse Doppler has advantages in terms of long-range detection, of a very long-range detection of aircraft movements. It's not always the most accurate in terms of height positioning of those aircraft, but it can tell you where they are a long way away. So that's one of the reasons why the Royal Navy's looking at it. There are times when people do like to play around Pulse Doppler as an idea for a really long-range radar. And that's what the Royal Navy's sort of looking at. Yoti, during the Battle of Midway, Japan had launched a diversion attack on the Aleutian Islands. What if they instead assigned the forces from that campaign to join the Kido Battalion Midway? That's another roll of the dice. Those particular battle aircraft carriers are not their best aircraft carriers, so they're going to be interesting for working with them, but they are going to be extra aircraft carriers. It means you're going to have extra force at Midway, and there's the possibility that their strikes hit earlier. They spot their reconnaissance aircraft spot the enemy, are the extra reconnaissance aircraft. You need to spot the American carriers earlier and hit them harder. Midway was pretty much a mutual kill-off for both scenarios, but those carriers being there might just be the extra force they need to turn into something nastier for them. That's the sort of the scenario we're talking about. If it is the case, it's the case. Okay. So, how reasonable is it to think that a Revenge and a Conte de Cavour built for the Imperial Russia would not be as modernized as the RN and Italian counterparts? Because if you still have the Soviet takeover, then you still deal with the Soviet disruption to their infrastructure and everything else. Can I translate that? No, I can't. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch. You're not allowing me to translate things. No. Please note, there's no broadcasting live going on Instagram at the moment, and the reason there's no broadcasting live going on Instagram is because I couldn't make everything work. So I didn't do Facebook or Instagram today. Just couldn't. If someone can go and check out Twitch, please, who's one of the admins, there's interesting stuff going on. 96831. Harry's going to think, yeah, that's not, I said, it's just basically the collapse of Russian infrastructure with the rise of the Soviets. Mainly because they do a very good job of killing off quite a lot of the people who actually have the skills. I'm not saying they're actually any good, but the skilled people that they do have get killed off kind of quickly. Had the Falklands War happened a year or two later in real life, could that have changed the course of conflict in any significant way? Probably not, other than you wouldn't have Michael Clapp as the Commodore in the Amphibious Task Group, and he's a pretty good officer to have there. So that could have led to some issues, but yeah, it probably doesn't change it in a much significant way. I did agree it's a scam post, Tementu 82, which is why I was hoping an admin would go and deal with it. I, at the moment, do not have Twitch technically live on my system. I should probably have it live on my system to watch. I should probably have it live on my system to watch. So I can do it myself. So I can do it myself. Anybody find me? So I can do it myself. Anybody Ooh, yeah. Did it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Done. Sorted. Are we doing the essays? We are going to, but we almost caught up the questions, and I'm so tempted to actually see if I can get the questions down to almost gone, because I'm now only half an hour behind, and it's just fun to try and get the questions down a bit. Nice to go from how does having both P127 and P154 Harrier and base Harrier and service change to Harrier 2? I don't think you're going to have those in service, but if you do have those both in service, you are not going to have... Oh, sorry, major echo. You are not. If you have those in both in service, you're not going to have the Harrier 2. They're going to be something called something different. That's basically it on that one. Follow-up to the previous question: How would a Hawker Siddeley P154 affect the F-35? It's going to provide a greater bar for it to cross in terms of being an improvement and being seen as a dramatic improvement. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Echo, 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 and that should be over. The echo should be over. It's gone. Glad it's gone. Glad it is gone. So, USS Montana 67. Would you consider building the Flower class Corvettes under a batch 2 with updates to design or design successor class of the Flowers? The Flower class Corvettes were upgraded to the Castle class, and there was a modified Flower class. So there's a modified, which was sort of batch 2. Flower class, then there's the Castle class, which are the first sets the next evolution, and then there's the frigates. So basically the system does evolve as the time goes on, and that's what they keep doing. Michael Lawrence, do you believe large-scale conflict between nuclear powers is possible? Yes. And if why has it not happened yet? Because so far there's been a lot of very good diplomacy. But if you don't believe it's possible, then you are misreading human nature. It's always possible. It's just not sensible and hopefully not likely, but there's always a chance of idiots / people making a wrong mistake. The classic example is the Japanese versus the Americans in World War II, where the Japanese were painfully signaling to the Americans that they could make concessions, but only at a negotiation. And the Americans believe you make concessions before the negotiation so that everyone's coming there with their hands open. And the thing is, the Japanese can't make concessions before a negotiation, and the Americans won't have a negotiation unless there's concessions made before it. And neither's understanding that that's their system, but also the Americans aren't understanding that, frankly, whereas they can afford to make that as a concession to an extent, the Japanese can't, because they're facing civil war over it. And that's the real problem for the Americans and that's the real sort of cause of that, to an extent, a large cause of that conflict. Thanks, Leslie. RG, what if prior to the Battle of Jutland, the Royal Navy battle line is replaced with one for one with J3s and battle cruisers with K2s? How would the RN react in the morning? How does the battle go? The RN reacts very, very happily. How does the battle go? The High Seas Fleet is wiped out completely. If we consider the J3... Well, it's one of those scenarios of if you have those ships built, if you had a J3 class. J3s are battle cruisers, not battleships. So, if you're replacing all them with the J3s, they're going to have 9 15-inch guns. They're going to have a speed of 33 knots. So, the Royal Navy is going to be very happy with that. It's going to cause issues for everyone to try and fight, but yeah, it'll be there. It'll be a capability. Probably in the case of... Probably in the case of the Royal Navy, what they would actually want... If you're getting the K freeze, you probably want the L freeze as the battleships, and they'd be armed, of course, with 9 18-inch guns. So L freeze replacing the battleships, and the battle cruisers being replaced by... Well, if they're replaced by K2s, then you've got troubles. But it's, if they're replaced by K2s, the Royal Navy is very happy because the K2s had 8 18-inch guns. So you'd have 9 18-inch guns on all the battleships and 8 18-inch guns on all the battle cruisers. The battle cruisers will be capable of doing 30 knots. The battleships, with their capability, would be capable of doing 25 knots. So now you have a 25 knot battle line with a 25 knot uniform battle line, able to, with 9 18-inch guns each, able to smack the living out of the German High Seas Fleet and outpace pretty much everything but their battle cruisers. When I say outpace, they'd outpace it historically, but they'd be able to overwhelmingly outpace. Good luck for the Germans in getting away from that one. And you'd have a 30-knot battlecruiser fleet which would have 8 18-inch guns. It's not even pretty what happens to the High Seas Fleet. It's just a mangled mess of destruction at that point. But even if you replace them all with those, with the J3s, the odds are it doesn't change the circumstance that much. But really, you should replace battleships with battleships, and battlecruisers with battlecruisers. Matthew Valerians, in World War II scenario, would Stovall be the only practical way to quickly regenerate naval air power? World War III. Let me put it this way: if you've got the aircraft under construction and already under construction, you're able to keep the factory going, producing Stovall aircraft, then it's going to depend on how quickly you can build the catapults and the other things for the carriers. But yeah, Stoffel is going to be probably quicker because you can build smaller carriers more quickly to generate. If you've lost all other naval aviation, you can probably do it most quickly with Stoffel. But is it going to be long-term practical? No, that's a different thing. Are there any scenarios navies where battlecruiser or large cruiser with an overly large float plane complement EU circulating aircraft would make sense? That was sort of what the Swedish were looking at for their float plane carrier cruiser. So yeah, there are some navies where it makes a bit of sense. And 229. Were new that's only 10 minutes behind. Were new sailors of reservists assigned to different posts according to their background and previous experience, i.e. fishermen for tribals and farmers for flowers? No. But it was a case of reservists were more likely to find themselves in the trawlers and the Corvettes, etc., and those things. So basically, you find the regulars more likely to serving on the more larger, more complex ships, and the reservists would make up a heavier proportion of the crew on the other ships. And then there's the war service only who would be fitting around them, basically plugged in where they were needed. Richardson, modernised iron dukes, small tube boilers, 4.5-inch secondary King George fists, 14-inch guns. Where would you use them in World War II? Oh, they'd be doing convoy escort. They'd be doing convoy escort like the R's. They'd be extra vessels where I needed them around the world, where I needed an extra ship. But, you know, they're useful, but they're not... They're going to be something which, frankly, you want to be respectful of, even if you're a, you know... even a Charnos and Eisenhower will want to actively avoid them. Even a Tirpitz would not want to actively fight. Tirpitz or Bismarck would actually not want to actively fight them because they're going to do damage. You're going to win the fight, but you're going to take damage doing it. And that's a problem. So basically they're going to end up as the convoy escorts and the scary convoy escorts. Probably some of them end up getting in the Russians rather than 15-inch R's. Royal Sovereign gets saved. Douglas Yeti, what if the Japanese had found oil in Manchuria in 1937-38? Would that have caused them to change their strategic thinking before and during World War II? If they've got their own oil supply, that might well change some of their decisions vis-a-vis what they're doing with the scenario, because if you cut off their oil supply, they're going to be less affected if they've got their own oil supply coming in. Are going to have slightly longer to plan it through, slightly longer to think about it. But it's also going to affect on how they use ships, so if they have more fuel, they might do more with them. But they've still got the problems of what they have happened to their air arm, how they're training, how they're integrating their forces. Yeah, that's going to work against them still. So yeah, there's not much more they could really change historically on that one. Matthew Blairens. What would World War I look like if the Royal Navy had both mature and fused doctrine and necessary equipment? So basically what they were about World War II. Gallipoli's a lot faster and probably successful. And that's going to change everything. If Gallipoli is successful, if the British do force their way through and do combine it properly with the ships turning up and therefore don't get pulled back and manage to get through to Russia, Russia could stay in the war longer. Russia probably still has a revolution, but it might be a delayed revolution. It might be more in favour of the Republican government rather than the communists. The socialists might stay in power, and who knows what happens then at that point. What nautical conspiracy theories do you believe in, or at least think are plausible? Submarines lost in the Cold War, sunk by enemy action. The trouble with submarines being lost in the Cold War to enemy action is that one is more difficult to hush up than you'd think, because there is a lot of noise from a submarine being sunk acoustically, and the waters are not so sparsely populated that someone else who you wouldn't want to would hear it and have proof. Especially when you consider all the hydrophone networks you have put around the GI-UK gap and the spaces where they do actually come into contact. Um, so yeah, it's an interesting scenario. There's lots of different. Let me put it this way. I naturally tend to be quite skeptical of conspiracy theories because, having worked with groups of people, I know how hard they're to keep. But there are lots of mysteries. I did work on a program called Mysteries of Deep, and there are lots of mysteries. So, what happened to the Mary Celeste and so things like that? Those are interesting. There are lots of mysteries. I don't necessarily believe a conspiracy theory of people boarding, etc. I think it was literally the cargo worked against them on that one, and their newness of using the cargo, transporting the cargo. Lots of things work against people sometimes in these scenarios. Usually, as a rule, if I'm going to come down on anything, it's going to be human stupidity over human superiority. Because, as a rule in history, it has always been the human stupidity which has caused far more trouble than human superiority. John Hexford, in a world where 4 hours and 4 Montanas are built, which class do you think the United States would have kept on longer term? Hours, they're faster. They're more practical for operating with carrier battle groups and all sorts of things. So yeah, the hours. Favorite battle cruiser design and never built. My favorite one of the built ones is HMS Tiger. I just think she's the best proportions, and she's built as a battle cruiser from the get-go from a single word, and it's one word battle cruiser. And the never built one. Ooh. I would say I would really like to have seen the Amagi class battlecruisers in actual operation, because I think they could have been pretty cool looking ships and pretty capable looking assets. As actual battlecruisers, I think they would have been good. Lexington's a fairly pretty bow flares, but yeah, I would say Amagi class. G3s after that, definitely. Matthew Lawrence, why did the Royal Navy not recognise the potential of Stovall before they could only use it? Because if you have Cadabar as a carrier, why would you have go for Stovall? Because Stovall is good, and it does allow you to do rapid launches and all sorts of things, but Cadabar allows you to operate heavier aircraft. Yes, they have to be heavier to deal with the landings and taking off of Cadabar and all those limitations, but you can operate also airborne early warning aircraft, which are which are fixed wing assets rather than rotary assets, and all sorts of things which are advantages. A Cadabar carrier is inherently the bigger, more flexible asset in terms of its capability. The thing is, it also costs more, and it's more expensive and infrastructure intensive to maintain and sustain. So it's a thing of, if you go down that route, you have to be prepared to support it and sustain it. Basically, the Royal Navy gets into Stovall because they can, and because they need to get into something. JC Zeno, I read in Nelson Sunday, and I think I've caught up. I have caught up with the questions. Right, I'm going to go to after I finish these questions. I'm going to quickly go to the loo, I think, because I haven't done that so far today, and it won't be gone long enough for this to be turned off, and then I will go into the essay. So I do apologise for that. I was considering going to try and figure out something to leave you all with while I disappear. I'm just going to apologise and leave you looking at my books. But JC Stanley, I read somewhere that in Nelson's day, the Royal Navy had the world's first production line making blocks. Appreciate your insight. They did. They did have a production line making blocks, but there's also the Romans had various forms of production lines. It's very interesting to look at some of the mills which they had running in France in the later Roman Empire. They really do have a lot of very interesting industrial sites, the Romans. And then basically, in a nice way, the production line is a kind of obvious solution to a problem, and lots of people have come near it before Henry Ford really publicised that he'd done it. And Steve Richards, what actually put the USS Thresher down? Honestly, I think I've done a whole video about the Thresher and what happened to her, some of the things that happened to her. But if I remember correctly, actually, and did I do a video or I did a TV program about the Thresher, didn't I? Yeah. she had all sorts of. She had some issues. Basically, one of the problems you have in the early days of nuclear submarines is not just quality control, but overuse versus maintenance, and the fact that they are incredibly valuable units, incredibly in demand units, and you don't have enough of them. And getting them to have the maintenance you need and sustainability you need is sometimes difficult. So I would say, yeah, what happens to her? It's a classic issue of one problem leading to another problem, leading to another problem, leading to another problem. It seems to me from what I've read about in the past, I mean, it seemed from for the television program I did, it seemed like a cascade issue from from the information we have, but I don't know how sure I was of that conclusion. Let me look up and see if what I was basing that conclusion off. Right, find my notes. Yeah, it was the Rick Rover stated, and I do remember this one. The loss of the fresh air should not be viewed solely as a result of a failure based a specific braze, well, system, or component, but rather should consider a consequence of philosophy of design, construction, and inspection as being permitted on naval shipbuilding programs. I think it's important that we re-evaluate our best present practices, where in the desire to make advancements, we have forsaken the fundamentals of good engineering. And yeah, from what I seem to remember looking into it and looking at the various scenarios which people put forward to, the US basically, it's a whole cascade of issues, but also it's one of the reasons why the Rookover has so much power and system in terms of making sure quality control, etc., are standardized, is because of the issues of pressure and the other things, because of the subs they lost. I think it was without being able to go over the wreck, it seems to me from the information we do have and the knowledge we have on other sub accidents they had around time, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a cascade issue where basically one thing went wrong, another thing went wrong, another thing went wrong, and you can't really point to any one thing, but it's the whole world stuff. But especially if she was, there are different debates about how far below the far below the surface she is, and how far below below her crush depth, and yeah, none of it's good. None of it's good. Back in a second. Do you mind watching them all? If you want to, you can sit in the chair. You're in charge while I'm gone. Won't be long. So, oh, you've been lying down on the job, have you? Have you been maintaining? Have you been keeping them company? Have you making sure they've been that they've all been happy? Have you tried answering any questions? No. It's a good job you're cute. It is a good job you're cute. You're very cute. I don't know, poodles. So, US Montana 67. What if the Japanese made a very basic surface-to-air missile in 1944? If they can actually get into production and actually be able to sustainably use it, then depending on the warhead they can fit, that could cause a lot of troubles. How many books do you read per year? Rough estimate. Do you read every? Okay. So here's the thing. In terms of, I tend to read things fully, and then I can might skim read to find specific things that I need as well, depending on the later on. But I'll tend to read the first through time properly and fully. And thank you, Starship 3660, for following the channel. I do tend when I'm doing reading books and reading through books over a year. How many a year? On Kindle alone, last year I measured in at about 2,500 separate titles. Apparently, I know I was averaging about 250 a month on Kindle. But I also read quite a lot in terms of, and reread quite a lot as well. So I read a lot. Most days, especially with the function, it's only a thing I'll spend about 8 to 10 hours just solidly reading most days. So you can read a lot. There shouldn't be any echo. But I do a lot of reading. And yeah. We will get to the essay competition. We will do. Don't worry. Knight 681. Would 2 light cruisers and 5 destroyers have been enough to take the two 15,500 ton cannon-based Carabineros class? Depends on the light cruiser you're talking about. If they're 2 towns and they're 5 tribals, then they might well do it. If not, then there's going to be more of an issue. Do I speed read? Not. Well, I can speed read. I have been taught to, and I can. It's a skill I do have, but I don't tend to do it that often because I like to digest the words. But I do read a lot. But if you work it out again, 200. That sort of scenario. There's 200 books. That works out roughly 7 books a day. And depending on the length of the book, you can get through them. So if they're all this size, it's going to take longer than reading them if they're all this size. So that's the thing, the book numbers can vary, and some of those books are basically pamphlet books, and some of them are bigger books. And this is a book on sloops I have, which I read, had to read. And again, some of the books have lots of pictures in them, and you just sort of go, okay, fine. So the thing is, this is what is the reality with history, is that I can read a lot of books, but it might not be that all the books are going to be dense texts. They might well be, this is page and page of dense text. It's useful, it's good, it's got pictures in and things, but it might be also this book, like as I just showed you, this one which has pictures in, and lots of pictures. So yeah, that's the differential. How likely is that a post 15,000, 18,000 9-inch cruiser, the Royal Navy would go for a 9.2-inch cruiser and 4 quintupled? They always like lots of torpedoes, so yeah, there's always a chance they'll have lots of torpedoes. Always a chance they'll have lots of torpedoes. Why did the US not sell their surviving fleet of Curtiss S3OC CMU to the British for conversion into Curtis Queen CMU target rounds? Possibly because the British didn't offer to buy them. Possibly because the Americans didn't want to sell them. Possibly because they had other things planned for them. 48-page Ospreys and Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the reality. You know, when people go, "Oh, that's a lot of books to read," I'm going, well, it's not really, because it depends. If they were all those thick tomes, then I could see the point you know, people were making. But it's like when first read this, that took me what? I would say about half an hour to 45 minutes to go through solid reading. That's not a lot of time. If you're considering I'm reading for 8 to 10 hours a day, I can get through, you know, probably about 15 to 16 of these in a day without too much worry. And if I've got through 50, and that's going to count, and then there are going to be days when I get through less. It's sort of it's an average thing. That's right. Why do people ignore the reality the USN had the advantage of being able to build non-treaty cruiser in high numbers where other powers couldn't or weren't able to? Mostly because nobody takes notice of treaties. I try to ignore them. RG, what if the future Russia announced that they will build a SSBN Kamchatka? Would anyone be concerned? Oh, good lord, don't go there. Look, don't even... There are some things we don't even speak into the world. Do I speed read? To an extent. You just don't do that. Ooh, multiple release timestamps. But yes, from Brooks. Right, I have an idea. But for it, I need to go to WhatsApp. I need to go to that. I need to search for... And then we start going through the results. Now, I would like to point out that overall submissions we got that were, how do I put this politely, successful submissions, because I did respond to some people because they had it and they never got back to me, because someone actually emailed me. Someone actually emailed me a blank document. And I just went, no, it's not one. So successful submissions was 14. Now there are 14 submissions, and I am going to do an email where I talk through all of them. Okay? I'm going to do a video where I talk through all of them because I'm going to be able to discuss 9 today is what I felt like doing. And I had been going to give them marking order, but now I decided I'm going to do 14. I'm going to do all the 14, and I'm going to do an actual video where I do them in order. I'm going to do probably still the top 9, but I'm not going to necessarily do them in marking order. And I'm changing that. Reason being, I want to give a reason. I'm saving, that way I can save the best one until the video comes out, so you'll know what the best was then. but also then I can offer explanations to the 5 people why they aren't in there. And honestly, the 9 I'm picking today are the 9 I've got set off in the sort of thing of going of. These are the ones which are. I divided 9 off, and roughly 9 off, in terms of a scenario of. These are the ones which are the easiest to make into a video. Teutonic Knight. This is the first live stream I'm able to attend properly. Kids are wise from time. It's a really good background noise while I work on my book. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you, and thank you for the super chat. So, there were quite a few. There were quite a few, and some of them were really pretty darn cool. JB's was probably one of the ones which came through most quickly to me.
Hello and welcome.
And that one really spoke to me because it's all about the modified F3 class instead of Nelson, the O3s. And it's a really interesting scenario to work through. Now, with the F3s and with their design policy, what they're going for slightly modified F3. They're going for a top speed of 23 knots, and they're trying to go for fast battleship rather than battlecruiser. But at 27 knots, it doesn't technically make them a fast battleship, because of course they need to be 28 knots to be a fast battleship. But 27 knots as standard, what they could probably do, the Royal Navy could probably crank them up to 28 knots without too much effort. And that was my thinking when I was reading through it. And they are sufficient speed to work with the carriers and sufficient speed to work with the cruisers. Just about 27 knots is going to make it tight. It's going to mean they're going to fall behind on occasion, but it works quite well, and it's a really interesting thing to do. And I'm going to show some of this, but I don't want to show. The reason I was talking about it was I was going to show documents off, and I realized one of the things I was limiting them on was that if I talk them through, I'm going to have to find a way to cut off the identifiers where people have stuck their emails on them, which I requested people to do, and that was sensible for me to request them to do, so I could definitely not lose documents and get documents confused. Made my life a lot easier in that regard. But it did introduce some interesting things. Now, what I had to say I really liked about the submission from JB was that they put in the penetration rates for the guns, they put in the comparison to King George V's, and it was a really good working through of the tactical scenarios, and a very good working through of the overall strategic approach. It was a really interesting one, and it came quite high up the mark scheme. It really did. The limitation was that, to an extent, it needed a bit more on the storyline of why they were doing the things, of who was doing the things. They told me what was going on, but it was very good. Very, very good overall. Now, you're looping. I'm looping. I shouldn't be looping. What are you licking? Can you stop licking the chair? It just makes it creak. It was a sound alert from a follow. Okay. Thank God. Thank Lord. Yeah. I had also printed out all these again, but I'm not going to start shuffling white paper documents in front of you. I've been trying to think about this all evening in terms of what to do. So JB, definitely very good. Next one, which one should I pick? No, I can't pick that because that's first place. I'm not going to think I'm not going to do that now. That's second place. So I can't pick that one. Okay, and I know they're both listening and both waiting, but they're going to have to wait till tomorrow night for it to hear it. They're going to have to wait till tomorrow night. Not going to say who, but I'm going to say this. Leslie, Daniel, Michael, if the three of you are listening, none of you are going to hear your essays discussed this evening. They're all going to be tomorrow night's ones. They're not going to be in the middle of the night. They're going to be tomorrow's essays discussions, okay? So, Leslie, Michael, Daniel, if you're worrying about it, if you're thinking when it's going to be discussed, they're all going to be tomorrow evening. They're all being saved. Can we stop licking my chair? Oh, you poor floppy beast. You enjoy the licking the chair, don't you? Now, Fifth Horseman. I'm not sure if you're watching today. But if you are, you were very, very good. And yours was all about the Americans deciding to build some Lexington-class battlecruisers. And it's a wonderful story of how the conferences came to end, what discussions were, what they wanted, and what the US wanted. And why they built the things they did. And the fact is, the Americans going with Lexington class and all they can, the results of produce, and it is a wonderful bit of history and a wonderful bit of story. It includes that the Lexington, a model of the Lexington class, is sent to the NACA, the NACA, which is the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, the predecessor of NASA, for testing. Testing revealed that the time-honored engineering approach of making it thicker and heavier had only moved the problem forward in the hull. The stiffness moved the twist forward of the engine room. At high speeds, the rudder's leverage was adequate to cause the hull to bend in the opposite direction. All the ships other than the United States received redesigned rudders, and keel reinforcements would move the initiation point of this to well over 50 knots. As it is unlikely the ships would ever travel this fast, it would move the issue outside their speed range. The United States, however, had already been stiffened, and further delays would deemed to be unacceptable from a cost standpoint. Instead, strict guidelines were issued regarding rudder deflection versus speed. The heavy stiffening, without additional keel strengthening, resulted in the United States wallowing unpleasantly in any speed over 10 knots. She was almost immediately given the nickname of her historic ancestor frigate known as the Old Wagon. Poor same qualities later factor into her demise. And this is just a brilliant story. It's a brilliant read. And how it fits their doctrine, how it fits their deployments, what they're being used for, what they're doing in naval exercises. It is just a wonderful story. And I will say this, all the people who got back to me, who had actually looked through these, and yeah, that process didn't work quite as well as planned. It didn't go quite to plan. Really enjoyed the story of this one. It, as I talked about, the one I talked about earlier, that had really good science from JB. Has really good science and engineering. In the case of yours, Jeff, in the case of, Jeff, I'm calling you a first name because that's sort of written all over everything, but of course, the Fifth Horseman, it was really good quality in terms of the story and of the history, and it really brought us along. And one of the questions which came up was, have you done fiction writing before? Because it was really good quality to read and really fun to read. Stafford, if anyone's interesting to join us at 9 o'clock when we shift over to World of Warships and we start the new video, the next sort of part of videos in this series, That is gonna. Please talk to Steve, Clarke, and Dragon 2000. They're the ones organising the grouping with World of Warships, with all the team, and they're putting everything together. And hopefully, we are going to be able to have a very good team there. And hopefully, it's going to be fun. And there's going to be teams against. I expect there are going to be people against me and people who fought with me. But it was a very, very good book from a Fifth Horseman. A very good, interesting one. And I really enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. Very good work. And Damasco, Balcioni, I'm going to use yours because you've made it in a nice way, because you also used the Amagi class at Washington. And that kind of fits what we were talking about earlier. But also, Damasco, this was a really good one. This is a really good one to read. I know there were a couple of you who did really good work on the Japanese Navy, and I really enjoyed reading it, and really enjoyed their study. Now, I have to admit, different people had different approaches to referencing and citation. I expected that to be the case. But it was really kind of interesting reading some of them. In your case, Damasco, you have a whole list of references and ideas at the end in your notes, which I did enjoy reading through and going, that's an interesting point of being put forward. Now, in your history, in your scenario, what you've done is the following paper, and this is what I like the introduction to Maso. The following paper deals with a hypothetical scenario of completing the last two Amagi-class battlecruisers, Atago and Ashitaka. The latter was subsequently renamed Teiko, but the authors decided to keep the original name in line with the conventional time. Ashitaka being a mountain, as the other three, Amagi, Akagi, and Atago, and Teiko being a town. Decision not to include Amagi itself was made considering that while alternate history is an interesting and fun exercise to follow to allow better appreciation of original history, human-related events can be manipulated to an extent. Natural events are beyond the control of states and societies. Therefore, it is of the opinion of the author that the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 cannot simply be hand-waved away, unless Amagi is inevitably written off, with the relative consequences. While retention of these ships means basically having 2 Akagi clones and 2 additional regular warships, some considerations are made about them, but the focus is more on the latter, which would influence the number of capital ships retained by various powers at Washington. P.S. Japanese names reported in writing are going to be reversed to compare to what is usual in Western culture. Japanese always put the last name before the first name. That's true. I only tend to swap them around because if I don't, then people get into trouble. Technically, it would be Yonai Mitsumasa rather than Mitsumasa Yonai. And it's interesting because it works its way through everything. And I really did enjoy it because of that. I really did enjoy that. Now, the thing was, you have a scenario now where Rodney, Anson, Howe, or equivalents, and 41,000, they would be allowed to retain these 40,000 plun plus ships, and the Americans get to retain Lexington, Constellation, and Saratoga. The Royal Navy get Rodney, Anson, Howe, and Hood, or probably their G3 counterparts, because those other 3 will have all disappeared on the stocks. So the Royal Navy gets 3 G3s called Rodney, Anson, and Howe. That wouldn't surprise me. Probably Nelson, Rodney, and Anson. And yeah, the Royal Navy would love that. Because a G3, you've got it a limit of roughly up to 44,000 tons. Well, a G3 and something like the G3. Maybe it would be a fast battleship rather than that with the 16-inch. But it would probably be they theoretically are supposed to place 49,200 tons in normal. You could work it down so it's 44,000 tons honest, or oh yeah, but we're adding in AA defense and extra things, so we're allowed an extra 3,000 tons. There are questions coming through. Yeah. By the way, according to Game Time, Steve Clarke needs the IGN, and Steve Clarke and Dragon might need some the IGNs of those people who are going to be taking part in the games on World of Warships. I hope you will enjoy them, and I hope you will look forward to them. And I hope I didn't press the wrong button. Probably did. I went to the wrong version of Discord open. Oops. Which submenu is that? Oh, who knows? Who knows? I did love it. My mum went, when I was talking about this today, my mum said, "You're going to be fine. You're going to be awake and fine. It's not a problem for you. What's going to be a problem is, you know, you feeling rejection for your reading, getting your reading time in." But yeah, that was Tommaso. Very, very. Very good one, and I did enjoy reading through it a lot. And right, I'm going to do some questions until about 9 o'clock now. Oh, that was fun. That is, they are fun. And I have to say, what I'm going to try and do for all the entrants into the competition this year and next year is try and make get Kindle version. So even though there are certain the winners are going to get physical hard copies of the Tribals, Battles, and Daring signed to them, I'm going to make sure that make sure all the contestant entrants get at least one of the Kindle versions of the what are they called? Primers of their choice as a gift. No, you didn't tell me your original planning nights to get everyone to your entry. Oh, there is fun going on here. Powder Monkey, nice thing. Would Incomparables hull be suitable for angled deck conversion? It's big enough, you could do it, but by that point it's going to be a very old hull. Going to be very expensive, and you're probably better off building a new hull, because that's going to be problematic to do. Could the US plan for a fast hydrofoil navy have worked for a smaller navy country? Maybe a Mediterranean one, and ideally you don't want seas which are quite like the US experiences in the Atlantic to be the ones you're dealing with. So there you go. I've caught up with the questions, and I've gone through 3 of the essays. Oh, good lord! I wasn't expecting to get through that today yet, and it's goodness me. I've got 20 minutes before the next video. So, any more questions? How are things going? Have you been enjoying this? Are you enjoying this? I'm not sure what we're looking at in terms of financial scenario at the moment, but yeah, it'd be interesting. It would be interesting. It's the things are going well. I think. Okay, I think it's having a lot of it's a lot of fun at the moment as far as I'm concerned. I'm hoping you've been enjoying. And oh, it's just suggesting another insert ad. I'll insert another one. I've inserted another ad. It's been fun. Looking forward to World Warships. Shame no Timberborn, but it makes sense to include it. Yeah, including Timberborn as well would have just added in more things. But there's going to be UAD tomorrow morning as well. It's kind of strange. Don't worry, Henry. Henry. Oh, sorry, no worries. Oh. Hello and welcome to the channel. I hope you're going to enjoy your time here, and I hope you're going to have a Thank you for following the channel, I'm Skull. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's following the channel. We're doing well on Twitch this evening. This is the weird thing. I've started doing this since I've got these things working, doing dual streams on Twitch and on YouTube. And I think it's interesting. Yes, there are occasionally sound alerts when I have. Thanks for following the channel. Yeah, there's a now the sound alert for if you follow the channel is me saying thank you for following the channel. Amazon Music and AI washing machine, very strong, strange advertising. I have no idea what they're advertising. I really don't. It's just YouTube likes me to include a certain number of adverts to make them happy. So I've included 2. I don't think 2 in 9 hours is enough to make them happy, but you know they're going for it. They're going for it. Twitch is a bit lighter on your laptop than YouTube. It can be. Twitch also offers more opportunities to clip things. I'm not sure if that's any good with me, though. I will say, the advice I tend to give people is that both the chat and my comments on my channel have the whole limits on things of I don't want my little cousins to learn new words. I don't need my little cousins learning new words. I don't need to be in that trouble. So I have the whole Royal Navy other than the 2 top cruisers. In total I have 166 ships to pick from. Stafford, you're going to be having fun. I don't know where a view gives you more financial back. Honestly, I don't care. I'm doing this. Yes, there is a fundraising quotient in this, but there's also a kind of trying to make myself get more visible to try and get to those 15,000 subscribers by Christmas, and there's also the trying very, very hard to raise the money for the books. But those are the things I'm doing. Those are the things I'm doing. I'm not really worrying too much about it in terms of... I'd love to raise a lot of money, but I don't know how much I am actually going to raise. Cannons were more fun. They were, but people kept complaining about their ears getting hit. Stefan. Softball. What battlecruiser would you bring back for the 21st century Royal Navy? Tiger, because she's cute and because I could do things with her. Derp Squad. If a large shell could be given a guidance system to make it as accurate as a missile, would a big gun warship be viable? They can be made pretty accurate. They can be given some guidance systems, etc. You just have to defend. You just have to protect the guidance systems from the things. A missile can be hit by a close-in weapon system. Basically, the advantage for the 16th shell would be the sheer volume of them you could fire for the same cost as a missile, if you had the system running. If you were trying to build the stuff in terms of, how do I put this politely? If you tried to build it from scratch today, it would cost a lot to get up and running. But if you kept the 16-inch program going and kept 16-inch making targeting systems have them, they'd still be a lot cheaper than missiles. But you don't have the range of the missiles. So basically, the thing is a case of, well, within range of these guns, the best thing to engage them with is with these guns. Once we're beyond that range, let's go for missiles. Basically, the thing is about the battleships, has always been the case and still is today. They are devastating within range of their guns. They will beat anything within range of their guns. They lose when you can fight them and attack them from beyond that range. You're expecting Renown to be an answer. Renown would be cool to have. She would. And I do love Renown. But I think Tiger... Renown is my personal favourite. But if you're asking for the best ship to bring back for today, it's going to be Tiger. You can do more with her. That's my favourite maritime mystery. Favourite maritime mystery. I would say the Classis Britannica and what happened to them, because we're not quite sure where they go. But the Classis Britannica, it's kind of like the Roman fleet equivalent of the missing legion. They disappear. They disappear from records, and they don't really get discussed. Good evening, Dr. Clarke. Towards the tail end of World War II, the Germans were looking for the Army and the Air Force into ground-to-air missiles and did use them at the very end of the war. I've done a video on these. Did the Navy get interested in them? Yes, but they didn't manage to get to work on. Looking at using them on service commanders? I can find nothing in Dr. Grover's work on German ship designs. Yeah, they're looking into them, but it's very, very early days. It's very early days. Let's see. Let's see. I'm not fundraising for non-profit, I'm fundraising for myself and my own history stuff. So I got questions coming in, that's good. Osprey's UK versus German battlecruisers argues that the Royal Navy battlecruisers equipped required more space machinery spaces. According to German counterparts, use this for better underwater protection and subdivision. That's both true and, to an extent, an issue, because the difference is the German battlecruisers they're part of their fleet operating doctrine, etc., but, you know, we're compared to the Royal Navies need to protect an entire empire. The German battlecruisers are part of trying to win the battle in the North Sea, so they can afford to concentrate on their power, on their operational requirements. They also tend to be slower than Royal Navy battlecruisers. Royal Navy battlecruisers are built for longer ranges, higher speed, higher cruising speeds, and that's what affects their engine designs. And so yes, the Germans can put better underwater protection and subdivision but the German ones are heading further along the spectrum towards towards fast battleships. The British ones also, the earlier ones of the British are battle cruisers. Definitely, they are cruisers with battleship grade guns, rather than being the battle cruisers which the Germans first get into, and then the British later ones. So basically, you have to start comparing them really once you get to the Lions. And then you can sort of go, well, maybe Queen Mary and Tiger is probably the best of the British equivalents to them. And Tiger, frankly, knocks pretty much any German battlecruiser equivalent out of the park. Matthew Blerens. If technology allows for a fighter that via hypersonic or another method could travel around the world in a timely manner, what does that do to fixed-wing naval aviation? Well, if you can get your aircraft around the world in a timely manner, then that's great. But the thing is, you still need enough aircraft to get them to wherever your fleet is and back, and they have to have overflight permissions, and they have to, hopefully they're not flying over any enemy territory and all sorts of things. But the thing is, it's going to depend on how the technology works. How can you turn corners, basically, while going at hypersonic speed, or do you proceed in a straight line? In which case, that doesn't necessarily help. Or do you have to slow down to get change direction and all these things? It's gonna depend on how it works. It could mean that you don't have to have something like an aircraft carrier for fighter cover, but it's also quite possible you still do, because whilst it can get there in a timely manner, what's timely manner? Considering the size of the Earth, it could still be half an hour. It could be still an hours before it can come on station. And the problem for you is, if you can go that fast, your enemy can possibly go close to that speed, and if your enemy is going close to that speed, they dash in and attack, you fire off your missiles, and then you need to go back home to rearm. Who's providing the combat air patrol over your fleet? So, yeah, you'd have to see how the technology actually works. Hello, militaristics. Hello, everyone. Yeah, carriers also come into our options. Was Red October based on fact? It was based on a lot of factual information, but it wasn't a factual story. With suitable modifications to the fins, it should be possible to fit a sabot harpoon, 13.5-inch body diameter, into a 14-inch gun. How difficult would it be to make the required modifications to design? How practical and impractical would the concept be? Not massively difficult to make the modifications to design, but then packing in so it can take the force of the launch is going to be interesting, and designing a breach system whereby you can load a harpoon, plus its mechanisms for protecting it in the firing, into a gun would be an interesting thing. But it's not impossible, you just have to design it to sort those things out. Hello, Amos. Would a 20-knot pre-drone not be possible in 1892? It's not impossible, but it's going to take a lot of engines and a lot of work on the power. But you can. It's not impossible, definitely. There are... The Royal Sovereign class do 17.5 knots, so getting them 2.5 knots higher, you are probably looking at a design. You might even have to go for a free shaft design. And they've got 8 boilers, you probably would wanting 12. And 3 triple expansion engines. Yeah, you can do it, but it's not going to be easy to do. Centurions are 17 knots. HMS Renown, she could do 19 knots, and she had 2 boilers, 2 triple expansion engines. and she's built in laid down in 1893. So yeah, I don't see there's no not it's not impossible for you to make 20 knots. It's just going to be difficult. Amos, why didn't the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor fleet after their attack? It seems like an excellent opportunity to completely destroy the base, or something must be missing something. Because they didn't know where the American carriers were, and also because they really didn't have enough ships with them to fight anything like the various sea defenses they had at the time and other things. If you're doing an amphibious assault, you could land on the opposite, the north shore. You could land away from the base and march over to it. If you want to go and start attacking that area with your guns, you've got to deal defenses, and also the fact the Americans are getting organized. The Americans will have aircraft up. The Americans will have some ships getting out, and you might well find some American submarines are out in that area. There's a lot of risks of doing it. Thank you, Alfred Tooney, for following the Twitch channel. Thank you. Oh. Right then, it's almost 9 o'clock, so I'm going to answer this question. Then I'm going to do the quick swap over between this and the other video and the other lives. So I do apologise, we're going to be swapping lives. And I might take the time to swap t-shirts on you all. Who knows? I might do, I might not. What do you think? Do you think I should swap my t-shirt? He's not sure. He's quite happy with things as they are. Because it's got a poodle on it. But, you know, the next t-shirt is fairer on your brother, because he does deserve to get equal mentions. You're not sure about it? Okay. Poodles, they're very precious. Would it make sense for the Royal Navy to bring back the armed trawler in modern context for naval operations? That is pretty much what OPVs are. They're sloops / armed trawlers. They're sloops in function, armed trawlers in weaponry. That's pretty much what they are. Pretty much what they are. So, thank you very much, everyone. I'll be back shortly on the next part of this. And so I will say thank you very much and see you in a couple of minutes. Toodles. Oh, yes. I know, Fluff. I know. Oh, red grab shirt. Oh. I know you don't agree with it, but it's fairer. Your brother deserves occasionally to get some attention. I know you feel he doesn't deserve. He shouldn't have any, especially, and he doesn't feel you should have any food. Yes, I try and be even in my affection to both of you. There you go. You're a good boy.